下下路这个线直接被开了，他主要他一开始可能是差一点点，我觉得。
我觉得他们可能想4打4，在这个地方你侬我侬的拉扯，但小猪是没有踢的呀。这边不想放掉这个厄塔盘，只能再打一波。热临死前的一个大招效果虽然很漂亮，但是后续的伤害谁能来打呢？塔弹飞了进去，先解决了对面的一个辅助，再来个阿卡西亚的暴雨，有没有后续伤害再补一下？好像没有，而且香克斯正在打汤圆，汤圆又要被击杀了，佳琪再拿到这个头，1300多血的一个峡谷，一个这个厄塔盘，还是有
buff 了，
佳琪拿到了，而且再来2下体验一个 W， 佳琪。
That's right. Let's go. Eat it up. Ow. I ate that, yeah, I slayed that. Keep shining, big fat paycheck. What you gonna do when I come through? Woke up feeling fresh, brand new. Insta up a new pick. I ate that. Moving through with my click. I ate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I ate that. All my girls looking sick. We hate that. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy, please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. I like it, yeah, I like it. 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 That's right. Insta up a new pick. I hate that. Moving through with my click. I hate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I hate that. All my girls looking sick. Watching how I talk. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy, please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Yeah, come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up.
The fire burns right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you make. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find
Hello, good morning, evening, afternoon, midnight, midday, wherever it is in your time zone. My name's Nymaera. Sam will be around at some point, and we keep going here, don't we? Another day of LPL. Last day, last group to have not played yet, takes place today. Praying for top esports downfall. They're playing today too. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of different opinions on them heading back. Because obviously they just went to first stand and had a rough time of it. Cracky coach, you know Brackish from NLC, NLCT? That's really cool. I have to say, some of my favorite interactions with people who are people that knew me from random different casts, which aren't necessarily my biggest ones, you know, from when I was casting my university leagues or amateur stuff. That was really, really cool. Hey, AW Smith, how's it going? So yeah, settle in if you are watching on Onivia, YouTube, or Twitch. Over here on Nymaera. And top of the morning to you, Karlak's right horn as well. That does remind me I do need to finish my Baldur's Gate playthrough still. It's one of those games which I kind of like, I got to the lower city, and my PC didn't like it very much, so I stopped playing it so much. Okay, so we're opening up with NIP vs OMG today. Yeah, and opening up with that, and we will see how the games go today. So we'll have NIP versus Top Esports later today, which will be our marquee matchup, but that'll be fourth game of the day, I believe. I think first versus second seed tends to be fourth game of the day. Always trust a HOM team to scale over the year, despite Kanavi and Cream having a terrible first stand. The thing is, for me, I don't think Kanavi had the worst first stand. Put it this way, I think like he wasn't the primary offender for me. My problem is it was Jackie Love and Chris falling apart on a mental level. I think that 369 was the only person I could really walk away saying, yeah, you know, he did all right. I don't think anyone lived up to their expectations. Yeah, I think Cream did not have the best first stand either. Their meta read was quite poor. And that meta read is going to get pushed today by not NLC, by NIP, I think, because they are a team which does very different things. However, I was hearing, apparently NIP couldn't get scrims for the last 2 days, which is very strange. But someone was saying that in my Discord. Yeah, compared to his performance in LPL Summer Playoffs, he did underperform though. And in Split 1 as well. Kanavi was my Split 1. He was my top esports MVP. This guy was absolutely insane. Yeah. And OMG looked good versus JDG. I'm trying to remember those games, you know. I can't remember if that's one that Sam cast. I'll need to go check their results, you know. That's a good point. Because OMG last split they were okay. They had some... Hang on, this is a group as well. We'll leave this up. So this is our last group to have... to play. We're in Group C today. I can't, for the life of me, remember how OMG did in Split 1. Ah, yeah. They were in Group B. Yeah, and they were against JDG and Weibo. They won one series against Ultra Prime, but they lost the others. And these are our games today. What the hell is this scheduling where Group A played first, but then D, B, and then C? I think it's because Top Esports had just come back from first stand, so they wanted to give them a little extra time. Maybe that tends to be a thing, but I can't quite remember. How did OMG do? You know, I'm gonna go to their match history. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Of course, we have NIP. This team did pretty well in Split 1. Of course, they ended up losing to JDG in playoffs, so that'll be a rematch for them. How did their playoffs go? They lost to JDG in the upper bracket, then they lost to Top Esports in the lower bracket. Sorry, that's the rematch, the Top Esports one, not the JDG, because they're not playing today. We've already seen them play. But NIP, you know, I think obviously Doinby is a huge part of why people really look for this team. However, I really think Leave has been the star of the show here, actually. I think Leave has been on incredible form. Everyone on this team overperformed compared to their previous split expectations. I think Dernby coming into the roster and kind of marshalling the men, being a good general, very, very important. Because what it's meant is that because Dernby is shot calling, everyone else can feel a lot less pressure on a strategic level, can play things out individually. It means that PP God feels like he's really unlocked. It feels like Shanji and Aki can also just play for individual plays instead. And they were a fun team to watch because, of course, you know, Dernby, if he got himself a global champion, would do something ridiculous. He was very, very good on the Pantheon and the Rise. Not always got the biggest champion pool, actually, Dernby. What we saw in playoffs, particularly because it was Fearless, and it doesn't matter as much today because it was best ones. OMG, of course, on the other side of the rift now as well. But Dernby would get Pantheon and Rise denied from him, either through bans or by Fearless picking it. And then he did struggle a little bit to impact the medal. So, for instance, his Akali wasn't as impactful as his other picks, for instance. Fixed the YouTube title. It's still yesterday's. Oh, on the Onivia thing. Sorry, I currently don't have that tab open. I will get that fixed. Yeah, OMG. I think Starry was the star of the show here, really, for them. Oh, anyone's legend than CG. I thought it was a top esports thing. What happened in that playoffs? What did happen in that playoffs then? I thought they played versus. But there are so many LPL games that sometimes I do just flub it. No, so NIP lost versus AL and then Top Esports. They didn't play versus JDG. Yeah. So they didn't play versus JDG. That was my mistake. They played versus NIP and then they anyone's legend and then Top Esports. So there will be a rematch of their elimination match. Now, can I change titles for my phone? Because normally I don't do the title stuff for Onivia. I do it for my stuff, and then Onivia sorts out theirs thing, and then lets us rip with the stream. But I can sort that out. So first game, NIP OMG. Well, I mean, you've got Starry versus Leaf. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That'll be a very important matchup, obviously. Content. Yeah, so I think that that bot lane matchup is kind of that kind of rookie AD carry matchup. I suppose it's not as rookie now. You know, they both had a year under their belt in the LPL to an extent. Starry a little bit less. All right, got an interview, we'll listen to that.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访。现
Thank you
在
for
我
following.
们有请到的是 NIP 的中单选手多英帝，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 中单多英帝。
第二赛
Good
段
to
其
see
实
you
我
down
们
there.
也启用
World
全新的
champion.
赛制，包括说版本嘛。那你们对此的把握是怎样的呢？
我们感觉现在对这个新赛制我觉得我还是挺适合我们的。然后争取前2，我觉得应该没什么太大的问题。
好像声音有点沙哑，是最近身体有点不舒服。
可能是因为刚醒。
赛程整体来 来的还是比较早的。那我们也看了3天其他组别的一个 BOE 了嘛。C 组是最后一个亮相的，所以你们对于队伍自身去打 BOE 的一个信心程度是怎样的呢？
首先，因为我觉得每个组的对版本的理解确实都不一样，然后可能第一天大家都看了，觉得是中单包括什么中单啊，其实位置上面英雄都是就那一两个嘛。但是我发现第2天又不一样了，第3天又不一样，所以我觉得我们最后一天比赛算是运气比较好吧。我们可以先看看别人是用什么英雄，然后我们可以稍微改一下我们的对这个版本的理解，然后我们也可以学习。
那今天比赛应该是会非常非常精彩的，我们一会儿见。同样，我们也请到的是 OMG 的中单选手林峰，也跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 中单林峰。
经过休赛期之后，其实大家对这支又很年轻，同时充满干劲的 OMG 还是很有期待的。所以想问一下，最近大家的一个状态啊、手感啊，保持的怎么样呢？
因为这个版本没有换线了嘛，然后再加上某汉姆的中文学的越来越好了，然后我们就是
When does Judge Love play? Yesterday.
我们队伍的状态是比较不错的。
而且你们第2赛段上来第1场就要面对的是此前表现相当不错的深圳 NIP， 那你们对于这场比赛的一个侧重点会放在哪里呢？
我觉得今天会有很多人来 gank 我吧，所以我今天要做的就是打好对线的同时做好防 gank。
好，我们看一下今天这场比赛的一个走向，一会儿见。
If anyone speaks Mandarin and got anything out of those interviews, please let us know, as always, in our various chats. And yeah, I guess we'll get close to our first game of the day, a couple of minutes. Do I expect Gwen to be played jungle at some point? Well, let me have a think. I mean, in pro, jungle tends to need to bring a lot of... does need to tend to bring more utility and more CC. You know, you can kind of get away with it, someone like Kindred, because you're so good in an individual bully sense that it does make sense to play that. I think if you run out of AP options, I think there can be a role there. But you'd need to have good setup in your lanes. Like, what's a good mid jungle pairing for Gwen? You know, does it have to be something like Gwen Yone? Does it have to be another mage? You have to go double AP. That's not always the worst thing, but maybe you can go double AP. But then what do you go topside? Because you don't want to play something like Gwen Rumble, because no one can help CC for the other one, really. OMG are always such a frustrating team, always feel like they're right on the cusp of breaking out, but never do. Well, that's the big thing for... that's the big thing for this matchup in terms of the storyline of it. This is kind of the lineage of the true OMG today. Because we have OMG, the team. We have NIP with Shanji Aki and PP God from the 2023 fan favorite squad. You have obviously Doinby kind of leading them now, leading them as now as well. But then also you have Cream on top esports, who is kind of the last remaining bit of that puzzle. Abel, the only player who's not of the 23 OMG, who's playing today. And, you know, I love 23 OMG. They were a very, very exciting team. They kind of showed the world how to play fast topside League of Legends in 2023 when everyone was playing slower 3-item bot lane League of Legends. They were playing the Yone Sejuani, Maokai Rumble, and they really popularized that style. So we have kind of the different lineages of OMG today. So I guess we see who's more deserving of that lineage today. Why did Riot do his dirty with no official LPL broadcast? I can't say I know all of the reasoning. But yeah, it's sad that we don't have an official broadcast, obviously. So, but what that means is that for now, we've got a bunch of projects, and we're one of them to help you help bring some LPL to your screen. So we hope you enjoy it all the same, even though obviously the situation, I guess, in the esports scene as a whole could be a little bit better for the LPL right now. For the international broadcast. By rights of hands and nameplates, I declare NIP win. NIP do come in as favourites, heavy favourites, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, just based on kind of individual performance currently. Not that OMG can't have themselves some stronger moments, but you know, I think that Harry and Moham have their down moments. Obviously, Moham was on D plus Kia last year. It was on D plus Kia last year and had ups and downs. Had some very strong moments, had some very weak moments. So yeah, instead of OMG went to Worlds instead of Weibo. Wait, in 2023. I mean, that was the year that Weibo made finals. You know, I don't think OMG would make it that far, sadly. Thank you, Loopy. Appreciate it. The title is yesterday's teams, by the way. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I don't have that. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix that. I can fix that. I am sorry. Normally I don't do the Twitch title for any of you, but I can do that. Let me figure that out. And we'll get into game soon enough. And I'll turn this off for now just so I can mess about on the side. If OMG went there, BLG probably make finals so we don't lose. Do you want another team to go just so BLG make finals? Is that I got you. I got you. Alrighty. Title should be fixed, folks. Damn, you're hardworking, bro. Not easy to do this every day for 6+ hours. It's a bit of a slog. It's a bit of a slog, yeah. I will need a break at some point, but also I'm very lucky to enjoy this. I'm very lucky to have a community that supports us through this. And yeah, if you'd like to support us through this, of course, go join our various Twitch and YouTube channels that we stream this on. If you can drop a like, a comment, or a subscription, obviously it means a lot to us as well. There's no pressure there. Obviously, the most important thing is that you turn up and you enjoy it for whatever amount of content you want to consume. And yeah, just tell people that you're enjoying LPL. Spread the word a little, because it's a little harder to build a community nowadays for the LPL. That was loud. Make sure you're taking care of yourself too. I try. Sometimes easier some days than others. It's a hell of a lot of work, I'll tell you. I will get hydrated. In fact, I'll go get myself a drink now. 微信搜索李宁官方小程序即可定制队员专属 ID 队服，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。Right. Okay, if you're on Twitch, I'm going to run ads now just so we don't get them for the game, and I'll get myself a drink. I should have done that before I did that, shouldn't I? That would have been a better time to do it. Alrighty, Sam's coming through now, I think I'll just have him active in the background. 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛！澳丰电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。So, Sam's just getting himself a coffee in the background. LPL Duro Sense, yeah. It's been a long time sponsor for them. Alrighty. Back to Shanghai again.
英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先，欢
Back
迎
to
深圳
Shangers
Ninjas in Pajamas，
Shenzhen
上
NIP.
单山鸡，打野阿 K，
Aki's
中
so
单
tall,
投
man.
硬币，下路 Leaf， 辅助 PP God。
Do I read chat? Yes, I do read chat. By the way, I'm not Onivia. We're just streaming on Onivia's channel because we have a bit of a partnership there right now. Who do I pick for OMG versus NIP? NIP has to be the favorites. They have to be the favorites.
上单 Harry， 打野
Especially in a best of one where they have everything available to them. I feel like
下路 Starry，
it's harder to lock out Durnby from his effective champions. We'll see if he plays the Neferi mid actually.
LPL 第2赛段小组赛第1周第4日的首场比赛将会由深圳 NIP 对阵 OMG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Moa might go. Moa versus PP God. Is that what you're excited for? I mean, these are two crazy support players. So I won't take that away from them. They can be a little bit psychopathic. You're in the church of PP God? Look at Derby's smile as well. Good to see him smiling. I love the dumb orange color so much. I do kind of miss when it was I kind of miss when it was the black centralized color and then the gold on top of it. Hell, I mean, I really miss that like season 3, season 4 logos. The black and white with the crucifix. It was very cool imagery. Thanks for responding to your message. No worries, no worries. We do pay attention to chat. So if you'd like to chat, hang out, contribute in any way, we'll we keep an eye on that. OMG rebrand still hurts me though. Totally thought that the triangle logo kind of went they could have kept the triangle logo. Apparently they had to change their logo at some point because it looked like a cult. That was what I was hearing. Anyway, that's a different conversation entirely. First draft of the day. We have 6 best of 1s. Top esports NIP, OMG, and FPX playing off today. And our first game is NIP versus OMG. One of our question games of who deserves the legacy of OMG. OMG, the organization itself. Shanjiaki, PP God, and of course Cream is playing later today as well. The cult of OMG's different factions. So we have no Kalista band right now, no Ambessa, no Gwen bands. Jace band away does help open up the top lane and mid lane pools a little bit because Jace is very, very strong right now with standard lanes. Kalista open. Gwen first picked though for NIP, smiles on their faces. And the Ryze banned because they say, look, we don't want to give Durnby that if at all possible. However, yeah. I have to question where it goes on NIP. Someone was asking on chat earlier, do you think that Gwen's going to go jungle? If there's a team that's going to play Gwen in different roles, it would be NIP. I could see it happening randomly in middle jungle. OMG locking the Varus. Again, passing up the Kalista. The Kalista dropping in prio a lot over the last few days. Ambassador into the Gwen has been a fine matchup. We have seen Jax as well. Maybe Rumble needs to be banned on red side anymore to open up a Gwen Rumble trade. We did see that earlier in one of our games yesterday. I'm trying to remember if that was Hoyer's game. I think it was in one of Hoyer's games yesterday for Thunder Talk. Durnby's been playing Rumble mid and solo queue. Well, he won't get to play right now because it has been banned. Vi probably probably sensible to pick up for NIP here, because you don't want to pick up the Vi into Vi and Ambassador at the same time. You could don't be hovering over the Belveth. We do have a Belveth main in our Twitch and YouTube community. It's going to be that Galio as well. So Vi Galio gives you that delivery system for the Galio Ultimate, gives you that semi-global, which Doinby is so good at using. Super carry Doinby. So, do you go for something like the Shinzao now, is hung? As Sam comes to join us. Hello, Sam. How you doing?
I'm very well, mate. I've got fancy new arm covers on my chair. It's very exciting.
Nice.
They came in a little box.
Oh, that's very cute. Corky locks in. Strong early pick. Does do some good tank killing potential. And just good bully out of the Galio in that mid lane. So, yeah. OMG, I'm surprised they don't lock in a jungler here now, because I feel like Hung's going to get really pushed in. Now, he does play decent amount of different stuff. He's, you know, he was a Mundo jungle player.
Way back when, yeah.
Not even way back when. He was playing it last year.
Oh, there you go.
And he was, yeah,
it's way back when, Alex.
It's not way back. He actually plays it. He actually plays it currently is the thing. And now we're waiting to see what round out the draft for. But you know, NIP, I think you ban out Shinzao, maybe ban out Neferi if you want to do that as well. Hung, oh yeah, he's a good Maokai player. Remove that too, sure, whatever. But just remove some jungle options that can help set up the Ambassador and the double AD carries. That makes some sense. Could you even, I mean, if you want to, you could even ban away something like the Ivern if you want. Say, look, they have double AD carry. That could be pretty valuable as a ban. It's not an LPL specialty, but in the draft it would work.
Yeah, they get rid of one of the trees in the Maokai. I think that does make sense, as you said. It's good setup for those AD carries and the Ambassador to put out a lot of damage. And instead they go towards the Zyra, which again, I think when you've got a big dive,
yeah.
I can sort of see the idea of AP and anti-dive.
Yeah, the magic damage is
significant.
They're lacking any magic damage right now, so that does make sense. I should have caught on to that one a little earlier. So, Hung still really wants to get something magic damage if you can help it. I mean, Galio can get very tanky, even though it's not a magic. You know, we saw this from Shanks yesterday. We go for the Sunfire and Tabbies, and Galio, even though he is normally a magic damage tank, still completely fine
tank,
to just be a generic tank. NIP looking towards their bot lane now. Leave had an absolutely fantastic Jhin game in playoffs against Top Esports. If you look to NIP Top Esports Game 2, the lower bracket matchup of Split 1,
yeah.
Leave didn't win that game, but oh my god, he was so powerful. He died once in that game and had something like 15 kills. Absolutely ridiculous, and that will be locked in. Helps you kind of pseudo follow the dive. You're not auto-attacking, but you're doubling an ult a long enough range that you can follow up and contribute to the dive.
Feels like last playoffs was, across the world, the era of Jhin late game hyper carrying. I saw upset turnaround, insane game for Fnatic against Movistar Koi is who it was against when they were on the verge of winning it all. There in the LEC playoffs, we saw Jackie Love do similar things over here in the LPL. You mentioned Leave. That champion can be pretty silly when you get to a few items. Now with the Alistar as well, you see exactly how NIP's comp is going to function. Go in with one of those big divers, Galio follows up, Jhin presses R, Gwen presses R, hopefully the person you hit dies. The response from OMG though will be that Renata, which is probably the premier anti-dive support going.
And it's also really good in lane versus the Alistar, and that's going to be a bit of an issue. Varus Renata, difficult to lane against, especially as an Alistar. This is kind of just leave 1v2ing lane with a little bit of a help from Alistar if there's a slip up, and then just trying to get yourself towards that mid game. So it's weirdly, folks, it's even though there are 4 melees on NIP, this is actually quite a ranged game for the standards of LPL the last day. Yesterday we had a game with 8 melee champions.
So LPL.
It was just the AD carries that works, which does tend to speed things up. So yes, I think you rightly describe the team comps. Dive from, there's a little bit of dive on both sides, but really does look like NIP are focusing on pin down that first target with the Vi, follow up, and see if you can kind of bypass the Renata disengage, which is the core to the team fight of the other side. Use that Renata and Sejuani to buy time for the double AD carries to pop off.
Yeah, exactly that. And then I think the other thing you've then got to keep an eye on is who is getting hit by that Sejuani ult. Are they getting hit regularly? Chains of Corruption, similar question. Because if you are missing those key skill shots, the Ambassador might not have as easy a time of getting the damage out. You are going to do that to buy your disengage. So I think there is a certain amount of predilection, we'll use that word today, to say if OMG are going to win this, they need to be pretty good with that skill shot accuracy. The lights are flying. That means the cameras are rolling. Surely that means action is shortly to follow.
Logic would dictate that, wouldn't it? So it's a little bit of a battle for the lineage of OMG today. OMG the org, or OMG the players, and Shanji, Aki, and PP God Creams have been playing later today. So that'll be your little narrative hit. Let's hear some of those gyros.
Okay. Angry Noxus music plays in the background, nice and ominous. Look for an early invade there from the AD carries of OMG, Linfeng and Starry.
Linfeng.
It is Linfeng. Yeah, you know, Alex, I second guessed myself before I said it, and I went, oh no, I know we had this conversation about how it's supposed to be said, but I now can't remember whether it's supposed to be Linfeng or Linfeng, and I'm judging myself.
You know, I was having a conversation with, there was a comment on Reddit which was asking a genuine question about, well, you know, how should you pronounce, you know, 1xn or, well, that's the, well, no, that's Yichen. Yichen is one Jiang is that player. Anyway, level 2 is potentially going to get fought over here from leaving PP God. Not bad level 1 actually from PP God to leave, considering that the only thing you can really contribute as Alistair is that headbutt, but they've overstayed a little bit into a few more autos after that.
No, Yichen is the Chinese pronunciation of 1xm.
We will move on from that.
Was the... We're going to have a... Anyway, moving on. PP God goes for the headbutt in. There's the Ignite coming on down. I think it should be fine, but actually was a great level 1. Suddenly gets a lot worse. PP God ends up eating quite a lot of damage just from the Renata Varus combos.
Yeah, fighting for that level 2 does mean that Starry you get to win the arm wrestle in a way that we kind of assume, right? Is anyone really clearing towards bottom? Sejuani is. Aki says, alright, I'm just going to start bot side and then just leave him alone. As we said, it kind of is just that Jin playing on his own for a little while, then just hoping to get towards mid-game without dropping too much, which Jin normally has good access to farm, but it's still a little bit risky.
Again, Mom just using that push to step forward for the loyalty program. Gets a lot of value then onto Leave, who gets a fair amount of follow-up because the Varus just aims his E at wherever the loyalty program is going. Harry has eaten a bit of damage top, so it does feel like we've seen over the last 2 days in particular a lot of Gwen into the Ambessa, and you can start to see the Ambessa doesn't enjoy that matchup all that much.
Yeah, for those of you that are unaware, we have a big patch. We had a big patch coming in, which meant that Gwen's changes came through, which were something like 13 changes to the champion, which hit like her late game passive, but then her early game everything got buffed. So Gwen is in a really good spot, in incredible solo queue stats. It just means that the individual matchup is very hard to overcome Gwen on individual level.
I'll also say, not that we're necessarily going to say it, but if we were ever going to see it jungle, now would be a good patch for it. Her clear on this patch, 307. 307 game, no smites.
Yeah.
That is pretty nuts.
We were actually, yeah, I was talking about that earlier in the draft actually, just before you came in. So, yeah, I also was saying, look, if there's a team which would flex it around, you do feel like it would be NIP. Speaking of that jungle, though, there's a vibe which we might be able to jump on before. You just get some damage here.
Getting caught in the winds of war there as well, actually. That's not a bad little timing on that from Aki. Looking for that ward after the clear onto the Raptor Pit. There's a good sign for you junglers. Once you're done full clearing, your ward should be off cooldown if you've used it at your level 1. Please consider putting it onto enemy Raptors or enemy Krugs. It's really helpful for spotting out what the enemy jungler's doing is doing, but he has to flash away as Linfeng just stands there and Gatling guns him down.
Well, what it was he walked up and made sure that the Justice Punch is interrupted. So it meant that he didn't actually get the dash out, it kind of dashed into him instead, because the thing about the Galio is that like you have that little back step, and then he ended up interrupting that. Didn't expect him, I think, to just walk up into him and stop that.
Shanji now going to try and step on forwards and get a decent chunk off. Does so. Harry forced a flash himself, actually, with all the energy he had available. So Shanji could be regretting that one just a touch.
Yeah, so some mistakes from the solo lanes of NIP, both losing summoners for quite simple laning mistakes there. Dragon and Grubs are up, and you see the observer just zoom in again and be like, yeah, so is Domi going to get interrupted on that Justice Punch again? wait and see. Because of course we were saying this before, look, especially early in the game, Galio is good at kind of shrugging off magic damage, not really good at shredding off the other stuff. Can be a bit of an issue, especially with Corki being such a good early laner. So OMG going to walk towards early dragon. Aki not going towards anything particular right now, because Grub's spawning a little bit later. Wants to go for a back, gets himself a bit more combat potential. The Tunneler gives you a good amount of HP and AD early on. I wonder whether OMG feel bold enough to contest Grubs as well as this early dragon, because they did take the dragon so early. They can now reset, go back, and then go towards the Grubs. So NIP are moving up there. They normally consider that their right to go towards the Grubs because they lost the dragon on the other side of the map. But OMG, we'll see whether they want to contest. They do have Harry going down towards bot side, so their bot lane will be on top side if they want to contest.
Worth noting here as well, Leave hasn't gone for a first item jerk or something like that, which you often see on the Jins right now that have been really preferring that collective first item over the last patch or two. Instead, it's just a straight Swifty saying, look, I'm not enjoying getting poked down lane. I feel like I need the mobility to deal with the Varus, the Corki. And has gone for that as the first item choices. So not so much damage, but a little bit of utility there for the Jin. Yeah,
especially with Jin's base damages and his levels give him so much damage. He doesn't always need the raw AD early. We have seen in the past Boots 4-pot start.
That's mental, yeah.
Because it's like, look, if as long as I can walk up and consistently hit my 4th shot, I'm happy. That's okay. We can work with that.
How many times can I yell the number 4 in this?
How many times we're gonna teach you this lesson, old man?
4.
4 times. 4 of them.
Oh no.
God. That's, yeah, I think going in for a outside invade. Ambassador is on this side of the map. Level 6 is low. This is dangerous.
I don't know about this one. This is just going to die. Surely cease and desist will come on through. They're not going to bother us yet. Flash out from Hung. That one gets a bit ugly.
Yeah, your Q at first rank is something like a 20-second cooldown. Maybe slightly less than that. Maybe it's 20 to 16 or something like that. Harry now alone on bot side because Hung's had to bail out. Aki has level 6. This Ambassador is now very, very not happy.
Misses the public execution as well, so in comes the snips, the needlework, and a cease and desist will ensure that Ambessa eats the full force of Piltover Law.
Harry does not manage to get himself a taxi through Aki out of that play. Well played from Aki to just kind of cue not to hit the Ambessa, but to make sure that she doesn't have a safe way out.
Uber driver cancelled. That's a disaster.
We don't hang on. We're finding you another driver. Can't remember the actual message.
To death. It's car on in a ferry.
Well, what would you vote?
Remember to tip your ferryman, folks.
My problem with if Vi was going to be a taxi driver, be an Uber driver, she would talk way too much.
Can we get League of Legends Crazy Taxi?
I'm trying to think who would be the worst possible taxi driver.
Kled. Every day.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god. Arcane onlys are going to be so surprised when we talk about like so many different champions. Like High Major Commodore Kled. Yeah, that's definitely a legitimate title, by the way.
I want him animated. I think he genuinely would be. If we're getting a Noxian series.
Actually, Blade Trinity in chat brings up a very good point. Lee Sin would be in a bit of trouble because he's driving blind.
Okay, yeah. I'm just going to put this out there. Lee Sin does quite well for considering with his lack of sight. I feel like he is every stereotype you ever associate with the blind monk. Yeah. I think he has supernatural additional options here.
Yeah, it turns out Wuju leads to power that some may consider
trust in the power of Wuju.
Unnatural.
Yeah, we don't use it like Jesus take the wheel. It's just like Wuju take the wheel.
Did you just completely miss my Star Wars reference?
I did actually, yeah.
I said Wuju leads to powers that some may deem unnatural, Sam, and you interrupted me.
I'm so
midway through it, Sam. You know, normally I judge our casting.
No, that's super fair.
How quickly and easily we can put a Star Wars pun
that's poor. That's not a good start. I agree.
Yeah.
No, you're right there. I failed you, Master Wayne.
Yeah, surprised to be short, but sadly not a welcome one. So failed you, Master Wayne.
Well recovered.
Right, okay. So we've of course had the objective trade early. That's the biggest thing which has happened so far. Haven't really got to the point yet where people are looking to just fully unload on those team fights. Really waiting for, well, normally it's 2 items, similar like the Corki and the Ambassador on one side. I think 1 item for NIP is where they start really popping. I think the Vi, Galio, Jin all very happy at that break point. So watch out for that 1 item and see how many fights they can find around that.
Was it that? We do see Shanji end up taking a little bit of a chunk there from the Surge one, but not at any huge disadvantage. chunks come on through from Sejuani in the Big Brother jungle. They'll back away from that.
You know, I never watched Big Brother.
I think I ever watched like an episode.
Yeah. You know, also this is another thing, right? Because isn't Big Brother well, Big Brother's a fairly generic term, but the whole kind of like the Watchdog Big Brother thing. Didn't that come from George Orwell?
It was 1984. Yeah.
So did the show do that knowingly? Anyway,
Yeah,
Han's gonna go for
yeah.
Don't
Absolutely.
be peeled out by PP God there. There was actually an angle for Sejuani to look for an ult, but I think with the Alistair W saves his mid lane.
I know we got Grubs coming up, so I'll hold on the literary conversation, but do put a pin in that, because I've got some cool thoughts on that particular show and what it means relative to dystopian writing at the time. It's quite cool.
Alright, well, I think actually you can have that conversation, because we've had 4 Grubs go down. NIP just made sure that the first one wasn't going over in the set to OMG. They get themselves the Might buff. OMG will... Weirdly, okay, so they really just want to save time right now. Dragon's already spawned. They just say, look, we'll take the 1 Grub, make sure that the 6 Grubs don't go over to NIP if they choose to do some macro shenanigans. Quickly dip in towards Grubs, go down towards the Dragon, and I'm wrong, Sam, sadly we do have to talk about that Dragon setup as well, because NIP, they want to start teleporting
musing,
in.
Alex.
I don't think NIP, I don't think they want to give over a Dragon like this. Yeah, they want to contest.
Okay,
they don't want to give the 2 Dragons early.
Curse, I've got to actually do my job, guys. Enough for hobbies and prior lives. We've got to watch PP God step and get handshook into the chains of corruption, but that is a wonderful use of the ultimate. Captain jacks it with an R button. You can take that with an additional Moon gets hit by the deadly plug. We'll throw down a hostile takeover that's pretty poor. Blasco back in to the Galio ult.
Aki flashes over and shakes down the Sejuani, but honestly, they took themselves down with that blast cone.
Oh, no. There's a quick coolest landing, but I'm dead as well. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm fumbling words because I am quite literally left speechless. There's going to be a replay, and I want you all in the comfort of your own homes to just start singing the Titanic theme, because that was a ship sinking.
I don't know really what happened there. I think Hung just thought, look, the fight is happening. I need to make sure I'm there, and just does not consider the fact that the Galio is going to be slamming down after. What? Prepare yourselves, folks. Brace yourselves. This is the start of the fight. PP God ults through, as you were saying, kind of Captain Jacks through the Varus and make sure that happens. Hung doesn't want to leave Starry alone. This is not how you help your team. Flies in to the full combo. Aki then flashes over and finishes him off because he has to, you know, flash out of the play. Of course, the shots are very good from the Jhin afterwards, but realistically, that Sejuani gave themselves over for free.
Wow, I genuinely don't know what to say there. That was not fantastic. There is a single Grub to be remains to be claimed there. There we go. So combined remains to be claimed into just remained, which is not accurate. Conjugation of the word relative to the sentence I was trying to say.
It's folks, we've been doing this for like 6 hours a day for the last 4 days, starting early, and Sam's been doing a bunch of Emir Masters and other stuff too. Turns out eventually you run out of words.
Even the best of us, yeah.
Run out of words. Right, so we did say, hey, NIP really looking pretty good on the 1 item spike. They have that now, and they just won before that came in, just before they came in. So now you're in struggle streets for OMG, because you look at this and think, that's a problem. I just want to highlight something very quickly as well, because this is the on-hit Varus, and importantly, went for Rageblade first, because I wonder whether this is going to be a heavier AP Varus, going for the Rageblade and then going towards maybe something a bit more magic damage after. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen AP Varus actually be useful in a build sense, but Starry has always been a bit of a chef, so just keep an eye on that, because normally you'd expect Blade first. Normally you'd see that. I get it's a less tanky team from NIP, but just keep an eye on that one. This could be a bit of a heavier AP Varus build with the full AD composition, trying to mitigate that.
And we saw some pretty cool things from some of our LDL call-ups just yesterday, right? Jachi had an obscene Kai'Sa game. He is a Kai'Sa specialist, but as was, I know in the Reddit threads they were saying very similar things, and I concur. There is something about LDL AD carries and their ability to play Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
It's a requirement to be in that league, to be playing in the service.
That's your interview. You turn up to the office, and there's a setup there, and it just says lock-in Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
and that's all they say. That's all they say.
But Starry on the other side does play a bit of Kai'Sa, but he always was one of those more creative options, and you have got Linfong, one of those other call-ups coming on through. And now he's going to have a Galio thrown on top of it. That combo is ridiculous. Cannot move for a solid 4 seconds.
Lenfeng chooses not to flash. Could have flash W'd. Maybe just afraid of the Vi chased him under turret. I think actually Lenfeng's W was cancelled by that Vi Q. Not a great mechanical play there from the mid laner of OMG. There is potentially a cross map, but it's a Gwen with level 11, a Riftmaker, no real options there. So all Heng really does is, does some Safari League of Legends, turns up bot lane, watches the wildlife, and doesn't really have much to do besides that.
First turret goes down topside, and I won't count that as a casting guess. I was about to say, look, Linfeng and Starry could be really cool for OMG coming up through their academy system. Linfeng in particular looked really exciting, and then he dies. I didn't get there though, guys. So it's not actually a caster curse. It was like a preemptive curse, an almost curse.
I think at that one, it's actually just that the game just subtly prodding you, say.
An omen.
It's an omen, yeah. What? I'm a big fan of the project.
Yeah, no.
They're very good. That monosynth riff is very, very cool. I was gonna say, what would actually be the League of Legends equivalent of portending the omens being? You know, like the old Greek thing where they'd take the entrails of a bird or something and then figure out destiny from it. What would the League equivalent be?
Is it just draft? It's like, I've looked at the tea leaves, that is my draft, and God, this needs to go in the bin. I'm out of here, I'm dodging.
It doesn't quite feel occult enough, but NIP, that's it.
I don't know, I've seen some of my teammates, there's something very weird going on with them.
But weirdly enough, back in 2023, when OMG had Shanji, Aki, PP God, and of course Cream and Abel as well, it kind of felt like they were kind of occult. It felt like they were just not normal. It kind of felt like each one of them was just praying to a different chaos god.
Yeah, look, there was a chatter in Niveau's chat when I was doing the Amir Masters stream, and they were predicting the LR game score based on an astrology thing.
Oh, that's
which
wonderful.
was wonderful. And I don't know whether they were being. I assume they were joking. But you just never know, do you?
No.
They could well have been absolutely dead serious, which would be great.
Herald and Dragon being traded apart as well. OMG, I think they have to just avoid NIP for the next while now, because it does just feel as though they're weaker in every single role until they hit towards 2 items, maybe, with this kind of gold deficit. Dragon goes over, they do get themselves their second one, but because they lost that third one, the second spawn earlier, not in the happiest position.
As the game gets on, if you can pull off those combos on the traps, they start to really hurt. The scalings on the captive audiences are actually really high, guys.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. If you, especially once you, because hang on. Oh yeah, because the Deadly Flourish is the Deadly. Yeah, but didn't they change the name of the Deadly and the captive audience? Captive audience is
the trap.
Is the trap now,
and Deadly Flourish is the W.
Even though really, probably should be the other way around. And it was the other way around when he was in PvE, and they changed it for reasons unbeknownst to me. He has himself a fire cannon now, because he already has that. Now, the thing is, most of the people look at Jhin builds and say, well, fire cannon is where you drop your damage. Jhin has been doing so much goddamn damage recently, and I think if you're not hitting the Sejuani, the fire cannon, being able to walk up, and we just saw against the Varus there, will just take random half your HP because of the early lethality and the early lead which this Jhin has. Very, very happy to say, look, I'll drop some damage for the consistency of being able to deal that damage with the fire cannon extended range.
Sucks a little bit more perhaps in a team fight where you are looking for big moments of burst, but in the laning moments when you're sat in mid lane just getting chunks, incremental stuff, it does feel better in those scenarios. It's less exciting perhaps, certainly less flashy right now, but can be really valuable when you're looking to take control of the mid lane.
Yeah, it helps to think of Rapid Fire Cannon as kind of like a mid-wave priority item, because you complete it around the point where, as we see here, you're fighting around mid lane priority, and Jhin can kind of get that first auto attack on the wave, or walk beyond the wave and get that first auto attack onto you, invade into the enemy jungle. As we see, with the Herald, they have managed to use the Jhin and the Herald to chunk down mid lane, keep OMG back, and then go into the enemy jungle. This is the value you get.
Heng is off that bot side, so we'll keep our eyes on that, but I think it is just going to be the end of that play. As Linfeng steps onto Doombeat, gets a decent chunk there with the Gatling gun, stepping on forwards with the home guard speed. Really as dangerous it was earlier in the game. Not going to be forcing a flash right now. Although, hang on.
Yeah, well, there's a jungler in the bush there, and Doombeat does have armor, but we'll see how much that really leads to. Starry maybe looking for something was angling for an ult, potentially. She's not seeing the bot lane. Another wave cleared out by Doombeat. Feels like he's safe now. Look, he does have the Sunfire and Tabby. He's not easy to take down, but Heng's just been doing this a little bit. I'm just saying, look, I'm just gonna sit in that brush and wait to see if there is an angle. Does feel like it's a little low opportunity cost though.
Yeah, I think he also gets some crugs because obviously he had his red side jungle stolen, so it felt like he was going to have to return the favour at least a little. And I understand that thought process there as a jungler, because if you don't do anything there, if you go for a gank and fail, you're just down an additional, like, what, 12 to 15 CS, and significant amounts of gold at this point in the game. Remember, jungle camps do give more gold as the game goes on.
We're just highlighting that. It's already a 1.3k gold lead in the jungle matchup, which is, now part of that is because Hung decided to throw himself into a Vi Galio combo, for reasons...
There was a lemming moment to it,
Which is, by the way, that's really sad, by the way. You know that famous video footage of the lemmings the lemmings jumping off a cliff? You know, that was actually just the photographers just throwing them off the cliff.
I know.
We might see, do the lemmings go off the cliff again? It's coming through.
Being thrown off it is what's happening. As 2FP comes on in, Moam is a dead Renata. Nice pick off in the jungle. Burned a few ults to do it. It's way before Drake, so they'll be off cooldown, and then Aki can come over and try and force a steal on that blue buff, but the smite is secure enough from Hung to get that one. Now Doomby going to get some free time to shove in towards his bot side. Leave gets to do mid lane as well. And that mid tier 1 they started chunking out earlier, but that pick off on the Renata now falls.
Yeah, NIP just so clean around just saying, look, we're just going to just hard pummel you in mid lane, look for entrances either side of mid lane, whether it's into the Raptors, whether it's into the Wolves and stuff like that. They find some camp steals, they find a kill, and OMG, they're not on the board yet in terms of kills. They have 2 dragons, but realistically, if you're getting dragons, you need to get 4 of them, because that soul gives you the combat stats. Maybe you drop in terms of gold, you trade for them. They're not going to get to that point. NIP are just completely shutting them out. It's been very clean approach to the map so far, and you know, this is starting where they left off from NIP. It was a strong split 1 for them. I think that they were very good at just kind of like cleanly making plays around the map on a macro sense. You know, only really drop that to the top teams. And OMG, sadly for them, that wasn't their specialty really. They weren't really the clean macro team. They were more scrappy, and now they're so far behind, those scraps are just very hard to find.
And it's starting to come down into a discrepancy of 2 items coming on through. So glad you pointed that out, because I was about to have that conversation as well. That is a Terminus second. This is looking a little bit like that Kerberos top build where he did Rage Play Terminus Jack show, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he did. Well, he did some strange stuff as well, where you just like stacked Haunting Guys and went for Terminus and Rage Blade or whatever it was.
Oh god.
Whereas this, look, I'm just going to stack percentage damage increase, and Varus's base damages will do deadly things. 2 items hit by Linfong, which means that he does have something to play around, but he doesn't have any armor pen in items to get through the Galio as easily as he'd like to, so he needs to find a target, which wasn't that. Dragon started Aki in the back of the pit right now. Of course, he's a higher level Vi, so he can tank that up quite well. How does this fight arrange itself? Shanji, good angle to dive into the backline if the opportunity presents itself.
Slight chunk there onto Starry. Deadly Flourish goes through from Leaf. Doesn't get as much value as I think he was hoping for there. But in goes Alistair. PP got flash for the 3-man pull. Galio comes in with a heroic entrance. Leaf's got a wonderful angle for the curtain call. Shanji, though, in danger as the turnaround does finally start to come on through for OMG. They get their first kill of the game. And what looked like a wonderful combo for NIP leads to a lot of low health bars, but no kills secured. And now the likes of this Ambassador can look to step on forwards, can't quite get anything more themselves. Control ward in the banana bush is giving them a lot of power, and a reset available for Linfeng will allow a Corki to come through with a lot of HP. PP God, no HP to work with, slowed down by the hail of arrows, just out of range of the handshake, but actually Moam now just dies to the Jin. PP God still alive, Kung goes on forward, finally brings down the stakes. But the rest of the fight can continue. Leave gets the clan to run away, flashes on out from Harry. And Leave is leaving up to his namesake. He just runs away better.
Leave with a triple kill on the Jin. Not the best entrance to the fight from NIP as they couldn't close the kills, but Leave makes sure it ends on a good note. Signs that one off with a flourish. This Jin, like we saw it in playoffs, is absolutely phenomenal from the young AD carry of NIP.
He did 6.6k damage in a team fight with just a collector and a rapid fire cannon. He goes back home and buys a full Infinity Edge practically.
That's
unreal scene.
Yeah, you've heard of the one shot where you kill someone in one go. Get ready for the one shot where you go back and buy an item in one go, pretty much. 5-0-3, incredible team fight from Leave. You know, what happened in that last fight, I presume we're going to go see a replay of it, but when we get around to it, as the Atacon goes down, you can see that OMG managed to peel back away from the initial engage pretty well, and the initial target just doesn't end up getting focused down. And it's like, you know, the Jin hitting the Sejuani instead of really hitting the important targets at the start of the fight. And we'll see that here. So, you know, you see this choke point. You know, everyone's kind of funneling in. It's not really multiple angles, and they can kind of peel back into that direction. It means that the actual carries OMG get to stand back a little bit, even with the needlework managing to get some work into it. Starry and Linfeng managed to get some good damage back. then you start to get the problems coming through, because while your carries survive, they're now low HP, and Jin is full HP with a lot of gold behind it. Normally you'd say, well, okay, they're still hitting into a tank. Yeah, but you don't have the armor stack just yet, so it's still quite dangerous. And Leave uses the movement speed and uses his more HP to just say, well, I mean, I can just tap you at that point. Linfeng goes in, comes back because he had to regen that HP with that teleport. But sadly, he misjudges his second entry into the fight. Flubs it. Doesn't quite get any damage onto that Jin. Lee gets to just completely run away with it.
That was remarkable, and did sound like we were having some Apaches coming flying on through there as the Gatling gun sound was rolling the entire time. And the cavalry was absolutely flying on in. Baron now spawned. You've got withdrawals to work with, so NIP can really force this very hard. Hung forced away from the fight, does not have flash. Could potentially get into the pit, though! Oh my days! That came down to a flip. Hung can't quite secure it, though. Baron for the side of NIP, and they're going real deep. As Galio comes flying on in with a hero's entrance. It's a good hostile takeover, but it is too little. It is far too late. Renata tries to bail herself out, but Starry's stars in his eyes quickly dim into the grey of death. Leave will pick up the wave here as well, and NIP running away with it now.
They get everything in this game. OMG have 2 kills total. NIP get themselves the Baron. They had themselves that Atakan to force the fight afterwards. Yeah, it did get down to a bit of a flip around the objective, but even if that hadn't worked out their way, they could have ran away with the fight anyway, and that's exactly what they did. They walk forwards, take themselves their first base turret of the game, and Inhibitor will fall shortly after that. And OMG, they haven't really had much of a contest this game. They've gone for 1 or 2 fights, and NIP have slapped them down, completely ran them through.
Yeah, they have. I half wondered that. Don't know if we're going to replay that, but that was an absolute smite fight. Heng did get off. That smite went down about 10 HP if I counted correctly, so very close indeed. In goes 2MB, looking for an angle, but gets Hanshik out of his Justice Punch. Halid missed down for Gwen, but Chanji will be just fine, and they're just going to get the curtains called. Might well be that for the game as well. The bows begin to come on through. Now OMG may be forced to take them.
Yeah, you can see just the auto attacks to the Jin there. Dealing damage to a tank, that's a problem. Normally, Jin doesn't do tank damage, especially without a Lord Dominate's regards, but this has been the state of the Jin for a while. Felt like sometime in spring playoffs, people were like, yeah, Jin does damage for some reason. Let's keep playing that. Go back to the replay, though, is, yeah, it got to a bit of a contest. This was a flip. 48 HP. It was the early smite from the, I believe that was the early smite from the Sejuani,
yeah,
who was 48 HP short. That's incredibly close, actually. Okay, but as we were saying just before that, even if they had gotten that smite, chances are they die in the fight afterwards. They would have drawn themselves into the play. They still lose 4 of them, so definitely still a winning play from NIP. All the same, NIP going forwards again.
All the way on it. And the hostile takeover comes on through. Moam really found that many great hostile takeovers. The one in the fight that was close around the dragon, that's been it, I think, this game. But I think on the whole, OMG are going to need to go back to the drawing board. I was going to talk about Starry's interesting build. He's gone towards the Zonya's third, what he was thinking about. But it's not really been about Starry. Hell, it's not really been about OMG. This has just been the NIP show pretty much from minute 1.
Yeah, and the problem with the Zonyas versus the Vi Galio is that if you time the Vi Galio right, your Zonyas doesn't save you because the stasis doesn't last long enough to get you through the Vial and then also the Galio. So you get hit by one or both of them. Here comes the Vi, and here it go again.
From forced to back away way before that fight commences means that Ambessa left out to dry a little as the combo comes on through. The Chains of Corruption landed, but we said that the skill shot accuracy was going to have to be important. It was going to have to be well chosen. It doesn't feel like they've really been able to do that this game as Shanji now takes the moment to throw a few acupuncture sessions into OMG. And I think the only thing they're feeling right now, though, is pain. As Leave just one-tap someone. 4th shot comes on through. Curtain calls are there. Linfeng just about caught with the 4th shot. They'll be on the fountain just about alive. Moan will handshake Leave to at least get a kill onto that Jin. But that is a poor silver lining to what was an NIP-sided game from minute 1 to end of game.
NIP were favourites heading into the game, heavy favourites heading into the game, and they really proved why that. It was a clean game, really clean game from laning phase through to those team fights in the end of the game. NIP just didn't slow down, and OMG, sadly for them, couldn't really mount a good defense. So NIP, their previous members, OMG's previous members take the victory over them. Aki, Shanji, PP God, of course, were made famous really on OMG 2023. They have a good showing of it here against their old team.
That they do. Hi guys. That was less. That was I thought my throat was clear. It was not, and so you just heard me sort of die on camera.
Hi, we're Nymaera and Initialise. We're brothers. We cast the LPL because there's no official LPL English broadcast anymore, so we thought we'd do it ourselves. Thank you so much for the moderation work in chat, by the way, Blade. I did see there was some interesting messages being thrown around. And if you are enjoying our coverage so far, you can watch it either on the Twitch channel, which we're live on right now, the YouTube, which we're live on right now, and also Onivia's YouTube highlight stream as well, because that's being restreamed up to this. We're currently live in 3 places, and if you're watching any of them, we appreciate you being here to support the stream, watching games like this. Yes, Eisen, these are best of ones. If you are in chat, we do pay attention to that as well, and we can answer your questions if and when that we want to, really. But yeah, NIP clearly favourites coming to this game. I'm really excited to see them play against Top Esports later.
Should be really good fun.
If they're playing like that, we see another Leave Jin performance like that. Top Esports felt that Leave Jin in playoffs last split. They did win against it, but god damn, that was a strong Jin. I can't wait for that. I think that's game 4 of the day.
Are we podcasting today? Is it Tuesday?
It is Tuesday today. Yeah, we can do that later.
We'll do that because I think we need to talk about Top Esports relative to first stand and stuff, so maybe that's a good time. So there you go. If you stick around after the stream as well, we'll be trying to do a little bit of ye old podcasty things.
Yes, we will. So we've got 6 best of ones today. We'll then figure stuff out after that point. But yeah, we'll be catching up the biggest highlights of the week, I suppose, of the start of the split a little bit later today. And yeah, so stick around, folks. Do you need a drink or anything? How are you feeling?
I'm okay for now. I've got half a coffee. If you want to go do that, that's absolutely fine. I'm aware that you were starting a little early, and I was like,
yeah, I'm
sorry.
I'm just gonna take a bit of a step away from the screen right now. And
I'll look after you, chap. It's fine.
Does this Initialise guy ever sleep? I don't know, Sam. Do you ever sleep?
At the minute, no. I did not get. I think I got an average of 4 hours sleep this weekend.
It's been quite low, but yeah, folks, that's what that means, folks. We're pretty much live 6 hours a day, plus bringing you stuff like this LPL coverage. And if you're enjoying it, that means mission accomplished, really. So stick around, drop a like, drop a comment, and we'll see you. We'll see you for more games like this one later.
That's exactly it. Yeah, you go chill out, dude. I'll keep an eye on chat. That's fine. Yeah, hey chat, good to see you, Olivia. Error Surge looking. I'm trying to look after my health. It's just basically there's not to put too fine a point. There's been a lot of league happening recently because obviously I had a Mere Masters co-streaming, right? So I was doing a Mere Masters in the afternoons. I was doing LPL in the mornings. So I would also then basically have the raid over from Nymaera's Twitch channel over to mine while we were setting up for Mere Masters, and we'd watch a Mere Masters together, and then I would finish that and have dinner, and then I'd do Supervive in the evening and finish that at like 3 in the morning, and it's like, oh my god, I've just not stopped. It's pretty crazy. Let me just turn my camera off for a second so you can see some of the numbers there. Pretty insane. I was asleep this time yesterday. I just had to be, Trinity. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, my voice wasn't functional. Here's some highlights. I can pull the camera back up for this while we got this rolling. There we go. We are in a pretty good spot at this point. And big old chunks come flying on through, and there's the Galio ultimate. This was the moment we went, okay. OMG, just not on it today. That one was a little bit silly. Ambassador's already crazy, but Gwen's extra crazy, it seems. Can be. I think so. Gwen, for the record, had some changes. We've had this conversation a few times. It's 15.6 or 25.6, depending on your nomenclature. Man, that word is weirdly hard to say. Hello, Untouchable Backer. What a name as well. what a name. I enjoyed that one a lot. Yeah, Gwen is getting nerfed on 15.7, understandably. Because basically, they tried to make her a bit more fun to play in the early game by taking away some of her late game power. What that has then made is she's very oppressive in the early game, and her late game is still really good, to a point where it's not changed all that much in terms of her ability to win in late game. So she's just better on the whole. Is there a reason the game audio is quieter compared to LCK? Possibly the way we're mixing it. It might also just be the clean feeds. We get it through a different source than how LCK does it as well. Because there's the way clean feeds normally work is you get like a link you put into OBS basically, and we've got a very different way of doing that in terms of what service that the LPL uses. So it might just also be the clean feed source, not the same way it's done. I can't say too much more because it's all pseudo secret, you know what I mean? So oh, Alex is in the other room saying, oh hell, I turned the game down because someone asked earlier Oh boy, that's fair. I mean, sometimes you can't please everyone. People like their volumes at different levels. But that's the answer to your questions. We turned it down because people wanted it a bit quieter. If you're thinking it's too far the other way, we can potentially adjust as well. But again, there's only so much we can do because there's a subjective level. What level do you want? Did Aki get 3 kills? I don't actually remember. Honest answer. Morning, Sophie. Good to see you. That's multiple chats I'm seeing you in now. Sophie was in my Twitch chat the other day on multiple services. Entwu, also good to see you. I'm recognizing a lot of familiar face over in the Nivea chat too. It's kind of hard to hear you guys over the game earlier. There you go then. So in that case, it did need to go down. So that's the answer in general. Is we had the volume a little too loud, so we dropped the volume so you could hear us because we're important, so they say. Like Maiden Split and Pro, yeah, exactly. When you can do certain things with Yorick, or you could do certain things with Yorick, that looks pretty silly. So you're making sure the volume number is specifically set to a multiple of 5. I'm happy. Oh, that OCD level, I think it is absolutely, yeah, at a multiple of 5. As Leave understandably gets MVP. What an insane Jin game. That one team fight alone, as he just walks around a hostile takeover. Gets a wonderful combo there with the auto Q auto. 4th shots here with the flash to get a kill. The guy just knows Jin. For all that he's known for things like the Kai'Sa, he's got a real eye on Jin and the combos you can pull off on this champion. Just to trigger chat, I keep my T volume at 17. Trinity. Why this random number? You're a mod on both mine and Alex's channel and you do this? Maybe that's what it requires, you to be a mod on our channel. There's a certain level of degeneracy required to deal with us on a regular basis. Who plays next? I believe it's... I actually don't know off the top of my head. I should know that. It'll be Top Esports versus someone. It had to be a psycho to be awake for you two. Very true. Like how big a CEO requires you to have psychopathic traits. It does feel like that, doesn't it? I suspect there's some studies that have been done into that, for better or worse. Hey, Marco. FPX TES. Thank you, Trinity. I couldn't remember the 4th person in the group briefly. Should be a fun game, that. I think FPX are an interesting team right now. I think they will pretty handily lose to Top Esports. But I'm interested to see how close it will be.
首先恭喜深圳 NIP 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们请到的是下路选手 Leaf 来到赛后采访席，欢迎 Leaf 跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 的下路 Leaf。
首战告捷哦，今天整场打得非常流畅，几乎没有给过对手任何机会，所以怎么评价自己，包括说队伍今天整体的一个发挥呢？
感觉今天队伍整体发挥又回到曾经的感觉了吧？今天没想到发挥这么好，
很熟悉是吧？那今天其实，在对方 team 排龙的时间点的时候，当时虽然你们蛮有优势的，而且阵型一开始站得也很不错，但是可能说配合上面小小的有瑕疵，最后被 OMG 拿到了一个人数优势。最后是你们这里3杀打扫战场，
NIP and TES had very different splits. NIP started very strong and had a bit of a disappointing playoffs. TES started a bit shaky, had a fantastic playoffs. And then obviously TES again had a very underwhelming first time round. We were all quite disappointed
那接下来就是你们的背靠背了，其中的一场跟 Topo 的对决也是今天的焦点战，所以你会怎么看待这场比赛的一个展开？
We'll go from that.
上一次我们1-3，因为我择力的失误失去了那次胜利，这一次我要把失去的全部拿回来。
我来势汹汹！好，我们来期待后面的一个比赛。谢谢李来到我们的赛后采访的环节，我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Immediately Trinity says the other option. Shocking. Awesome. Right, I'm going to run some ads for the Twitch viewers, so we don't get them in game. 1 second. We'll come back over this. We come back over. How are we all doing, guys? Having a good time? Leaks. Ooh. It's Lauk, Lauk, I'm assuming, is the German word for leaks, right? If I remember my Deutsch vaguely well. Leeks are great. Also very good with pasta. If you can do white wine, garlic, butter, leeks, and you probably want something like salty and then like some bacon that lardons or something, and rosemary. You get a really nice sauce. Very easy to do as well. You throw it all in the pot and let it boil for 20 minutes. Here's the primary ingredients in coq au vin. Ooh, now outside my cannot stop me this hungry at 9 a.m. Yeah, I know. Genuinely, I'm making myself hungry here as well. It's my fault. Mum does leeks with bacon and garlic butter, as you should. I think it's a wonderful way of doing it. I personally add some spring onions in there for a bit of sweetness. Fry them up. Spin-off of a German soup. A bit thicker as a pasta sauce. Oh, I love that. Yeah. I can see it. See, if you've got the recipe, feel free to drop it in one of our Discords, you know, for no reason. FPX sports. Keep doing that, sorry, mate.
FPX have side choice, they'll be on blue side, presumably. Did you run to the fans?
I did just run them, yes.
Cool. Right, in that case, we get to go. Morning, Sophie.
Around the EMEA Master stream as well. Quite cool. Big Lobster Tones fan, if I remember correctly.
Okay, right, game 1 of 6 down. Quick one, which is kind of nice, I guess. We get to see an interview after that game. Do we only get the interviews? Okay, cool. Alrighty. For the next game. So, yeah, FPX. I'm trying to remember if they changed their bot lane, actually. What volume did I have this on? So right now, what's volume of the stream like? Because I feel like the stream volume today is lower than it should be. In terms of like the actual thing which I'm getting from the website itself. Joy still there? That's good. Joy still. Okay, so Bat's been replaced by Assume, because Assume was on EDG. I think it's solid. Okay, it just went quiet after the music. Music was too loud. Music was too loud? Right, okay, good to know. So normally I have it a little bit lower than this. Normally I have stream volume about like this. But yeah, today it was, this may be your fastest day in casting of faves, have some spine. Yeah, I mean, the teams play dominantly. Right, the good teams in the group. Like if Top East was an NIP or on a good game, they don't really show any mercy. Yeah, okay, right. I'll keep an eye on game volume then, because I must have misjudged that earlier today. Comparing it to your own sounds voices, thanks, Blade. I appreciate it. Right, so obviously Top East was coming as heavy favorites, being current LPL champions, even though they completely shit the bed at first stand. You have to give them that respect. You know, FPX. Replacing a member, had a terrible first split with one of the worst teams in the league. They've had a real fall from grace. You know, they had Milky Way on loan. He went back to RNG because of contract shenanigans. Top Esports favorites. Look, I know that's I know it's a meme, but also look, Top Esports regionally are a very different beast to Top Esports internationally. And this is why people get so annoyed by them. It's because they are so good regionally, but they just don't live up to that promise internationally. It is the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast. And yeah, Top Esports, they just went to first stand, but they bombed out against HLE 3-0 in the semi-finals after almost coming last in the whole damn tournament. Tell it to the Chinese fans. The Chinese fans know. They know. Chinese fans know. I'm actually very interested to see what the crowd reception is to Top Esports in their first game back. I'm very interested because, yeah, not the easiest. This is the roster change. Assume has gone from EDG to FPX. He didn't have the best split last time. EDG picked up Arn in his place, for those of you wondering. it's sort of always been this way with top esports internationally. Besides 2020's MSI Replacement Cup, the mid-season cup, top esports won that event versus Gen G and Damwon and then the field. Yeah, top esports won 2020 MSI, but it wasn't really, well, it was just LPL LCK, so it's not like a full international event, but they did actually win that. And technically it was online as well, so you know, bunch of caveats. So yeah, FPX. Joy's been the highlight of the show for me. Joy's a good player. I like him a lot. Literal Mickey Mouse tournament. That was more competitive than MSI after that, because remember MSI used to have one team from each region up until 2023, right?
Yeah.
So actually, the mid-season cup was a better tournament than MSI until 2023.
Don't get me wrong, there were issues with mid-season cup, but like in terms of level of play.
Were there? What issues were there?
Because that was the one where we had certain people playing remote, some people not, and people getting invited in weird places and people not. There was all of that stuff, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it was online because it was in like peak COVID era, but
I thought a fair number of the teams were there in person and RNG weren't.
Sam, this is 2020 spring, remember?
Which was the one where people didn't, where we...
That was MSI.
Was
2022.
Was it 22?
Oh, 21.
Okay. Yeah, but TES winning it.
No, sorry, it was 22 because it was just RNG that couldn't make it.
Yeah,
and that was during COVID.
Yeah.
Or like the end of it. And then we have Top Esports on the other side, who just went to first stand, as we were saying. And that's why we're having this conversation, because Top Esports won the LPL, and then they went internationally, and they fumbled. They choked. They fumbled. They did the Top Esports classic of you can change the players, you can change the coach, and it just doesn't remove the curse, apparently.
So a solid win rate on blue. Not a bad win rate on red, considering the propensity for that side to be a little bit rough last split. Big champion pools across the board, certain preferences, a lot of vibe from Kanavi as we saw. And here's some highlights from the split, and there were some pretty good ones for Top Esports. What an ult from 369 there.
Yeah, I mean, they beat BLG in the best of 5, right? Knocked BLG out of playoffs. Now, you could argue about how, the Cassante bug in Game 3 meant that BLG couldn't get themselves that win. Did that impact the series? Inevitably so. Apparently, Cassante's bug's now been fixed with that now, but end of the day, BLG deserved to lose to Top Esports with the gameplay that they showed on the day, and Top Esports were the better team, and then, of course, they went into finals. And they beat Anyone's Legend handily, actually. 369 Cassante was disgusting as ever. Kanavi was on incredible individual form. And now I'm in a strange place because I was so excited for Top Esports, and that was my mistake, I suppose.
Fell for it again, award.
Yeah, because, you can change the players, you can change the coach. I mean, Jackulov is the only remaining member of that, kind of like the Top Esports legacy since 2020, really. And I think, an eyebrow has to be raised about him and his kind of contribution to the atmosphere and the mental of the team, I suppose, or whatever it is that has led to Top Esports having this dire international reputation. Yeah, it's a difficult conversation because, I fully expect Top Esports to return today and be regional Top Esports and be disgusting as heck. But, and being a very strong regional team. But this is the problem with Top Esports. You just have to, you have to suck it up as an LPL fan and go, well, Top Esports, they're probably going to win regionally, but what happens internationally? Thanks for the follow, by the way, appreciate it.
Yeah, it would be. And speaking of follows, if you can hit the follow button, if you can do the subscribe button, these are valuable things on whatever platform you may be on. It means a lot to us that you come and give some support. You can come and follow my channel as well. I'm in the title, Initialise Cast on YouTube and Twitch. It just helps us keep doing what we're doing, gets eyes out there a bit further, so if you can do that, it does make a huge deal of difference in terms of being able to do this. Little interview, look at these adorable people, what a wonderful little smile.
Oh yeah, Shadow playing for Jungle for FPX now. Thank you for the sub, by the way.
Hell yeah.
主要是 BOE 有很多随机性嘛，所以那种感觉每一场都有赢的机会，所以还是挺刺激的。
感觉 Shadow 一直在队内都是很会去活跃气氛的嘛。那赛季伊始有没有什么话想跟队友们加油打气说的呢
？NIP game won very handily.
好，加油！我们期待你们的精彩比赛，谢谢，一会儿见。
谢谢。
同样，我们请到的是 Top 的辅助选手 Crisp， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
然后我是 Top 的辅助选手 Crisp。
I miss Crisp
大家最为关心的问题之一，可能就是 Top 近期整体状态的一个调整。
Yeah, he did. He had some cool hair over the years.
最近在做怎样的努力呢？
最近的话，可能就是先提升我们自己的每个人的状态吧，就是先减少一下，就是在前期的一些失误，就是前期感觉给对手机会还是太多。
That's very reasonable.
打 POE 的话，可能跟以往的比赛多多少少还是会一些不一样的地方嘛。那在这一阶段的比赛当中，你们觉得队伍最需要做好的部分又是哪些呢？
因为 BOE 的话，就是一场比赛决定胜负的，就是你可能就是不能在游戏的前面就是有太多的失误吧，就是如果你失误比较多的话，可能就是很难会弥补回来吧，所以我觉得可能就是从前期开始，就是尽量会避免一些失误，然后做好我们自己一些打好的团战。
好，也期待 Top 的一个精彩发挥，谢谢，我们一会见。
Nice to hear from our players there, even though I don't speak Mandarin. Sometimes people do in chat. It's nice to do that. Yes, when IP won game 1 and it was kind of one-sided. And yes, Crisp used to have silver hair like a pop star. It was really cool actually. His silver hair was really cool. I'm sad we lost Yukal's blue hair, and Saber got rid of his pink hair before Ultra Prime promoted him. I didn't realize that Saber even had pink hair. That's fantastic. That's so cool. It sucks that we lose that. I like to see players kind of lean into their own style and stuff. The extension the LEC had was so cool, so we look at all the live stats. Yeah, that was really fun. I think you can do that when you're watching on Bilibili for LPL, but sometimes that can be a bit inconsistent as well. Anyway, we're going to see the teams walk out. For their first game of the day, Top East was returning from first stand, and then of course FPX, who have their own theme. I don't know whether they'll play their own theme song today, but they do have another Chrissy Constanza theme song, which isn't Phoenix. They got her in after 2019 Worlds to do that. I don't know whether they'll be walking into that though.
The top. Look at that little. They've all got little catchphrases and stuff to fly across the screen. That's always fun.
Yeah. OMG's one is really cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's the FPX theme song.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Get yourself an esports team which has its own theme song. They commissioned it themselves. After they won 2019 Worlds. Couldn't use Phoenix, of course, because that was the Riot one. So they got their own one. Top Esports coming back from first stand. First time on the LPL stage since winning it in Split 1. Very interested to see what the reception is to this team now after the international disappointment.
Yeah, the LPL fans can be quite ruthless if you underwhelm sometimes. Can be a challenge to come back and manage that actually as a team and players.
Yeah,
not always the easiest to overcome that just on a fan reaction level sometimes.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing. It's no presenter on stage this time again. We have the ghost of the LPL presenter on the stage there instead. The ghost of Mercedes tells you the LPL is starting.
The ghost of Mercedes? What is this?
They need some
The spirits of E-Class past.
Top Esports are cosplaying Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde. Is it way too seriously? This is why Top Esports is telling ourselves in the mirror, why so serious? What the hell? Jesus. Damn.
No one cared who I was until I locked in there.
Is Top Esports the most disappointing team from LPL ever consistently? Oof. These are harsh conversations, folks. These are harsh conversations, but honestly, Top Esports probably
is,
given the amount of titles that they won, the amount of players that have gone through their roster. It's so strange, and I don't want this to overcome everything, overshadow everything rather. However, Top Esports, you have to have these conversations. But as they were walking on stage, I was trying to read the body language a bit, and it did look a little bit muted. It's the first game. It's and that I don't expect it to affect their games today. Maybe against an IP, I don't know. I don't expect it to be viewing that. But Top Esports have a lot to rebuild on because I was excited. Some people were excited. You know, we thought, okay, Hom's coming. We have Kanavi. We have 369. This trio in the LPL, Hom, Kanavi, 369, is so ridiculously good. Let's see if that will translate elsewhere. It didn't so far, so Top Esports have to rebuild again. FPX, on the very much the other side of this, I mean, they were a previous world champion roster themselves, but they have been in dire straits this last split. And against Top Esports, it's regional Top Esports. This is going to be an uphill battle for the Phoenixes.
We'll see if they can Sultan to swing it back into their favor as we continue. back into the regular season where Top Esports have often been a much more dominant team. Little note in chat as well, apparently Ultra Prime had a rap song that was their own for Overwatch back in the day, which is great. Ocean Salt shouting that one out, so I just want to didn't want to let that one slide. I know we're going into draft and we've got other priorities, but I thought that was cool and worth sharing with the other streams that are syncing up with us right now. FPX, very swift with that first pick Jace, and the response from Top Esports is an equally rapid Sejuani Yone combo locked in. It is an old school OMG special from 2023. It's kind of what we knew them for. They were playing just last game and it didn't look all that clean from them in terms of just general gameplay, but it looks like both teams very, very happy with what they are going for. The plans are in action, both teams comfortable.
You can tell that the Top Esports probably have been scrimming anyone's legend, as both of them picking up exactly the same red 2 for their priority picks. The Yone Sejuani so powerful for the likes of, you know, Shanks, we saw it from the other day, and now Cream here on Top Esports. The Varus locked in for Jaculov. That gives you the option to go towards poke or to go towards the on-hit. We'll see how much more tank FPX lock in, see if Top Esports need to go towards that. Little bit worried for the magic damage component from Top Esports, because they have full AD composition as it stands right now, and they are against a Maokai. If a Leona is also locked in, I'm worried about the frontline killing potential of Top Esports with no magic damage.
Yeah, at the very least, I know obviously if you lock in something like a Jax here or whatever, we sometimes see Jax and Yones get away with it because they've got a little bit of mixed damage, and just the fact you build things like Blade of the Ruin King often on the Yone, you can sometimes just sort of cheat it just a touch. But I agree, the Leona looking like a pretty solid option here as a way to mitigate the straight burst damage, at least a certain amount. Ziggs Jhin banned by Top Esports, the two sort of premier artillery pieces in the bot lane right now. Nico and Nautilus away from Crisp as big engage options, and Crisp was a little bit of a Nico player back in the regular season. Well, actually just the whole of LPL split once. Can remove that option. Are now looking for a top laner, are Top Esports, and they'll lock in a Sion, interestingly.
Right, so both teams going towards heavier frontline. Sejuani, Sion, Maokai with a likely tank support coming through from FPX as well. Maybe.
Is it you?
Maybe. They didn't go through to the EU West. They didn't get to scrim with Los Ratones, sadly. FPX, what are they going to lock in last? Because that Jace very, very likely going towards the top side to bully out that Sion. You don't have a magic damage option for the AD carry role right now, unless you wanted to go towards a Kai'Sa, but you can't really do that into the Varus. Ezreal locked in. I think Ezreal Leona feels really good here for FPX. You can be very, very tanky. Maybe with a side of Braum, you could go for that as well and just say, look, we want to counter the melee support. Of course, Chris could go for that last pick if he wants now too.
The only thing is, I'm now looking at FPX, who've effectively run triple AD carry with the Jace. And Sion is going to go, well, I guess I stack Thornmail and Randuin's as fast as I can. And Sejuani, after the Heartsteel, will also be going, I feel the need to build Frozen Heart or something equivalent. I think if you lock in Braum as well, this is a very bruisery frontline heavy team from Top Esports now.
It is. Not that much damage. And you are against a Maokai and a Leona.
I agree.
There's a lot of CC to keep the Leona and the Maokai in place. But unless Cream pings an ult onto the backline, and Jaculov gets some really good damage down, I do worry for the damage profile of Top Esports. Both teams going full AD, and yeah, one of them is a triple tank and the other one's into just the double tank, but I feel like, you know, if Jaculov randomly dies, I feel like Top Esports, they do fall apart. So some questions put towards Jaculov about their positioning. If you get caught by a good enough solar flare, things can go very, very poorly for them. FPX Top Esports, very different drafts from what we've seen in the LPL so far. A bit slower, a lot of tanks, slower game, potentially on the cards here.
Yeah, and of course you look over at FPX, and if it does get late enough, those triple AD carries will eventually just not care as much about the armor stacking, purely off the fact that you hit late enough and damage tends to outpace resist stacking post about 3-4 items. If you do get to that point, things start to change again in terms of the profiles. There's all our player cams looking pretty locked in here. Shout out to Shadow as well, was once back on what was Mad Lions, now Movistar Koi. Moved back over to the LPL and is starting again now as their jungler. Started that during playoffs, I think, for FPX, if I remember correctly. And looking to start properly here in Split 2. Fingers crossed that he gets a better showing of it. It's not had the easiest journey, has dearest Shadow.
No, he's been about the place. Came into FPX halfway through that last split to try and right the wrongs. So we'll get onto the Rift for our second game of the day, and I'm going to be paying particular attention to the Gyos of both these teams. Top Esports, what's to be said. Testing the waters now, the LPL crowd, as they come back regionally.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Interestingly, we've got ourselves a level 1 instead. The crowd was actually muted for this instead. We didn't get to hear the Gyos in the same way. The Braum going forwards, getting some passives down. Getting some good damage onto Dway, but no summoners blown.
Braum at level 1. Always a bit of a nightmare. I think we've had this conversation a few times, but I think for most people's money, Braum is the strongest level 1 champion in League of Legends. He is pretty damn ridiculous. His tanky, his passive is nuts, his Winter's Bite is horrifying. It sets up for your team to lock someone down. Do not pass go if you engage with the Braum at level 1 in the jungle. It's a bad time. 369. Gonna head into the bush. Oh, he's on that really weird Scion skin that I never remember the name of, but it's got a very silly splash art.
Wait, no, isn't this one the new
Oh,
Noxus
it's the new one?
No, this is the new Noxus one.
It's not the one I thought it was.
No, this is the, whatever the Reckoner, the Grand Reckoning thing is. For the it's for the Noxian, like, season. The Noxian split. You know, with the arena kind of stuff coming through. So, Sheer, of course, Sheer, very good individual laner from last year on JDG. Scion into Jace can be a bit difficult. It's not the Conqueror. First arrow of the game goes wide from the Poke Varus coming through for Jaculov.
Again, you've got the grasp on Sheer to try and mitigate that. It does feel like Jace has started having better options into those lanes where he used to just get outstatted by tanks a bit in terms of looking for those trades. As Dway actually stepping on forwards was looking for that Shield of Daybreak, but Crisp just taps him once of his own and says, I don't think you want to do that, mate, and backs away. Nice little look in there, doesn't lead to all that much. You can see the observers zooming in. Care and Cream trading out in the mid lane, and as the Yone, you tend to just get shoved in until you at least hit level 3. Arrow goes wide.
Berserker's being so brutal to Jaculov here, missing out on his arrows early. Really wanting to highlight that. Someone was asking what the rune is on Scion. That's his passive of his Soul Furnace, so it's this weird one where we have an overlay here in the LPL where it shows if you have stacks on a champion, it replaces the rune slot, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Sometimes it can hide some important information there for just a casual viewer. But yeah, level 2 hit by these bot lanes now. Laning phase from Top Esports. Standard lanes typically work out very well for them. The failing of Top Esports at first stand really was about them not necessarily having a bad 2v2 from Jaculov and Crisp, although sometimes that was in question, but more about them just not playing with the minimap on. And teams just realized, look, if we just gank bot early, they don't pay attention to jungle pattern, we can keep track of them. Speaking of, like, Care might be actually at risk of that. Dodges out on the knockup, though.
Cream lands a little Spirit Cleave at the back end of it all, but Care holds on to Flash, holds on to Valkyrie even, really, just to get to fly his fluffy corky butt away to safety. That skin is wonderful, by the way. I just love it. It's wonderful. Yeah. There's a whimsy to it that appeals.
It's great. I actually quite like the arcade Corki as well, though.
Yeah,
that has some very cool sound effects. I like that quite a lot.
I've actually got Ice Toboggan Corki.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. No, that's not the rare one. The rare one's a UFO Corki.
Ice Toboggan's supposed to be pretty rare as well, I think. But yes, UFO Corki also similarly very, very rare.
I don't remember if I also have that one. Anyway, it's just one of those ones which has just been around the place. But yeah, FPX, of course, coming in. Massive underdogs here, but they're not without their own power as well. 369's running Grasp, of course he is, because you don't always see that into the Jace, because melee versus range can be a bit difficult. Cream has Flash, might have to flash over the wall here though, needs to be a bit careful.
Combines his soul, looks for a trade. Here comes Kanavi, now Care in danger, tried to look for the flash, can't quite find it. Shadow uses the flashed Kanavi to twisted advance out to safety.
Yeah, he could have used his flash if he really wanted to, but Kanavi, his Sejuani, not something I've always been a big fan of. I prefer him having a bit more damage, a bit more individual agency than the Sejuani. Because, you know, if you flash forward on something like a Pantheon like that, you feel a little bit better. Less so on the Sejuani. I have to keep track of that one. Early game for FPX, not going badly so far in terms of laning phase.
Yes, I agree. And shout out Care, the fact he didn't have to burn his flash. He's got the Valkyrie away for safety. Kanavi just shy on that flash for the Winter's... Winter's Flail? I always forget the full name of the flail.
Oh, I can't remember that one. Like, I can't remember that one. Sejuani's gone through so many metas, and I've never bothered to learn the ability names them. I know Arctic Assault, I know Permafrost. It's not like Flail of the Frozen North or something.
I think it's Glacial Flail, something like that.
Then you've got Glacial Prison.
Yes,
so I don't know.
It's double Glacial. Maybe someone in chat remembers. I can Google it. But like, I'll use the power of Google.
Very good, Sam. Very good. Care jumping forward to the Valkyrie, getting some damage down with that one. Cream now tanking up the wave. There's another knockup from the Yone. You don't necessarily want to be going into that minion wave. Care's early laning phase going quite well on the Corki so far. He has been a long-term Corki player. Care is such an interesting player to track because occasionally he's had some very good moments and sometimes he's had some very awful ones as well.
It's Winter's Wrath.
Winter's Wrath. Right, okay. Nice.
So I kept saying, it's Winter's Flail, that feels wrong.
It uses a flail.
It uses a flail. I was like, that feels wrong, though. Winter's Rock is the correct name. But 50% right is not actually right. 50,
no,
so,
it's
you know,
not.
it's not even a passing grade in a lot of places. Disaster.
Teleport for 3 to start it towards the top side, down a little bit of CS, but you kind of expect that versus the Jace. I mean, Sheer probably should just go towards the Black Cleaver first in this game, because and indeed he is going to do so. But to help out with that Corki and the Ezreal, Sheer, last year, Sheer was actually my Rookie of the Year. This guy was so damn good on an individual level. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Kanavi doesn't have flash, so we won't be able to force that hard, spots him out early enough. But Sheer, individual laning level, absolutely fantastic on JDG. And he showed that kind of secondary skill set very, very well as a rookie top lane, which can be very hard to do. 2 grubs taken by FPX, and they'll leave the third one and not want to contest that one. Makes sense. The Scion and the Sejuani can really lock you up in place very powerfully at that point.
Yeah, no real contest from top esports. They get one of the grubs, and that's kind of nice enough. It'll delay the full first 3 going over. If they can get towards that second set, can still get the might break point, which can feel pretty good. Cream and Care left towards this bot lane now. Left their native mid lane, the Shadow. Going to find a Braum in his jungle. We're going to try and fight over these Raptors now. Into the permafrost smite combo. Large skew by Kanavi. Now Asum and Jackie trading in mid lane. Asum steps forward to get hit by the hail of arrows. It's an extra auto back in trade.
He's himself level 5 now as well. Dre not able to help his jungler take that camp. And of course Kanavi getting close towards that level 6, which is very, very important. Sheer has his tears, you said, building towards that Black Cleaver. Doesn't have it yet. The armor pen not quite in place. Cream does have ult. Potentially could go for a large combo, but instead just does that really annoying Yone thing where you can trade the under turret with impunity, basically. So one of the most broken things about Yone in pro play is that you're actually not safe to stand under turret and wave clear against him, because you can trade like a full combo onto you for just one tower shot. That brave minion shields the recall of Brave.
A nice attempt there from Chris, but alas, minions were there to deny him, and I saw that miss with that Q there, Cream.
Okay, so top esports get themselves the dragon, get 1 grub, so they trade up a little bit in terms of the overall objective score, I suppose. Interesting else happening around here? No, it's been pretty quiet, and I suppose for top esports, this wasn't. This is where the danger area was for them at the first stand, which was. Their early games weren't quiet. Their early games were explosive in the wrong direction. They'd often get caught out in the bot lane to the 2-3 junglers. Mid laners would roam down there and punish them for playing heavily through a 2v2, but without respect for the map states. That hasn't happened here. So top esports happy to get out of that early game and not get pushed like that. But this is also a truth of the LPL, is that not many teams push them in the early game like that. They, which does leave me questioning, you know, well, what do they learn from games like this? And the answer has often been not that much.
That is a bit of a rough statement to say, but it's true, right? Sometimes you have to question what the learning curve is. You know, you expect teams to actually show solid improvement. When it's quite a stagnant or a slow curve, you have to raise an eyebrow or two about what's going on that's kind of delaying that progress.
There are some teams, of course, which just have these fantastically dynamic early level 1 plans, which is why I'm interested to see from NIP later when they face up against top esports, whether they can cause some issues in that department. Kanavi hang around on this top side of the map. Top lane's gone even in the matchup right now, which is really good for the Sam.
In this mid lane, though, Corki doing a pretty good job of getting a solid-ish CS leader here against Cream, who is a bit of a Yone specialist, right? But down 20 on CS. Part of that will be just the fact that Corki can be a bit of a bully in lane, especially early on. And part of that as well is just good laning from Care, and Cream not quite being able to keep up.
Yeah, Care is Care's a mercurial player. Had some fantastic games, had some awful ones. People remember his last spring when Milky had his debut split. A lot of people remember Care having some of the worst Azir performances I can remember in that spring playoffs.
It's not great, yeah.
Saw them out of that. Jackulov, I was wondering if he's going to fire an ult back there, try and get the cleanse out. But also Care's Ari has been fantastic in the past. He's had fantastic Corki and Yone performances himself in the past. He's been around for a little while now. Occasionally had those great games, as we said, but not really been able to match Cream's recent performances.
Saying about the mercurial performance, we've probably said very similar things about a number of top esports players at times as well. In fact, someone like Cream as well, we've had so much hope from hell. We started the Lactose Tolerance Club because of how much we love the guy. and sometimes it's just gone off. The lactose has become cheese, and it's not so tasty at that point when it's not been properly properly matured.
It's become molded in the wrong way. Shadow has a level advantage to this. He's going down. The Scion Q really helping farm him up. One goes down already. Top esports, so they want to fight. They have really good frontline positioning as it stands.
There we go. Throw out that Malk ultimate, but gets blocked up a little bit. Cream now looking for a bit of an engage. Lands a fate sealed for a huge amount of damage. Needs to pop back himself though. Burns most of his HP bars to get that down. 369 also very, very low. We said there might be a damage problem for Top Esports. Is giving Care a lot of license to step on forward, and FPX the grubs.
Yeah, so it's 3 for 3. Top E's will still get 2 out of that set, so we split that one evenly. But yeah, that is what we were worried about. The damage profile from Top Esports is very dependent on the Yone and the Varus doing a hell of a lot of work. And yes, it's a good ultimate from the Yone, but it does mean that he's left alone in a 1v3 in the backside. I was wondering whether Assume could even follow up for the kill, falling back to his Unbound Soul. Couldn't quite there, but the FPX, that's not a bad blueprint for a fight. Just make sure that the Maokai ult stops the Varus from being able to get himself into prime position. Somehow Jackalov did get hit by the Maokai ult here. Shadow with a good ult, of course. He came in midway through split 1-2 and come back to the LPL. Was on NIP before this. We'll see him playing against his own team before that. It's a good ult, but look at the value that Shadow gets from just breaking up the team fight then, making sure that no one else can follow up on the Yone. Means that FPX largely walk away with a better health bars.
Nice little thundering blow there from Sheer as well to kind of force Cream off on a slightly awkward angle at the back end of it as well, and just good work. And the other thing is, at that point, Cream still doesn't have his first item complete. He's not actually that damaging it. That was Blade of the Ruin King too. You might see something a little different, because you do things like you proc Blade of the Ruin King twice, if I remember correctly, because you get it on when you recall your E as well. There's a weird interaction with Blade on Yone that makes it really busted on him. I remember Freak talking about it years ago.
So the thing about Yone E is that it takes any damage that you've done and then obviously like mirrors it for your E.
Yes.
So if you deal damage with Blade, then yeah, it'll apply on the E when you re-tag it again. It doesn't like activate the item again, but the damage you've already done factors into the calculation of the E extended damage. So while it's not true to say it gets applied fully again, it's like, you know, so you'll notice this in Arena and stuff, right? If you buy like a load of active items and you have some which just increases % damage, all of that also gets applied to your items rather than just being the stuff in your kit. It's not like your abilities do more damage, it's also your items as well. Dragon goes down to Top Esports. They have themselves 2 dragons, which is working towards it now. A solid points. Infernal Rift, Top Esports, they'll be very happy with that one. That could very much help them with their damage profile. Corki really rolling out here. Someone was asking in chat, is Corki always stronger than Yone, or is it just the early game? Well, that is a bit of a... It becomes a bit of a difficult question at points, but as you can see right here, Care doing very well at winning the individual matchup, even if Cream can potentially have much better team fight value if he lands multi-man skill shots.
And right now, Care reading the Yone very, very well, especially with teammates around to support him, is picking his moments to go forwards really, really well. Hasn't been hit by too many of those Q3s either, which is often how Yone's way of getting back onto the Corki. And extended trades, you tend to favour the Corki purely because Gatling Gun and that range does give him a lot of value once Cream has that Soul Spirit timeout. You do then need to hit your Q3s, and right now Care has just been pretty good at spacing out of them, staying out of range.
Really important thing which has just happened, we have the Black Cleaver built up for Jace. Ult goes on to Care, and that's CC. Dead Corki.
Tries to flash on out and just pulls the soul back. Not enough. Jackie now in danger in mid lane, but still has the cleanse. Backs off.
Shadow tries to get something there. Cap, yeah. Not immune to Yone hitting him with CC. The Sudrani follows up. Navi gets kill participation there. And Cream gets to open up this side lane. There's no one left to answer this. This is a problem. That will be a full tower going down. And now suddenly Cream will get himself close enough to, what, 1,000 gold ahead with an extra wave, the extra kill, and the tower.
I apologise profusely to Care. That absolutely was a caster curse from me and Nymaera. You're probably eligible for caster curse for funding.
Hey, I thought I described this pretty well. Yeah, Corki's good in the 1v1 until it gets to the point where where the Yone gets to hit big skill shots. Like, the Corki is fine in the 1v1 until there's a combo around.
Caster Premonition. There we go. Yeah. That's the correct choice.
I portended the omens. I was okay with that.
Yeah, he's like Cassandra, guys, right? No one believes it is truth until it comes to pass. Out there on the walls of Troy going, yo, guys, listen to me.
Maybe you should, what do you, I don't know, I was trying to make a Greek, I was gonna go to a Greek mythology thing. I was going to
Not
ask
Eris and the Golden Apple? We're going that way?
I don't know. That's the problem,
That's
Sam.
Discord.
I was like, what?
It means everyone can come join our Discord, you see? This is where I'm going to go.
That's because Eris is the god of
Discord, yeah.
Chaos and Discord, yeah.
See?
Oh my god, imagine if Discord renamed itself to just
Eris
or Chaos one day if it looks fun.
Chaos!
It's like, you know how, I guess American Gods did it, well, that book's got some connotations to it now, but, you know how, like, modern Percy Jackson's better one,
yes.
but, like, you've got, you know, modern depictions of old gods and stuff. Imagine if, you know, you've got, like, suddenly Jeff Bezos, son of Hermes or whatever, it's one of the most powerful demigods in existence. Amazon, the delivery system, it changed everything. Okay, Herald's on table now. Slight gold advantage to top esports. We do have that black leader going towards the Muramana for Sheer, but he's not able to get that much over 369, whose Sion has been pretty fine in the 1v1. FPX don't really have a pressure point right now. They're slowly bleeding out on these side lanes after the Yone's gotten ahead now of Cap. Herald's going to get started up. What do FPX want to do? I guess they need to contest this. They don't want top esports to get a big map advantage off the Herald.
Shadow waiting for a good moment to pull the trigger. Nature's Grasp available. Do have Braum trying to block off angles. Kanavi here as well could now be in a spotted bother. So it's getting steals the Herald. Nicely done by Shadow. Cream needs to pop one out, taking a lot of damage, but they will kill the Leona off the back end of it. Cream can't get over the wall because he had his body blocked. Sheer flashes on in, goes to the skies. And Jackie Love is well and truly grounded, but for a second or two he might survive until Assume lands a Mystic shot. Well fought by FPX.
And top esports. Now they're in a bit of trouble, aren't they? We said, hey, they might be in a bit of trouble if it gets to the point where FPX's damage just becomes so much easier to use than theirs, because they have a Yone that has one combo and they have a Varus that has a poke build. It's not that high DPS. They're going into a team which outranges them and has way more damage sources. If one of the damage sources from top esports slips up, it becomes so hard to team fight. Herald will jump into that tap, get a second slam. Inner turret now down to half HP. FPX immediately start to open up the map, get some good gold onto themselves. Ezreal picking up the kill. Sheer as well. Wait, was it Sheer actually getting both those kills? Whatever.
Sheer, I think, did, yeah.
You know what? We'll find it in the replay. Good Markout again. Terrain, really, really helpful here. If the Markout goes up towards here, you are stuck along this wall. It is a big problem. Cream doesn't get enough damage down, and that Yone out of position means that half of your damage is gone. The Sejuani, the Sion, and the Braum do not carry a team fight at this point to damage.
Assume gets one. Sheer gets two, and that's just rough to see. And that was pre things like the Muramana transformations. You've got triple tier drops.
Very
and they still win this without those second items. And it's a big deal. They can stop the dragon stacking as well. And FPX now in a fantastic position in this game. The moment those Muramanas transform, I think it's getting tricky again for top esports.
This is also one of those games again where I look at top esports and think, okay, on name tags on, what do I want to see their players on? 3-6 on a tank, that's fine. I think that Cream, Jacula, Chris, that's fine too. I want Kanavi to have more agency at this point. The Sejuani can't carry teamfights like this. Yes, he can get a gank here and there, but his early game wasn't explosive, and I think largely Shadow has outvalued Kanavi with these Markouts, has the Leandries as well, which gives him some extra damage to play through. Needs to be a bit careful now, doesn't have that flash, and then just as I said, that one actually is a caster curse. He's gonna die.
Yeah, he is. Goodbye, Shadow. Nice pick off, and top esports do have quite a lot of pounce and pick, assuming they're there as a group. A little harder in those team fights if they're not managing the full-on engage from FPX with the Maokai in particular. If you engage onto him like that, though, a little bit of a different story.
Absolutely. So FPX lose their jungler. Their Shadow didn't have that flash. Used it for the was it the Herald earlier?
He did.
Yeah. I'm trying to, like, I remember him flashing it very soon. He flashed away from the grub fight before that too. But I can't remember the time on that because, folks, we've been doing this for a number of days now, 6 hours every day, and it's been
it's a lot.
A lot of games and a lot of replays meld into one at some point. Cream going towards top side, close to his shield bow, going back towards those side lanes. I think top beats have been playing the side lanes better. FPX playing the team fights better. So top beats will need to be afraid of that next team fight, but they might have better setup for it if they play through their side lanes well enough.
And Ending Despair just got completed by 369. Frozen Heart plus that, the Sion is going to start getting really obnoxious post a certain point here. The second item's beginning to get completed in general. You've just seen that one from Sheer. The Muramana transformation is in. Waiting on completion of that item for Care and Assume for the Manamune, which will then transform over. Transfers the wrong term. And we are just kind of waiting to see what the next stage will be as Cream needs to ult away. Jway's around.
This is the
How aggressive do they want to play this?
Oh, we'll see. So goes wide. He has flash, has to use it.
Does indeed. Shadow now stepping on forwards. Nature's advances there. But now the turnaround! They've overplayed it. Sheer goes down. Shutdown goes into the hands of Cream.
It's Cream that ends up overstepping at first, but after that, it's Sheer that stays too long. Mark out comes through, but it doesn't have the value. Top Esports playing the map just a little bit better again. I was a little bit worried that we'd cursed again at first because Cream was potentially going to die in that side lane, but Top Esports now have themselves a bit of breathing room on the map, which they didn't have before.
Exactly that, and well played by Cream to dodge as much of the skill shots as he did. Had to dodge a lot of the skill shots. Nice response from Top Esports to defend their top lane and get them the kill. It means they can get towards this mid-tier 1, and they now go back towards a relatively notable gold lead. It's not a huge amount of 21 minutes, but it is there, and that's not a bad sign.
Well, now it's a map lead is the problem. Top Esports have 1 tower down, FPX have 3 towers down. They've lost that entire outer ring, which makes it harder to approach objectives, makes it harder to play around side lanes where, you know, the Yone's coming into his own, 1000 gold lead, has that crit item as well now built up, and as we've seen so far in the top lane matchup, the Sion is holding the Jace particularly well right now, despite the fact that there is that Black Cleaver and Jace can be a bit of a tank killer in those side lanes. FPX need to get rid of some of these mistakes on the map. If they make mistakes like that again, Top Esports have been very willing to and able to pick up the pieces.
Yes. Yes, there are. Atacam is up and available, worth noting, and it is the Voracious version, so the GA version, exactly that.
Yeah, given how the slow it has been, makes a lot of sense.
Well, what was the version that it was the Rod of Ages version is what Atlas was calling Voracious, because it gives you levels.
Oh,
not Voracious, Ruinous, sorry.
Yeah. It doesn't give you mana though. I don't know about that one. I kind of see the angle. It does give you the thing is it gives you so much random like stats. It gives you so many random like bonuses that I mean I kind of get it. I kind of see it.
But it undersells the actual standard buff, which is amping all your other objectives, which is quite cool.
Hey, look, I'm open for the discussion. It's an open forum, and it's you know pretty. You know, if you're going to relate them to an item, probably is the closest thing. Because Rod of Ages also gives you a lot of random stats.
I agree. I thought it was relatively astute. It's just like as ever, it's not Pulse Story. It's just a useful little hook for League of Legends fans to understand what this thing is.
One of the problems about League is that there's always infinite context things. So some good wards coming in from Top Esports. That controller's not going to spot out this ward, which Dwayne is currently stood right on top of, actually. Dragon spawning soon, Baron spawning a little later. Of course, it'd be soul point for Top Esports if they were to get that one. FPX, what's the plan? Do you want to trade out for an outer turret onto Jace, open up on the map a little more because your side lanes have been a bit more difficult? Dwayne does have a solar flag, only gets the shield from Jackulov though.
And out comes the Long Cat, courtesy of Shadow's Nature's Grasp. That's now the ultimate down. That's been such a big win for the other side as Care has to flash on over. 369 comes careening forward to the own ult into the decimating smash, and the jungler is dead before they can even look to contest onto the objective. And Care eats a big Q3 into piercing arrow trade between Cream and Jackie. This time the damage isn't chunked out before the fight by Top Esports, or from Top Esports. They can turn back to the Dragon with the man advantage and get themselves to soul point.
And this is why I was kind of asking, well, okay, FX, do you want to trade this for a top lane turret or something? Because it didn't feel like they had the setup. Top Esports, by taking the 3 turrets beforehand, have given themselves a much easier entrance into objectives like this. Now there's going to be a teleport towards top side, and FX didn't trade out Dragon towards the top lane side lane advantage. It feels like they've come away with nothing.
They come away with less is the honest answer. They've lost their jungler, lost a lot of pressure on the map, and now down soul point as well. It's rough stuff. And Cream can look to go forward, lands a big chunk onto Care, into the Fate Sealed, could look for the full 100 to 0, not quite.
1 Q would have made it. 1 extra Q, misses that last one. Care lucky to make it out alive.
Gets away with it, doesn't have a flash to burn. And oh my days, Cream, someone who was having a bit of a rougher time into that Corki early on, still actually down 30 CS, is now struggling a lot more here. As Cream takes that opportunity to back away, get a hold of the Gromp, force that reset. We're building towards what looks to be an Infinity Edge third. It's not going towards anything like a Stride Breaker or something defensive. Well, he wants that damage.
Yeah, that crit cloak helps that all in, because of course the double crit chance really stings at a certain point. FPX, I think they're too far behind on the map now. I think that last play, they should have traded that dragon for the top lane turret. They didn't have the positioning, and now suddenly plays start to get forced. Well, the top esports don't have to waste time on the objective. They're out on the map again, and FPX don't really have a great deal of answers.
It's time to start pressing into the enemy jungle as well and stealing away those camps. Release contestant. Chris eats a bit of damage there as Kanavi looks to smite contest. I believe that was secured there as well. Nice work.
They currently have 3 blue bucks, so yeah, one of them got it. Whoever it was, they got it. FPX. What do they do now? Serpent's Fang on Sheer, by the way, helps you with the Scion W shield. Also helps you with the Yone W shield as well when he starts throwing that at you.
Shield bow, yeah.
And the shield bow, so it does have some limited value. But I think this game really comes down to top esports need to make a big mistake around an objective now to really let this game fall away from them. Was it Crisp?
I think it might have been Crisp Q, yeah.
Crisp ends up getting it. All right, okay, cool. FPX now needs to be afraid of the Baron being started up. The Poke Varus getting some value. The Varus lands onto the Leona.
They try and turn and burn. Takes a fair amount of time to go down. Ghost Fisher comes on through, and the Leona does get a final bit of an engage off at the end of it all, but will still die. Crisp and Kanavi, though, taking quite low doing it.
Cream's just solo kill Cat.
Oh my god, he has you right. And now they can look to go forwards because they've lost an AD carry already. Shadow can't flash over the decimating smash. They're keeping playing to make sure Shadow dies. Blasco not quite dragging Sheer back into the fight. And top esports win on 2 sides of the map at once. The all-in attempt from Cream gets a kill on one side, while Leona dies on the other.
Well, Cream cancels the teleport from the Corki as he tried to come into the play. He must have just pinged him with an ult or a Q3, and now this is the culmination of everything we were talking about around the last dragon. FPX chose not to take map advantage by giving up the dragon, and it really has felt like the game's fallen apart now. Sheer, he's walking up, but Crisp and Cream should be able to chase this one down. I'm not really sure he can escape the donut power of the Crispy Cream.
Tries to Blasco on his way out. There's still a Q3. Needs to try and trade this one out, and does so. Valiant effort for Sheer to chunk Cream out, but just nowhere near enough damage to turn that into a genuine threat on Cream's life.
The donut power reigns supreme. Crispy Cream pick up a kill onto Sheer as he takes down that inner turret, but realistically this game has been better map play from top esports. This is exactly what we were seeing. The teleport from Care was cancelled out by Cream, who very obviously saw where he was teleporting from. Good solo kill from him. Was close at missing that last one. And then in the mid lane, this is what happened there. We already saw this. Teleport could have helped in that Corki. See the damage coming back onto Kanavi and Chris. The damage is there. It's just that the front line gets burned down and the Corki never revives.
Sheer wasn't really in position to get that much value either. Shadow tries to buy space, can't quite flash over the decimating smash, so even with something like a phase rush would not have been able to run away because you're CC'd and that prevents you from doing the moving thing.
Yeah, it tends to do that. Now you have now I think top esports have got themselves everything they need. Assume does not have himself the items he needs. He's also going for the Shojin for extra mobility over something like a Cyrilda's third, which I wonder whether that's the wrong item at this point. Yes, I know it gives you good damage, but you need as much armor pen as possible to get through Kanavi, 369, Crisp. It feels so horrible trying to cut through this front line.
Relying on just Black Cleaver at this point, I think, is potentially quite risky. Each way, about half their HP just incidentally. Jackie Love beginning to really hurt as well at this point.
Oh, 369's unkillable. It's absolutely unkillable. He's tanked up the whole team and he goes in again.
Oh my days, just going for full contact, saying, okay, you've engaged, time for me to return the favor. 369 kind of low at this point, but nowhere near actual death. Still has a soul fetish for at least another 500 HP. Spirit Cleaver, the soul and bound into a Fate Seal, does a lot of damage back. Sheer and Care doing their best to try and defend against the bulwark, this brawling call of top esports. So they come out on top to TES. Dway goes on in with that Zenith Blade, but unfortunately falling straight off that precipice. A triple kill to Jackie Love, who does not quite get the Quadra with the Comet.
So close. Cat lives, but he has to go back to base plate. He's regenning up, but realistically, what could he do against a 5-man top esports? The answer is nothing.
Cream unbinds his soul one final time this game. It was pretty close in the early game. 369 goes into zombie form on the Phantom, but TES, on their return from first stand, get down to business and take FPX out of the equation.
Top esports, they got too tanky. Even with Jace building the Black Cleaver, could not shred for his team well enough. Really was questioning whether Ezreal should have built up a Cyrilda to get through that tank line a little easier. relying on another teammate's Black Cleaver really wasn't the answer. Top Esports play the map better, they get themselves the advantages they need, and FPX fall apart on the map.
There is, yeah. Full context, I see someone chat like, oh yeah, you can't build Black Cleaver and Cyrilda together. That's because I think
they're
we
on
talked about
different
the
champions.
Ezreal wanting the Cyrilda, Jace with that first item Black Cleaver. For context, sorry, that might have been unclear in cast.
No, it was pretty clear. Not gonna lie. Pretty clear.
We're double checking. Hi there, guys. I'm Initialise. That was Nymaera. You're on his channel. If you didn't know that, I don't really know what to tell you. But there you go. You might also be on Anivia's YouTube channel, though, which is also very exciting. You might also be on Nymaera's YouTube channel, which is also pretty exciting, live in 3 places at once. We both cast League of Legends. I'm his older brother. We cast together. It's kind of cool. We're the only tier 1 brother casting duo around right now. There is no Day 9 Nartosis going at the minute. There is Ketchup and Mustard over in the FGC, who are pretty cool as well. But it's us otherwise, so we kind of like this as
I do know that in the tier 1 League of Legends scene, there has never been sibling co-casters, so we are the only ones you'll ever see do that so far, at least within the League of Legends scene. And we cover the LPL because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. So if you are a fan of the region or want to become a fan of the region, well, figured this is a way to enjoy it in a more traditional sense of the broadcast while there's a bit of a gap in the market there. So stick around, drop a like, drop a comment if you'd like to see more of these videos, and we'll keep doing it for as long as we get that support. So thank you very much. And of course, thank you for Anivia as well for that stream over there.
And of course, if you can, throw a follow, throw a subscription out. It really does mean a huge deal for us to be able to keep doing this. I know we are shilling a little bit here, but it does matter in terms of our ability to get value and continue doing this, because obviously this is the grind, guys. Welcome to esports. If you've got a little bit of spare cash out there, it goes a long way to helping us do that. Shilling over. The last thing, on a personal level, follow my account. I'm in the title. I'm also cool.
Yep, Initialise cast over on Twitch, and I don't know whether you're doing much on YouTube right now, but still.
I mean, I'm streaming there too now.
Okay,
so
cool. Well,
so, yes.
Initialise, go follow him and do some stuff over there. So, we are going to be watching, obviously, the highlights and stuff. Thank you so much for the follows and stuff that throwing over on Twitch as well. And, yeah, we'll see whatever our next game is. Presumably one of these teams is staying on, and we see them...
Is it top versus...
I will find out. That's playoffs. That's the wrong thing. Split 1... I'll figure it out.
There you go. And not the best. I shout out to Crit Roll there, I see. Now Jackie Love plays well. There is something to that, isn't there? Domestically, such a god. And then we go, look, Jackie's really good. He's so consistent.
Shout out to Crit Roll? Where?
Not the best. That's what Not's name is.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not the Brave.
No, yeah, it is eventually. Initially, it's not the best.
I didn't realize that was
because it was the deliberate self-deprecation.
Yeah. Okay, so OMG FPX next. So FPX stay on and we'll get OMG after that.
I think. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, no. Oh.
Not the Brave.
Maybe it is. You might be right.
Yep. Will you guys go to Vancouver for MSI? I haven't been contacted about it, and I presume with visa stuff, we would have been by this point, so I assume not. It was always not the Brave, so.
It's not the best detective agency. That's what
not the best detective agency, but it's not the Brave is always the name of it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not the best was the detective agency. There you go.
Yeah. Anyway,
there you go. I knew that not the best was in there somewhere. There we go.
Some highlights from the game.
It was always not the Brave because it's an anagram. Ah, it's an anagram too. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I did watch more of Campaign 2 than I did the other stuff. Although I wanted to go back and watch Campaign 1. Some of the production of the early episodes kind of like made it a little bit hard to get through.
I really like.
And then honestly, there's just so much random stuff to go through. I'm like, it's very hard to catch up.
Ah, there we go. Big chunk.
Ah, Bisto.
Bisto. Exactly that. And Jackie Love does a fair amount of work. This one was when they overchased the cream. Felt for me like when the game really started to turn into top esports favor properly.
I actually think it was when... Okay, so there were 2 points for me. One was the kill onto Kerr in the side lane.
Yes.
Before that, Kerr was actually doing very well in the individual matchup. That was a big problem. This is obviously just a nasty moment, but I don't think that changes that much. And the other one is when came around to 4th Dragon, where FPX chose to contest and didn't... They got nothing out of it, and they could have maybe taken a side lane tower and opened up the map a little bit more. That was a big mistake for me. So I think FPX misjudged the macro. Top E's was much better around playing around side lanes, which gave them the advantage they needed to close out the game, really.
I concur.
Yeah. Yes, Chaotrix, yes, it did. Campaign 1 was very long running. They were like level... I think they were level 9, maybe, in episode 1 of the actual they did like the televised stuff that they did. But it took a long time for them to. Yeah, they took a lot of time before they got to.
And they'd switched systems. They'd been playing Pathfinder before moving on to D&D, so they had to do things like get a gunslinger class over into.
Aren't they on Crit Roll thinking about making their own system now?
They have.
Wait, so they're not playing D&D anymore?
Well, no. Rather they have made their own system. Whether they play it for the next campaign, we don't know.
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of problems with Wizards of the Coast just being an awful company, and there are licensing rights and stuff. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they make their own, like, actually commit to their own system and stuff. But then the problem is the players then have to, like, learn a different system and stuff. And, you know, Ashley already doesn't know her own characters after many years of playing them, because it turns out playing D&D every once in a while makes it very hard to do that. Right, I need a coffee.
Me too.
Right, do you want to go take a break then, mate?
I'll do that.
And we'll get ready for our next game of the day,
Can you put your coffee on while I'm out there?
Yes, please.
I can do that.
1 second. Okay, right, so we have OMG, FPX. These are our bottom-seeded teams in the group. I mean, obviously, I think... Well, FPX didn't look awful that game. They didn't look awful. I think Shadow's been doing okay. I don't think that game was his fault. I think there's a macro issue with that, but, yeah. I think Sheer was fine on an individual level. I just think it's a macro problem, really. Well, first and foremost. I mean, obviously there's some micro plays as well wrong there, but yeah. Alright, here's our MVP. 369 maybe? Nah, Cream. Alright, okay, cool. Cream Zione is most played of his career. Good work there. Judging by their Daggerheart one-shots, all of them are still learning it, but Ashley's picking it well. That's good to see. I kind of stopped watching Crit Roll because I just realized I'd rather be playing than watching. I did watch for a while, though. I watched a lot of campaigns here. I used to watch it in the background. It was, Oh man, yeah, I was in a very bad place mentally for a while, and I just kind of like spammed watching Crit Roll to distract myself for a little while. So that's how I got through most of campaign 2, actually thinking about it. It was a good time. Some people live and breathe D&D. Yeah, the thing is, I think so much more about D&D than I actually play it. Yeah, like I'm kind of like, if there's any way to break Ranger as a class, I break it. It actually is most played as Ari. Is it over the last few years? I thought in Korea, over his career it was Yone. Oh, he did play a lot of Ari in the last couple of years though. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Got no interest in playing myself, but meaning to watch some. Yeah, no, I would really suggest Dimension 20. Dimension 20 is really, really fun. Brendan Lee Mulligan is maybe my favorite DM out there. That guy's really, really good. There's this one guy that's been super hard pushed to me through YouTube shorts. It's probably Brendan Lee Mulligan. Probably. Crit Roll was much easier to watch during COVID when you had all the free time. Exactly, that's when I watched it, yeah. Although I watched it a little bit before that. Yeah, I started watching around about 2019, I guess, and then started picking up a little bit heavier after that. Yeah, because in fact, I have a picture with, in fact, it's over there. Oh no, that's Samantha Bayard. I've got a picture with Karlak's voice actor, but I also have a picture with, who's Yasuo's voice actor as well. Liam O'Brien. I have a picture with him. Interview on stage with Cream. What's that for a bit?
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
这场比赛也是很漂亮拿下了。那这场比赛其实阵容上面来讲，可能对于双 C 的一个输出压力稍微来讲有点大，所以你们在前中期的一个规划是怎么去做的呢？
前中期规划就是我们对好线，然后等资源传达就好了。
那我在后台的时候听说你在下路针对飞机那2波嘛，对吧？一波是差一点点就单杀掉了，然后第2次呢是成功单杀掉，但是好像说没成功的那一波声音是最大的。当时语音情况是怎样的呢？
就感觉都杀了吧，然后没杀有点可惜感觉。
好，那刚刚我们在上一场的采访的时候 ，Liv 说他们要来复仇。
Laura Bailey is not a Carly anymore. She used to be Chaotrix. She is now New Misfortune in Legends of Runeterra and Ruined King, but she's not that anymore.
我们期待一下下面这场比赛。谢谢 Cream 来到我们的赛后采访的环节。那我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Alright, I'm going to sell some to break. I need to run some ads for pre-roll purposes. And then we'll get back into our games, won't we?
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟千元礼盒。京东。
Ding dong. Oh, Adventures. I don't know that one actually. OMG FPX up next. The updated Misfortune VO was Laura Bailey, but community community backlash is a little bit, I don't know, that's a little bit weird framing, but basically, yeah, basically they didn't. Misfortune players don't know what they want from Misfortune anymore. But she only has like 18 voice lines or something like that, and her character is like such a mess because they don't actually know what they want from her anymore. Oh, wait, hang on, let me show you. I've got the picture. Right. Where is it? So that's me and Lima Ride from like 2019 or something. So that's the Yasuo's voice actor and also from Crit Roll. Yeah. So I have a picture with the Yasuo's voice actor. Oh, hang on, I know I gotta show this. We were very drunk heading home from Comic-Con back then. And I'm sorry, this is just too funny. Just look at this. This is Sam, a friend of mine, and fucking Dumbledore on a fucking train on the way back from Comic-Con, drunk out of the fuck. I was shepherding them home. It's just absolutely hilarious, man. Oh god. Oh Callum, we love you. This shit. Oh god. When was that? Shit, how long ago was that? 2018. What the fuck? Oh, I remember. Oh god, yeah. I just come off of a really bad breakup, and that was like me going like, fuck it, I gotta go to Comic-Con. I'm the guy that predicted Lost Returners based on astrology. That's hilarious, then, dog. I don't think I was around for that, but Sam was talking about it earlier. It's hilarious. Okay, alright, so, OMG FPX. Right, where do we want to focus on for this one? I think jungle matchup's pretty chill. Pretty chill. I think I've been pretty happy with how I was just reminiscing about getting the picture with Liam O'Brien, and also I found the picture of you, Callum, and Dumbledore
on the train.
Yeah,
tube.
so
That was the journey back. I got a little bit.
You were very drunk. You were very. Oh yeah, we had to get off a stop early so you could chunder.
Yeah, I was quite unwell.
You and Callum had to get off so you could chunder a stop away from Acton.
Oh, I was. But genuinely, I just hit this point where it's like the motion sickness was kicking.
It was.
Oh god.
That was Yeah, that was the thing. Anyway,
yeah,
right.
That was the whole thing.
That's a very different conversation on years gone by when I was still drinking stuff, I guess. But
that was a good night on the whole.
That was good. That was a good. That was, yeah. I also remember watching My Hero Academia before it got like really toxic fandom. That was
Did
like,
it get really toxic fandom-y?
Yes. My Hero Academia's fandom is like one of the worst out there. It is so cringe. It is really quite bad.
I know Archeron is the voice of Bakugo in Portuguese.
In Portuguese, yeah, but the fandom is really quite bad. It's how do you not know?
Because I don't interact with the Boku no Hero fandom. I have read the manga. I have watched the show.
You can't not interact with them if you. Anyway, they're really.
I've avoided it apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, it just reminded me of the old school Naruto fandom.
No, it's worse than the old school.
Oh my god, who's got that? Oh, there's the camera.
Me, Sam. It's our camera. What do you? Who's got Sam? It's me, Sam. It's me on the fucking phone. It's our stream. It's a replay of our stream.
For some reason, I thought someone out there got a picture of this.
No, I haven't. I'm gonna save that for the next time we go live. I'm just gonna tweet that out.
That's fine. There you go.
All right. Anyway, so FPX versus OMG. I'm trying to think really which matchups I want to talk about here. I was thinking jungle's okay because I think that Shadow. I think Shadow is an important part of FPX in terms of changing the way that the team plays. Yeah, a bit hard to tell honestly for me. As we get close towards stage, we should be into draft soon. Actually, they don't do walkouts for the second time of the day.
No, we don't. The players are all sat down and ready to go. FPX in their bright red jerseys. They are very cool.
Yeah. Sheer was doing pretty well on the Jace earlier. Although Harry's not necessarily the match. Thing is, I feel like our matchups are a little bit all over the place because we've got like one strong side and then maybe like a struggling player on the other side. So I think Sheer's been doing well. I don't think Harry's been like fantastic. I think Shadow's been doing pretty well, but I don't think Heng's been doing like wonderfully. Mid lane is
Linfong might be fun.
That might be okay actually. Yeah, Care obviously not the best game just before this. So yeah, bit of a kind of like strengths on opposite sides of the map maybe a little bit. I think stronger bot lane probably from OMG, stronger top side from FPX. I think on the whole.
I think I care more about the many gorgeous dresses we see in the LPL than my own team at this point. There's something to that. The
style
high
is
fashion
awesome.
is remarkable.
The fashion's really, really cool for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I know that they get some really cool collabs out there to do some really cool stuff with some of the bigger brands to get some really cool dresses and stuff for the shows, which is pretty awesome. How big would you say the skill gap is between the best and worst player in the LPL?
Well, I think that Knight is the best player in the LPL, and he was so good that he could take a struggling bot lane and jungle to a Game 5 Worlds Finals against T1 Faker.
Yeah.
Knight is on a historic level of form. He's not playing today, of course, but then the worst player in the LPL, it goes back and forth. Sometimes that does get shuffled about, but it is a very large difference here. The LPL has so many teams, so many players, that it is hard to make an impact against the very best of them. Getting into the draft here, OMG and FPX, these are our 3rd and 4th placed seeded teams in this group. They're both at 0 and 1.
They are out. And then
sorry.
Yeah, you just ran over me.
Ran over you. What? Why was your foot under my chair?
Because I'm trying to get my legs under the desk. Anyway, we've got bans going on. There's Kalista, Gwen, Rumble, and Jace all off the table. And waiting for the next set of bans. It does feel things like Skarner still potential for that ban table. Strong as he is, just off the base champion level, can be pretty obnoxious.
Lot of, I look at that Kalista and the Skarner on blue side. Those should be red side bans on the whole. They should be. The Rumble obviously on there for FPX, but typically Kalista, Skarner, Rumble have been the red side bans. So a change up of priorities there and giving FPX some more flexibility on what they want to ban away. And they ban away the Ambessa. So Ambessa, Jace, and Gwen all gone. So the top lane matchup going to be very, very different.
Rumble too. I mean, it's 4 straight ban stops.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, different. Yeah.
Aurora first pick as a result. That would be certainly interesting. Something Linfong has put a lot of time into.
But the thing about the Aurora is that you want to play the Aurora with the Vi. Now is the question, well, you don't want to pick the Vi with Neferi available because Neferi has been a good answer into that Vi.
And they'll try and play that one out in the end. And Neferi is up and available, so it needs to be pretty scary. Vi's still up, though, as you kind of said. Trying to make that work as best.
Only kind of, though.
Yeah.
Locked in for FPX. And this is what I was saying, like the first pick of the Aurora, is it more valuable than that Vi? Because it feels like the Aurora really needs the Vi to function well. That feels like it's a bit of a misjudgment for me, actually.
Yeah, it can be pretty tricky. I suppose if there's another engage option to go with it, then maybe. But we'll see what they lock in. I mean, maybe something like the Sejuani or a Maokai to set up for the big ults anyway. But it's going to be less of a burst combo then.
Could go for the Nocturne as well. Just point and click like that. What's your answer? I mean, of course, the other thing is, hey, Vi's now been locked in. You could go towards the Neferi, who was banned out last game. Or was it in the first game of the day? It might have been versus NIP, I'm trying to remember. But Hunk has been a, that the pronunciation of that name does my head in, by the way, because I'm trying to, like, do it justice to the opinion, but it's a little hard to do that with the way that I speak English. But Xin Zhao locked in. Good early skirmishing versus the Vi, at least. Waiting to see what else can be locked in for OMG. Aatrox locked into the now.
They are thinking about a Diana. I mean, Shadow is an old school Diana player. But, I mean, would be fun to see if you go for the bouncy option.
I was about to say, actually, Care is the mid lane Diana player. Because the Vi's already locked in.
Yeah.
I said that's already locked in. And instead it goes towards the Ahri. For those of you that don't know, Care, before he went pro, was an Ahri one-trick. And for me, last year, Care was actually one of the top 5 Ahri players in the world for me last year on individual Ahri mechanics. Now, he came off a bad Corki game. He is a mercurial player, but he can go from one very bad game to one very good play off the back of each other. It's a good top side to play into. No one that can... a lot of players that can get... A lot of champions, rather, can get caught out by a well-placed charm. You have the Vi combo. Care's got a good Ahri draft in currently. And of course, there's still an AD carry to be locked in, who'll be another target you can go towards.
I was wondering what the pause was there. It was me suddenly getting horrible cramp in my knee.
Yeah.
I've been sat down a lot the last few days, and that caught up with me for a second. It was sat on a bit of a weird angle, and it hit my knee in.
Feel free to go walk about for a little bit. I mean, that's one of the bonuses of going towards
Very
a stream
true.
like this. We can take it a little bit more easily. But yeah, I did just see Sam just go like... mouthing some expletives while his knee popped off. But...
Yeah, it was very unpleased with me. So I've changed how I'm sitting. That's suddenly gotten a lot better. There we go. Slightly less contorted. But now getting through the second phase of bans. So I'm a bit more locked into what's happening on screen. Double AD carries away by FPX. Renata away by OMG. Worth thinking about what else they might want to ban out there. They go for the Nico, so double range support, which can be kind of quite abusive in that lane.
Whereas FPX ban away the more safe AD carries, which means that the Viari can function a little better. I have to say, no, I think that Ezra would have been fine to let through in terms of the combo style, but I think that maybe laning would have been a bit more of a problem. Assume is a big Misfortune player. I know there are criticisms of the champion in general. Some players get value out of it, a lot of players don't. It's good for layering over the damage in terms of long range follow-up though. You could have gone for the Varus. That was the other thing where like you combo in and the arrow flies in over the top. Misfortune ult's a bit of a different way to do that.
Oh, I've seen Outdog in chat who was our astrology abuser.
They did mention that earlier.
That was just remarkable. One of my favourite chat interactions of any time. Wonderful time. Good to see you back in chat. There's the Varus and an Alistair coming on through. Lot of brawling from OMG. 1-2 items. First use of those ultimates can be really potent there.
Yeah, so that Alistair can shrug off the Vi and the Ahri engage, importantly, because you pop that ultimate, it means that you're not a target, which is nice. So, OMG, some strong individual kind of brawling champions. It feels like it's going to be a very skirmish-heavy game, compared to the last one, which was very heavy about frontline, playing around lots of tanks and slower team fights. This one should be a bit faster pace. Lots of engage, lots of random follow-up damage. You can have an Aurora flying over a wall, Ahri Vi painting down onto targets, and then, of course, Misfortune and Varus following up from long range too. This should be a bit more scrappy. This should be a lot more skirmish heavy.
Definitely so, and I think those mid-game fights, as you're saying, are going to be so scary. In fact, the skirmish in general, those 2v2s, those 3v3s, Vi Rakan turning up with, say, an Ahri somewhere can be very scary. The other side, Alistair popping out of a jungle with an Aurora Shinzao. Yeah, I could see that getting pretty nasty, especially if vision control starts to drop for either team. Some pretty nasty ability to pounce on people if they're caught out in those transitions between lanes.
Fist bump on stage between the coaches as they walk off. Our third game of the day, almost halfway through, folks. Hang on a second, why are they using the old Ahri splash art? That's the one which we reworked because we didn't like it. That is the wrong Ahri splash art. Why is the Ahri splash art wrong?
There's some weird eyes on that one.
It's the ears which are different too. Anyway, that's the wrong Ahri splash art.
How many ears does she have?
She has 2 because you don't have 4 ears. It doesn't make sense.
Do you
That's the
remember
wrong
old
Ahri splash art.
Alex?
I do, Sam.
With
it
the
was
4
wrong.
ears?
And they changed it because it was
4
wrong.
ears?
They changed it because it was
they appear
wrong.
not
They
to appear,
changed it.
Alex.
They changed it because it was wrong.
That
That's
seems to be
also the classic Ahri splash, not the Dynasty one. So you're wrong anyway, Sam.
If I pull that hair back, am I going to see an additional pair of human ears?
No. Anyway, this is a better splash art.
What's wrong with 4 ears,
They
Alex?
were using the wrong Ahri splash art. Anyway, let's get into goddamn game.
If you want to know how to tilt Alex, guys, this is it. It's going to be using the Immortal Legend skin as well.
Immortalized Legend.
Immortalized Legend, I apologise. I don't have this skin, so I don't know it as well as I could do as we head on to the Rift. Listen into the crowd chants, if they're unmuted.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
unfortunately, they are muted. You just have to look at the crowd and listen to the mouths, the mouth gyros, and pretend they're coming on through. In fact, here we go, Alex. FPX.
Gyro.
FPX.
Gyro.
FPX.
Gyro.
OMG.
Gyro.
OMG.
Gyro.
OMG.
Gyro.
There we go.
You have your own crowd chants here.
There you go.
Remember
You're welcome,
the
guys.
LCK casters doing that for T1 fighting?
Yeah.
when they had like no crowd for bits of COVID. That was cute. I enjoyed that. That was good. Good job, LCK casters.
They're an adorable bunch. I love the LCK crew. They're lovely humans.
Important things to know here, by the way. Ari's got this will disappear quickly, but the bone plating really important for laning phase. Secondary runes are important to judge these early matchups. Care is a notable Ari one trick, as we were saying. He is a good player of that. I was having a chat with Jackie's actually over in the LEC about his thoughts on secondary runes, primary runes for the Ari. The big thing about going electrocute is that it unlocks ultimate hunter for you, and it means that you get a lot more damage from your runes from electrocute as well. Now your laning phase can be a little bit more difficult because you have to play on good damage on that, but you have to play on rune cooldowns like bone plating or stuff like the electrocute cooldown. But it's so good for your mid and late game when you can unlock higher damage items instead of going down for cooldown ones instead, so you don't have to go towards a horizon focus or whatever, which drops your damage quite considerably into mid and late game. So yeah, Cap going towards the bone plating gives him some good early lane pressure against the Aurora, as long as you can trade on the cooldown of your runes.
That would be pretty key, as Asum and Dway trying to get some shove in. If I get the barrier out of Starry to deal with a double up that would have taken him to a potentially dangerous level of HP. Level 2 earned by Asum and Dway, who honestly had a relatively good showing in their first game. There were some moments on that Ezreal where Asum was looking pretty scary, couldn't convert it into a win. The mid and late game fell away from them pretty hard, but we saw some decent stuff out of FPX and crew versus top esports until the map started to fall away from them. OMG, on the other hand, kind of got rolled a little by NIP. A bit ugly as that game went on, looking for a better showing here. Linfong actually got a decent shove here into the Ari, did not have bone plating there as the weirding came on through, so just ate the full magical shotgun blast.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurora does have better wave clear early on with the Q kind of return, being able to trade very well through things, whereas Ari really wants to play around that kind of W level one. Of course, when you get later into the game, Ari has slightly longer range with the max range Q than the Aurora, but once you go in towards like your charm range and your W range, then the Aurora gets some good trades against you. The Aurora's not bad trading at individually against the Ari.
Yeah, can be pretty good at that one. Is Sheer not going to get pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Harry finds a good moment there to be pushed aside just a little, and not too much out of this early game as yet. Clears are now just about completed, and Shadow will retreat back towards the top side of the map to get the other Scuttle Crab, because Xin Zhao is on the bot side one, and with priority achieved by OMG, they are the ones who have a better option at getting a hold of it. Sheer, though, takes an opportunity to hop forward and get a decent chunk.
There's a question chat. Are you a Game of Thrones fan? Your name is after a famous wolf from there. No, it's not. That's Nymaera. That's different. It's spelled different. If you know what my name is from, you can try and have a guess, and I'll tell you whether it's right. I won't tell you what it is if you get it wrong, though. It's not from Game of Thrones. I'll tell you that much.
It has been suggested before. And there was a point where you had blonde hair, but there was a certain Ceres element.
Out. That's a charm into it as well. Good damage. Very good damage.
Boy, they get the kill as well. Care gonna get jumped on. Does at least get turned around with a flash audacious charge. But the damage in many ways already done.
Well, I mean, both mid laners are now going to teleport to the plate. So actually, in terms of saying the damage is already done, the kill goes into the Vi, the return kill goes to the Shinzo. So it actually evens up pretty well. On second thought, I think actually hung right call to go towards that.
The only thing, of course, is the additional flash pop. Linfong down both of those summoners, whereas the Ari does keep her flash.
Yeah, that is important. That is important. That's a good thing there. But still, I think you have to return that killer. You have to. Care and Linfong both going to get their backs in at this point. Not a great W from Linfong. Potentially thought he could W over the wall, but wasn't kind of sat flush with it, so can't get over with it. Good turnaround at least. Both junglers walking away with something from it.
They do. And important, as you said, Terran who had a interesting game one, I think, for OMG. There was that really unfortunate Sejuani blast cone that I think sticks in a few people's minds. Looking a little bit more proactive here, at least in this game versus FPX.
Yeah. So, we did say this game is going to be very skirmish heavy. getting kills onto your junglers early definitely help with that because they'll be leading the charge. If they get towards a slightly earlier Sundered Sky or towards a Black Cleaver to help out their teammates, that can be very, very impactful because not very high tank level in this game.
No.
You have some drain tank from the likes of the Aatrox or even the Shinzao to an extent because it's passive, but really is going to be about those junglers leading the charge, getting their junglers, getting their mid laners and top laners into the play with that CC and that tip of the spear.
Dragon spawned, FPX in position, but we've seen some roams up from OMG. Grubs also spawned. We're going to see a trade or a contest over one or the other. With the supports here, it does look like it might just be a trade. Shin's out heading towards those Grubs. TP back in from Harry, who will have picked up a tunneler there versus Shear's Steel Caps. Shadow going to start up the honey fruit there to give themselves a bit of HP to work with on the ground. Soon picking up some of that mana to help throw out some of the abilities. MF's ability cost can be a little bit prohibitive in terms of ability to get DPS out. It does tend to burn through the mana if she's pumping out a lot of double ups and make it rains.
Yeah, it's why she goes for Essence. Well, she used to go for Essence Reaver quite a lot. Nowadays, because of the interaction between Bloodthirster shield and her W, you have to break the Bloodthirster shield to take off her W because it only counts. She gets that buff while she's technically out of combat before she takes damage. That gives her just so many extra stats to go with. And then Infinity Urge is such a good spike that you kind of need both those items instead. But still, yes, absolutely worth talking about those mana costs. One of the reasons why Essence Reaver was so important before.
Wasn't you still sometimes see Bloodthirster Essence Reaver if you feel like the game's been a bit slower and you're more interested in just playing out lane shove than you are necessarily about the raw damage of, say, a big Bloodthirster Infedge ultimate. There's the Infernal Chains. Sheer gets dragged back. Not too much further duress though. Hang though, looking for a potential invade here. Where's the rest of the squad? 6 to
level 6. Shinzao does win this at the level 6 mark, actually. Shinzao's early game is really, really nasty. Unless Pi gets a really good drop and gets through to a second Q cooldown, Smite comes through onto Hung.
Gets that red buff steal. Nicely played. Understandably, Shadow doesn't want to go for the full trade and just has to deal with the fact it was always going to be a bit of a flip. Loses it this time around. Down that buff.
Yeah, and, you know, before going into this game, I was saying, well, you know, a bit hard to tell where the good matchups are going to be because, you know, in my opinion, the top side of FPX probably a little better than OMG's on current form, and the bot side of OMG probably a little better than FPX is on current form as well. Bot lane's been whatever. I mean, the matchup means it's fairly uninteractive, the Alistar, until it gets through into team fights, and the poke grass is just kind of farming up as it can. But, you know, the top side of OMG picked themselves some early power spiking champions. They're using them well currently, and we have ourselves a very even game, and maybe we can reassess current form for these sides of the map as we get into it.
It's also worth noting, of course, that the two teams they faced first were the two best teams in the group on paper in NIP and Top Esports. So we not necessarily see them at their best because they were going up against some pretty scary opposition there. The gold, in this game at least, remains dead even. It's not been a very high action game. A killer piece, a trade of objectives, and a red buff still really is all we've got to speak about.
Yes, so we're waiting for that first explosive fight of the game, really. When it comes through to that, we said, okay, very skirmish heavy, lots of damage, not that much tank. That does make it more important that we have stuff like Darksteel in the inventory of Aurora. Pay attention to that. Care did not get that on the first back, instead going for the Mana Crystal instead. In a lane like this, it does feel nice to get that early first Lost Chapter because that extra cooldown reduction and the Mana Sustain means that you can farm kind of more consistently with Q, because Aurora can cause some problems. Care looking for a charm here potentially. We're holding on to it a little longer. Looking for that charm though. Does land that, potentially force Lunfeng to recall in a bit of an awkward spot, but how's that teleport anyway? Was already looking for the recall. Nothing really to be gained by Cat, pushes in the wave.
And does get that wave done. Not too much to say about that. And the lanes in general have been pretty matched. We're seeing, what, 5 CS discrepancies max, really. It's all much of a muchness right now, guys. It is 100 gold lead total over to FPX.
Wow.
Clearly game breaking.
I assume it's currently alone in bot side. There is an Alistar with ult. He might go for a flash pull of headbutt under the turret. Is he going to go for it? Flash pull of headbutt back.
Nice combo as well, Red. Tway now here, gets the grand entrance, try and put a knockdown in. Quickness, and then the battle dance with the flash out. Summoners burned by FPX's bot lane, but they do go out alive.
Yeah, Moham doesn't actually get that much value, sadly, out of the headbutt. Gets it into the wall, so he doesn't get the full distance on it. Assume able to get out with the flash and the cleanse at that point. And we are left still with a 1 kill apiece game. Ari's completed the Malignance as that first back, choosing to go towards the first item completion power spike. See whether Care can make himself a big play. As I said before, Care for me was a top 5 Ahri in the world last year on the individual Ahri characters. And I say that as an Ahri main, folks. I have millions of points in the champion, so if anyone has any kind of like right to talk about it,
probably is you. Yeah, you gotta be right there.
It's me. So see whether he can actually combo up to do something though, because the other side of the Care coin is okay. He has a lot of bad individual games. He is a mercurial player. He's streaky. Let's see if we roll heads or tails here. 9 of them.
9 of them, theoretically. 3, 6, 9 tails. Why have you not got an alt account called that, Alex?
Oh, wait, which one?
3, 6, 9 tails.
That's a great idea. Oh my god, that's fantastic. That's my next account. That's my next account. Moam, caught out, doesn't have the flash now, does have ult.
Someone in this chat's gonna steal it now, just saying. I know what they're like. Here's Moam. Rings a cowbell. It's got trample proc, but Grub started up by OMG. They get the 4th, so already at a decent point now. Do FPX still want to play this? Shadow coming on in. On to Starry, TP behind now from Sheer, who's got mega charged as well. Here we go, but it's too little too late. They've lost the fight. Maybe the damage after will be fine, though. It looks pretty good from here. Moam does not have the ult rolling. Care with the double. Still got an ult charge to work with. And Assume has donated it. Shadows trades his life for a monster flank from Sheer.
Yeah, Shadows engage. Actually not that good. Too far away from Care to follow up, but it does start the fight all the same, and Sheer with a monster Mega Gnar pull just absolutely pops off. What did we say about this game? Not that much tank, but everyone has a lot of damage to bring to the table, and Sheer is the first person to really strike home. Care gets a million resets. Is very happy now with the extra gold in pocket. He'll be really kind of annoyed though that he doesn't have a Dark Seal to actually snowball off of that with. God damn it, this Ahri main should know better. Shadow gets you absolutely monstered at first, and I thought that would be a big problem because the Vi doesn't get good value, but it goes straight into a Mega Gnar and Sheer. Spares the blushes really of what happens there. By the way, this kill feed up at the top here, that is special to Faker's Ahri skin, this little thing at the top. So you see this special extra banner come across with Faker's Ahri skin. Care, really good Q sweet spot there to finish off Moam. This Dragon gets taken down here by OMG.
Sacking a little bit on an individual level there, though. Of course, the Ahri down about 20 CS because of the waves drop to make some of those plays happen. Still, 2, 1, and 3, up a fair amount of gold in a decent spot. Dragon was traded back, though, by OMG, so end up getting more of the objectives in general. There's still actually a single grub up, but the kills went the way of FPX, and they have now got a solid gold lead. Spread apart across this team, but some of those objectives not as easy. Oh, wonderful option from Care. Starry now surely dead, but the Chains of Corruption land flashes away. Face check the Ahri and really gets punished for it.
So, good plays coming through from FPX. Carry going forward, Sheer flashing away.
Flash for flash, 3 seconds on the ult for Harry. Because Starry had to reset, gives a lot of time for FPX to claim a plate or 2 bot. We do get that.
You know what? I mean, I'm just going to revisit this again. Care currently at 2, 1, and 3. Great team fight on that top side. Care, yeah, he had a bad Corki game. He does have really good games too, and particularly his Ahri as an Ahri main before he went into pro is one of the champions he can find comfort on. Every so often, Care finds this one comfort champion, which he gets a lot of value out of. In the past, it was Azir. In the past, it was Ahri. It was a couple of these picks. Tristana, great pick from too. Back last year in summer, one of the ways that FPX looked a little better in that summer split, and sadly, the poor last grub not going to be taken up. It takes too much time to kill, folks. The first one gives you the double XP. Going to be left alone, so it's 4-1. FPX just wanted to deny the 6 grubs from OMG, and indeed they have done. Will be despawning a little while.
No one's going to come and take it, although I will say Shadow is strictly around. There's just so many wards here, making it quite tricky, and I think when you are edging towards things like Atakan in 5 minutes or so, you can see wards starting to come up to play around topside pressure that would have been for that grub fight that we did
for the
see.
Charm, here he goes. W misused from Linfong a little bit. Charm
well
has been held onto.
And Linfong now in danger, still gets a really good angle. Another ult charge available. Can't quite get the damage though. Malignance gives you a lot of mobility, to pull the trigger on the ult. All that
needs to teleport, needs to teleport. Can Carry get himself the cancel? He's going forwards, and no, he can't. So Linfong trades ult for ult with Care. Decent damage calculation from Care there, but doesn't quite have the follow-up afterwards.
And then all the while, Linfong has to reset, then teleport back towards top side. There's a bullet time in mid, though. Hangers around. Looks to turn this in as the quickness does work. Shadow will likely fall here as a result, though. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 AD carry for jungler. Objective to really abuse that lack of smite though. Harry gonna try and pull back Asum, but who is fast enough with the strut to just walk out of the Infernal Chains.
Yeah, so FPX take a pick around the Vi again, but this time they don't have a Mega Gnar, and they don't have the Ahri, who's had to teleport out of bot lane, and they don't have the resets there. So a little bit of a misjudgment there in the mid lane from FPX. It leads to a 1-for-1 and not a clean fight.
Strictly got a teleport advantage right now because Sheer hasn't TP'd, whereas both Harry and Linfeng have. Gonna walk down towards this bot lane, with the executions calling also picked up. It can be pretty valuable into things like that Gnar. Not that Gnar, into that Aatrox, because he has quite a lot of sustain inbuilt into that Darkin Blade.
Also think in this part of the game too, very useful into the Sundered Sky, kind of switching around from the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's been getting a lot of good value in the early game so far. Jue hunted back. He needs an E target. That's going to be a Vi getting into range of it. Jue is going to wait around for a second. W cooldown. It's maxed out. Well, not maxed out quite, but close enough to it. Oh, wait, no, because you get the Q 3 points early. Anyway, his cooldown's going to be fine for this point. They don't go follow up for the full kill.
They do not. And Shit back in Mega. He's now genuinely quite threatening on this Gnar. Got such a good value out of that team fight. Is a real side lane threat. You've got the Shoujo on Harry at least, which can be valuable himself. It's not gone for the Sundered Sky, which we often see on the Aatrox as well. Gone more for that cooldown, the ability to get through rotations a bit faster.
He's going to jump onto his team. No flash, pushed up way too far in mid lane. Going to get jumped on in the Xin Zhao early game. Really being capitalized on well by Hunt.
Using that Cloud Rift move speed to get into the bush and just flash Audacious Charge. Good timing from the jungler of OMG.
Yeah, I really think this jungle matchup has been going in the favor of OMG. Shadow misjudging some engages. The Xin Zhao really utilizing this early power well. Care a level down on Linfeng now, because he's dropped a wave or two about the place. Herald started up as Shadow not in position. They don't have their AD carry. That means they don't want to take the fight.
Do not. Looking for potential engage though. Hang on, remember, has no flash. Has to be a little bit wary here himself. FPX looking to come and contest this. Assume will come over as fast as they can. Teleport comes on in. Will be Mega Gnar timing as well. So Sheer theoretically pretty scary, but had it interrupted by Harry. Charm onto Linfeng, but Sheer's not going to be around. Burned his flash as well. Herald goes the way of OMG. Parasol lands onto Shadow, gets knocked up, and will be going down into an early grave. Care stunned up with a trample. Audacious Charge with the 3 talent strike will now get to ult, but the Crescent Guard means the turnaround damage onto Heng not that excessive.
Yeah, so just flows the ults of Care that for not much else. Heng having a really good Xin Zhao game. Starry makes his presence known, and FPX didn't really set up for that objective very well. They lost their AD carry in the setup. Herald now goes into mid lane. It's going to lead to the full tower. No, not without a wave. FPX lose the fight, and they lose a chunk off the mid lane turret.
They lose a Dragon out here as well, as the resets have to come on through. Care has no TP, and we'll hopefully see in a replay, Harry did a really good job of interrupting Sheer's TP there.
Yeah, very, very importantly so. We knew how important that Mega Gnar was the last time, and he just goes too soon. He looks for the timing in the play top side, but just doesn't see what's happening in the bot side at the same time. Really good cancel, as you highlighted there. Charm landed okay. The Q comes in for a steal attempt from Shadow, ends up leaving him in the lurch, doesn't flash out of the Varus ultimate, and sadly dies. Hung, as we were saying, really winning the jungle matchup so far. Back into live. What's happening now? Dragons available, might see another objective setup. It would be 2 dragons for the team to take it.
It would. First items largely completed here. Assume has gone towards the Essence Reaver, by the way, on the Misfortune. It has that second item completed as well on the MF. The Reaver Queen herself will be looking to help clear out this mid lane wave. And again, I suppose when you're playing around the Ahri and the Gnar in the side lanes, more mana to be able to spam through those abilities in the mid lane would have been valid for trying to hold onto that turret, but has to back away, doesn't feel safe enough to walk up and contest it. So mid-tier 1 falls for OMG. Sheer's around here. There was a bit of a knock-up going down onto Shadow. OMG here in force.
Yeah, Care could teleport in, but is he going to be there in time if a fight is really pushed in? OMG choose not to ask that question. Care gets himself that side lane turret. Harry spotted out now as he moves between the bushes. OMG, for once actually, for them as a team, choosing discretion as the better part of Valor. Shadow maybe looking for a player on the side here, or just keeping eyes on OMG to make sure that they kind of held to account as Care pushes in, maybe for an inner turret now on top side.
It's a big chunk. It's a teleport from that close to try and hold this in. Well, it felt like they were forced to do so, or that turret would have gone. Nice work from Care, honestly.
I mean, I have to say, denying 700 gold away from an Ahri who could be a major carry in this game, yeah, I see the angle. Yeah, it sucks losing that teleport, but you have another one on Harry, so as long as Linfeng is at the place he needs to be, denying the 700 gold away from Care could be very potent. He's got himself that Dark Zone inventory now. We'll see if he gets many stacks on that one. Care building towards a Shadow Flame second makes a lot of sense as the sole magic damage source in this game as the Ahri on his team. Linfeng on the other side looking for a similar build, going for the Ludens into that Shadow Flame. Second item for these mid laners could be absolutely destructive, so really keep an eye out for that second item for those mid laners to see how they can go for those one-shots.
Sheerhedge not attacking the turret until way later to deny as much of this wave as you can. It's up a lot on the Gnar right now. Ahri got to walk back to lane on the other side, prevent Linfeng from taking that top tier one, so FPX playing well around those turrets. Shui gets interrupted on the grand entrance. Flashes over the wall to stay alive, but rough moment from him. TP behind. That's Sheer in here, looking to get towards Omega. Starry in danger, throws the barrier, looking for a Mega angle. The damage onto the Varus is huge. Don't even need to use the Mega. Shadow will likely fall here, though, as the rest of OMG collapse. Moham with the ult popping, gets a knock up onto Sheer, does that. Shinzao throws out the Crescent Guard. The bullet time not going to be the best angle. Assume now in danger, gets hit by Dark Blade part 1 and part 2 flashes out as Harry comes across on the Aatrox. Lots of summoners burned across the board.
Yeah, you can see that Care holding onto his ultimate in that play, being very patient. Was wondering whether he could pull that trigger, but the Shinzao, big threat, especially when he has the flash available in that kind of fight. Ends up being quite scrappy again, and you know, both these teams are third and fourth place, placed their teams from their groups in last split. They are third and fourth seeded teams coming into this split. But it's not like they're without their skirmishing potential. Starry, really well shut down by Shadow, who just says, right, you've used your flash, you don't have your spell shield anymore. It's a better entrance from him than he's had in a lot of this game. The problem is he's still in the lurch after that point. He goes down in the 1-for-1, and without that smite, you can't really stick around for something like an Aftercan afterwards. You can see, again, really how tentatively these teams are going. They're not full sending it, because they're aware how dangerous the turnaround might be.
And then Harry comes on in, and you're thinking, oh boy, as soon as potentially in danger here, had to flash out to get out to safety. It ends up being a few flashes in general burn, but I'll note, in particular, both AD carries losing theirs could be pretty scary. In fact, the only flash available for FPX right now is on Care. We've got one on the Alistair, which is pretty huge, and on the Aatrox as well. Big for those Q3 flashes, as you see in a lot of team fights in the mid game. With the Sundered Sky now complete as well, this Aatrox kind of online for all of Sheer's pressure in the lanes.
Yeah, this Aatrox is ready to stop Off in the well, I say that. He is 1,000 gold down in the individual matchup. I don't pay attention too much to the individual gold there. Harry's still in a position where with 2 items and potentially maybe going towards a Sterax third, I'll say, would be quite important for him. Could be in a real position where he could have a big pop-off team fight. I love these kind of games because, you know, he said, hey, individual form for a lot of the players on the Rift here can be quite streaky, can be hot and cold. This is the kind of game where pretty much everyone can win a team fight for their team. It's not like, oh, well, you know, this Braum's just got to put up a shield here and blah, blah, blah. Everyone can be the damage source. Everyone can be that key player in these moments. Aftercan up and available. Dragon spawning at the similar time to Baron on the other side of the map as well. It feels like a storm's approaching. See which team's really going to get the best out of the coming fight.
I was on a bit of a question in chat as well. I was like, is Lethality MF really that unplayable? Because obviously solo queues, still a lot of Ghostblade builders on the champion. I think the honest answer is it's just a bit more volatile. The Bloodthirster allows a lot more safety, and it's a bit more flexible in terms of your build, because you can go to the Essence Reaver, you can go to the Inf Edge, and that is often quite valuable for the MF, even if the Lethality ult hit like a truck and could be really nasty in lane in terms of the build path. Just hasn't been quite as consistent here at the pro level, so people have done that. The other thing is pros are sometimes quite stubborn. They like their builds, they don't change them up that regularly at the top level either. Oh, interesting as well, it wasn't Shadow Flame on the Raw, it was Storm Surge.
Which little surprising for me. The move speed can be quite helpful in these kind of games, which it gives you over the Shadow Flame, but gotta say, normally your W's are enough for that one. It's going to be less opposition popped onto that. Dragon spawning in 40, Dragon and Baron in 30 seconds. Again, just looking for those inroads. Good vision control on bot side of the map from FPX. It would be soul point for them on Cloud Rift, and in a game which is very back and forth, quite close in terms of the actual individual teamfight plays, Cloud Soul could be really important for the likes of Vi and Ahri to work their way onto the targets they need to.
30 seconds until that Dragon spawns. Setup largely favouring FPX right now. Misfortune caught under this tier 2 rather in mid lane. Not really there though, so we'd have to find a way over. Sheer also feeling pretty happy to split push up towards that top side and saying, look, this will only be second dragon. If we can drag you across the map here, it could be quite tricky for you, Shadow. Samuel an angle there, sees Linfeng go across the veil.
Yeah, and Linfeng immediately has to pop that W in case Vi were to just kind of pop ult them. He didn't have exact knowledge of where Ahri was, and Ahri wasn't too far behind that fight. A little bit slow on the setup again, focused a lot on the vision control. OMG's managed to claim a lot of that back on the bot side. Oh, it's a little bit low action, but you can see where the kind of pouncing could potentially come in. Hun going around this corner here, potentially could look for something. Maybe force a flash and out of Ahri going the long way around. Can needs to be a little careful here.
The charm, ults across.
Nice. Yeah, that's about as good a disengage as you can hope for from Care. Problem is now you don't have your ult for the dragon. So, traded for topside pressure. FPX lose that pressure there. Shadow could go for an ult.
Ooh, Flash gets the flash, and they'll still send that cease and desist after the healing. Good, but not enough.
Teleport coming through from Aurora. How much can you get the turnaround here? Anyone else? Care's coming in too, though.
Linfeng has to immediately go between worlds to stay safe, and Sheer nearly at the Mega. Can't get more. They lose the tier 2 anyway. Not a great TP from Linfeng there. I'm not going to lie to you all.
Well, he could have ended up getting that kill onto Sheer. If he hits that Q as well as the E, could have been a kill. But yeah, a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Even with the flash Q not connecting from the Vi, they had enough damage there. So, Dragon also not taken on the other side of the map. Would have thought OMG could have cross-mapped there. Not to be the case.
Trying to play on that side of the map, and actually now with Very Dead, can start to get some resets through, and maybe now FPX can go back and start up that dragon.
Hi Angie, see you in chat. And of course, if you are, look, in games like this, folks, I'm just going to start paying attention to the chat more, because look, we see a lot of setup. We've told you what this is about. It's about bursty picks, it's about playing for around vision control, and eventually someone's going to get blown up. In this case, it's Harry, as everyone pulls the trigger there. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of this game from either side. Someone just randomly gets caught out. Sadly, Care could not be finished off by OMG, as he had a pretty decent angle towards him there. Dragon, we did say that was up and available. FPX will get themselves soul point.
On to the Dragon they go. And they pick that one up quite happily.
Alright, Dragon goes down. Any setup on the other side of the map? No. OMG don't really feel like they can force plays that well. That kind of sucks. I think we're also getting to a point now where the Shinzao gets lesser value. In this kind of game, Shinzao can still be a very good burst factor, but it's not as consistent at going towards the champions they need to. Care's going towards Banshees, weirdly. I'd say weirdly. It's good versus the Aurora in the individual side lane.
He's going corruption theoretically as well.
Yeah, but realistically, you just throw an E out and that spell shield goes. And Ahri doesn't really play from a range where you can kind of protect that more. I think it's actually more about the stats rather than the actual active itself.
By the way, that's the defense. You've already got your burst pairing with the Malignant Shadow Flame, so I think a defensive item might just stick on the Verdant Barrier, honestly. I could see that being an option too.
But then when you go towards the full item, you do get a lot of stats out of Banshees. Banshees is a good full item, actually. It still gives you 100 AP.
True.
You know, Shadow Flame gives you 100 AP, Banshees gives you that. I mean, the problem with going for a build like this is that you eventually want to go towards a Void Staff, because even a little bit of MR on the other side kind of becomes a bit of a problem. And, you know, what happens if Aatrox then, once you're on four items, has like a tiny bit of MR, that kind of becomes a problem. Particularly even for Aatrox, getting a bit of magic resist is okay versus the Gnar, because he has Hyper, which is magic damage, which is percent HP damage, and Wit's definitely a little bit in there too. And then at that point for Ahri, like, oh, I'd love to go for a Death Cap to amp up all this AP I bought. Ah, I need a Void Staff too. Damn, I would have loved them both, third and fourth. Death Cap Void Staff is kind of like your core late game combo. You delay that a little bit, even though the actual utility of the Banshees is nice.
Now this, and one of those issues with Ahri sometimes does feel like you are caught between worlds in terms of what items you want for playmaking versus items you need to actually kill someone.
Yeah, that's why I like that, guys. This is why I like Medjais. You get a 25 stack Medjais, no one gives a damn. Like, you have enough AP. Who gives a damn at that point? You just kill people. Shadow, maybe look at the combo up with Sheer again. Sheer is, you know, look, I've talked a lot about the Ahri. Realistically, I'm an Ahri main talking about. I'm talking about an Ahri as an Ahri main. It really is about the Gnar on the other side. Banshees has been popped from Care. As comes going down, there will be no smite. This will dang charm in the middle of it though.
Ooh, and then Fong taken really low, needs to run across the veil. The bullet time interrupted, pulls back away from it, and they kill off Dwayne on the back end as much as they can. Care still trading. Massive redemption, and Asum gets to Shadow now here. They've gotten the Herald, the Atagon slightly big above them that. Head in hands, even with the smite available, even with the advantage, they can't secure the fight. Sheer gets a monster one. Asum gets a monster one. And it's a disaster for OMG.
OMG lose the Atakan despite there not being a smite on the other side. It is Sheer, the Gnar, who has been winning through the side lane, which steals the Atakan, and OMG completely fuck up the cross map. That's no other way to put it. OMG have completely messed up on the cross map as FPX. I mean, they walk here and they say, okay, well, you know, really good charm here, by the way. Even a level down. Cat gets that midway through the W. The animation's slow enough for you to punish, and suddenly Linfeng's out of the fight. No damage there. They try and burst down the Atakan, but the decision is split. They're not fully DPSing the Atakan, which means that the smite can't come through to get the GA. It's from bad to worse. OMG lose their minds around the objective, and then the GA goes to the other side, so they can't even get any follow-up kind of return kills.
They lose their entire team and the Atakan for the price of Dway. Like, it doesn't get much worse than that. Banshee's now fully funded. Third item in from Assume. Charm lands! And Moam is a medium rare steak for the whole of FPX. They are eating good this game.
Oh, they're having a banquet. Care has 3 stacks, and he has a GA to use as well. Goes in for a charm.
Oh,
Here comes
man
the he
alive.
also has that withdrawal.
Start to keep trading. Decent charm. Tart 2 comes on through. They've broken the base apart. So that's a tier 2 going down. They will get one of those withdrawals, but not more than that as Harry's World Ender goes down. They finally get another withdrawal, but I think they're kind of happy with that. They forced 2 kills. They forced their way back into the base. The tier 2s are falling. FPX in a great position this game.
Now, and Care could have flashed over, just chooses not to. It's not like when you die with the withdrawal, you lose your stacks on your Dark Seal or anything, and he wants that charm, that flash for playmaking potential later. He'll teleport back into play. Now he has himself that flash later, and Hung has gone way too far into a monstrously fed Gnar.
Oh, no.
Sheer is absolutely ridiculously strong.
5-0 and 8 on the now. He's got a Campunk chainsaw to just max everything out. And he is looking a little bit like one of those Hellwalkers you hear about from Doom. Wherever he goes, rip and tear until the game is done. Moam dies again. Another wonderful engage from Care. The Ari main looks stylish. There's the Faker. Kill feed at the top. Beautiful stuff from FunPlus. Phoenix rising from the ashes of their first game defeat today.
You're wondering why Care saved his flash earlier. That's why he did it. Charm flash forwards, ends the game. Solo lane domination from FPX. I'm sure Sheer will get that player of the game. Wonderful Gnar performance from him. But Care on the Ari also putting in a good performance, salvaging a little bit of that performance of the poor Corki game earlier against Top Esports. FPX get themselves an important win here against OMG, likely their rivals for that 3rd place in the group.
That was pretty huge. It was not the cleanest early game. It wasn't flawless from the side of FPX. I think you saw moments where like Shadow would full send it. Well, yes, you had the sheer teleport coming in for the big Gnar ult, but it wasn't as clinical and tight as the best teams in the LPL. But I appreciate the verve. I appreciate the confidence. I appreciate the fact that we are seeing FPX try to make plays. You can see what this team is trying to do, and I'm looking forward to seeing the journey. I just don't think it's going to be that easy, shall we say, against the likes of your Top Esports and your NIPs who they share this group with.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in OMG not finding proactive moves in that game beyond the early game. The early game was fine, and then they just really struggled to find any inroads. They kind of just slowly bled up around side lanes, and they got randomly picked off. I think Linfeng got really quite hard diffed by Care in the individual 1v1.
Yep.
We did say his Ari's a good one. He is an Ari main, and he played it out. To my satisfaction, at least, I enjoyed the way he mechanically played that out, and it's honestly pretty clean win from FPX from the mid game. Really, the early game was a little bit back and forth, but you know, Sheer in that side lane really felt like he wasn't going to lose that game.
Yep,
right.
And Sheer is still really good, is the honest answer. Oh, hi, by the way. I'm Initialise. I'm this guy's brother. This is Nymaera. You're on his stream, as you can see by the wonderful title here. Shout out to Chris Edgeworth for the graphics as well. You may also be watching on Onivia's channel on YouTube. Hello over to Onivia. It's a pleasure to be working with you guys out there as well. Thanks for coming and saying hello to us all. If you can, throw a follow, throw a like, throw a subscribe. All of those things matter a huge amount for making sure this channel is known and talked about, and those kinds of things are super valuable. So if you can do things like throw a subscription out there, please do. I am also here, but I'm on Alex's channel. So if you get the chance to throw some support at me, my name is in the title. So if you can follow me as well, it does make a huge difference to me, which would be pretty cool. After this series, you'll be coming over to my channel so we can do a little podcast as well. So if you stick around, that could be cool too.
Right, I'm gonna go take a break because I need to rest my brain very briefly.
Go do it.
And
I'll look after chat.
You can look after chat.
Could you make me a cup of tea, please?
Sure. Cool.
Oh. Feel free to rinse this out and use it. I know we're a bit shy on mugs. Thank you. And thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Get hydrated, idiot, says Angie, by the way. Hydration. Cup of tea, please, sir. Of course, Noah. Well, I'll fax it over to you. That's the way I get things to chat. That was best of one. Yes, it was. So this is... it's placement. So any LDL enjoyers will understand the system because I'm used to it. But what this basically is doing is it's... we've got... what is it? It's 4 groups of 4 with like your best 4 teams as pool 1, second 4 teams as pool... You know, like you got top 4 is there, 4 to 8 is group 2, 9 to 12 is group 3, and you kind of split the groups up, and then the idea basically is it's a way of seeding for our best of 3 stages to theoretically give more competitive matchups for our actual best of series, rather than just having like BLG just perma-stomp, I don't know, I suppose in this case an OMG, right, who are still struggling a little bit here. Who is NIP humbling next game? I believe we have the best matchup of the day in NIP Top Esports next. Get in here and get ready, because I think this one should be really, really good fun. Should be a good one. And turn your head away from emote, the game is over. Yeah, there was a bad out of calm fight. That's what you need to go have a look at. It was pretty silly. Keep an eye on that one. But yes, I was saying something. But yeah, that's how the seeding stage is working. So what happens basically is your top 2 teams from your seeding stages. So say in this case, likely NIP and Top Esports. Because they've placed top 2 in this seeding stage, immediately go to the top group for the next split, and that will be made of the top 10 teams from our various groups. 4th place team, the bottom team from each group, is immediately sent into the bottom group, which is our bottom 6 teams, at which point you might be going, Sam, but that's only 8 teams in the top group and 4 teams in the bottom group. What about the remaining 4 teams? Where are they going? It's like, oh, well, I'm so glad you asked, guys. Because your 3rd and 4th place, your 3rd place teams, from the bottom 2 from the groups, then go off into a little playoff series where what will happen basically is a way of managing groups that are a bit more stacked. Basically, it's like, okay, hey, this group just ended up with 3 teams who are really good. It's tough. One team had a bad playoffs and therefore got placed somehow into the 3rd place seed in a group, and it's like, oh my god, these teams are ridiculously strong. So what happens is you've got little playoffs between our 3rd place teams from the various groups, and what will happen there is you'll play like a series of games, and the top 2 from that series of games will immediately go into Group Ascend and make up the remaining 2 teams for that top 10 teams, and the bottom 2 teams drop into Group Nirvana, which is our bottom group, and that's then pretty significant. And what will happen is the best teams from Group Nirvana will join playoffs at the end of the split, and the best teams there will all be up in there in playoffs. So they'll join the Group Ascend teams in playoffs, but the bottom teams end up in a really tricky scenario where they will then be done for the year. Not for the split, for the year. Bottom teams from Group Nirvana are not playing again. It's very, very significant. In a surprise to absolutely no one, Sheer gets MVP. Holy moly, was that a Gnar game. 6-0-11, plus 5,500 gold. Huge amount of damage percent. Involved in 89% of the kills to top laner. Great teleport flanks, great solo lane play. With the exception of getting his teleport cancelled that one time, you can't ask for much better. Yeah. Nirvana Group also has the firing squad rating for the bottom 2 teams. Yes, they do. If you end up bottom 2 after the split, bottom of Group Nirvana, you are removed from the LPL for the year, basically. You are done. Do not get to play playoffs. Never mind split 3. That's pretty crazy. Looking forward to seeing BLG stomping. That should be pretty good fun. They are looking back on form relatively here, I think. Though there was a dicey moment or 2. E.g. Wink. So, chat, who do we think is going to be deleted? That is a question. Who do we think is going to be the Nirvana? You know what? I'm going to hold on to that question for the podcast later, because I think we're going to have a bit of an interesting question about that. Just say it's a WE and LNG, we all know it. Yeah, they're not looking great right now. I kind of agree. W in particular, I think they're going to need some work, aren't they? UP actually redeemed themselves yesterday. I'm super happy. No longer deathly scared for them. Yeah, no, generally, I have quietly liked this Ultra Prime squad. Like, I don't expect them to make deep playoff runs or whatever, but I think there's genuinely some players on there who I think are okay. I really do.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是
Bit of interview here. Candice talking with Shea.
本场比赛的胜利，我们请到的是中路选手 Care 来到赛后采访席，欢迎 Care 跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是方面的中。
There are any Mandarin speakers in chat. Always helpful to hear what they're thinking about these.
今天也有很多你的粉丝在现场说夸你打得好，那明显感觉跟队伍的第一把比起来，你们这把打的是更加主动了，所以你觉得在这局游戏当中，整个队伍执行的更好的点是哪里呢？
因为第一把的话，我觉得是有点过于着急了吧。然后第二把，我觉得就是大家的沟通和团队协作上面就是做得更好一点。
而且这局其实你们跟 OMG 是打的互有来回的，但是你们总是能够在运营回合上面稍微领先对方一点点。那在这之中的话，你们是怎么去打破这种僵局，并且说是拉扯对方的这个边线的呢？
因为我们前面也打赢了几波小团嘛，然后纳尔的边线是很厉害的，所以我们就让魏跟着纳尔我们去突破那个边线嘛。
而且你也提到魏跟纳尔拉扯的这个边线问题，当时厄塔韩那波可以说一锤定音嘛。你们上野在下路一路投的时候 ，OMG 就选择要去动，在上路动手，而且你们反应非常。
What the hell? Where's Bouse? I know. Yeah, Brad Bard. This isn't the Mia Bouse goes through anymore. Back to the LPL. But good to see you again. Second game's team communication was better, I agreed. OMG. That's what I understood from his first reply. Fair enough. But I say, I'm assuming by your name you are living in Beijing, so I trust you have a certain amount of Mandarin.
比赛呢，先到此告一段落。接下来看一下前3场比赛的 spotlight。
That's good to hear. So it felt like their comms were better in game 2. That's fair. I think there was a little bit sloppy in game 1. This is the game 1 where this was the really sad moment. Hang on, this is NIP versus OMG. Oh, this is just the hot spotlights from today. Okay. Watching top next, yes we are. Someone's being explicit, how dare they? Oh, leave. What a fight from him, actually. This was wicked good today.
Nice. 漂亮 ，nice，
我推下了，好拉扯，等剑哥带上吧，他们这个中路一定会守的，不急，让剑哥先带。我没到走，兄弟们，没事，等剑哥带，剑哥进来，他们杀不了了。开了吗？开了，我有点远。慢点打，先上，这大叔死了，我死不掉，我猛了1，可以啊。一波吗？看呀，能结束到吗？ OK， 没事，我早就可以卖了。可以啊，你可以卖，开口。我可以看的，好看，别急。我停了。我很远，哎，肚子暴血，慢点。肚子暴血。有没闪。可以慢慢打。
Did TES get a warm reception? Relatively. It wasn't absolutely upstanding, but I think it was always going to be difficult with the LPL fans. Pretty disappointed with them after an underwhelming first stand. Noah's like, I hope not.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Ooh, switches. Oh, very exciting. Mechanical keyboards. Oh. Minute 30 the next one. I'll turn the camera off so you can see the schedule. NIP won the game 1. Actually, I need to run some ads as well. That's what I need to do. 1 second, guys. Reminder, if you don't want the ads, subscribe. Woo. Was first stand only for MSI or also determined for determined worlds? It only determines MSI, I believe. Now did it affect the region 2 that fell off? I don't think it affects too much. It just gets you an extra slot in MSI, I think is the way it was. Which kind of has theoretical additional impacts onto things like... oh my dear, I'm just bad. Worlds, because you've got more shots to do well, but that's about it. Oh, well, next game should be pretty huge. Top Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas. How exciting that one's going to be. Thank you very much. I'm flying in a bit. Me too.
Okay, ready. Well, let's
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to do that.
No,
My
that's
bad.
right. What is it again? NIP versus
Top Esports, the big game.
That's the big one, isn't it? Top Esports versus NIP. Rightsy. Did we run adverts? Yes, you did.
I did.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Got that one done.
Hello. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, folks. I'm running out of energy a little bit after many days of 6 games a day with early starts. For me, anyway. So, this one's the big one, though. This is the one which people tune in for, so. Sam's been abusing you. What has he done? How bad was it? Looking forward to seeing BLG stompings. BLG had a bit of a stumble in their first game of the day when they played, but, I mean, we're not learning that much from these games currently. Unspeakable things. I literally could not speak it right. Alright, I'm just gonna put camera off a little bit just until we get into draft, because I do need to rest my brain a little bit. Oh, manager stuff. Swift, hang on, what? Why is Swift on here? He hasn't played in the LPL in years. No, but Aki's in there too. No, it's jungler stuff. Lien, SOFM, Ning, Aki, Swift. Is this the amount of top 5s? Wait, top 5 finish? No, that's not true. Old Man Cup, right. Okay, that makes sense. But why is Aki in there then? Oh, right. The Legacy Cup, yeah. On to stage again. This is the big game today, folks. Derby versus Cream. Well, Derby versus Crisp. That's the one they're showing on screen. The FPX duo that won Worlds in 2019. They were the two best players on that team too, really. When they won Worlds, Crisp and Derby were freaking incredible.
TN as well, to be fair.
Yeah. But I think actually on that team, I think you have to highlight... I mean, his finals was very, very good. I think for the tournament, when they actually won Worlds, I would say Derby and Crisp were their two best players. Remember Crisp Thrash?
They were core to the playstyle, right?
Yeah. And particularly because the way that TN played was possible because Derby was basically a second jungler, and it was kind of Rookie and Derby both had that kind of impact.
Can we budge over a little bit, please? Thank you very much. Brilliant. I can head out. I also get a better angle on the screen because otherwise it throws my head off a bit.
Well, you could just ask me to do that.
It's not as comfortable to sit this way.
No, but if it's an angle problem, you just let me remove the screen. That's not a problem. Just let... Okay, whatever. Into draft we go for our title match of the day, really. Our top two seeded teams, Top Esports and NIP, playing off against each other in our fourth game of the day.
There we go, that feels a bit better. That's Top Esports and NIP in a pretty good spot here to make this, on paper at least, our most competitive game of the day. Rise Varus, all off the table by Top Esports against NIP in particular. On the other side, the Yone and the Skarner removed.
No Rumble ban, no Kalista ban. Both of them look very, very important to me. Yeah, you do have to remove Doomby's Rise. That is a very powerful pick. Top Esports got side selects, and NIP the next time they face up will be able to get that side select for themselves. What's the priority here, though? Rumble ban, no Galio on the table, so it means that one of the choice counters are removed from that. But thing is, though, now we have Rumble, Jace, Ambessa, Gwen, all available.
With a Rumble ban, Rumble picked straight away. Shanji, does he have something into it? Feels like we start to see a little bit more of things like people having to take the Jace into it and try and deal with it. Ambessa's up, they take that. Vi's banned, though.
Jace was passed up. So high ban rate here within the LPL. Aurora locked in for Derby as well, so maybe they don't have the Vi to combo up with it, because the choice top side, I think, for a lot of LPL top for teams has been Vi, Ambessa, and Aurora. So what do they go for alongside that?
See what that pairing is. Try and play that out a bit. And there's Neferi up and available. Are you thinking about locking that in for Kanavi? I'd love to see Kanavi try it.
It's knocked in!
Oh my days, here we go!
They lock it in.
Oh,
no, you say it's locked in for Kanavi. That's not certain. There is a chance it goes into mid lane as well. Of course, with the Hovers now, it becomes more likely, but still. Has been seen about the place. Derby was apparently practicing a lot. Our second Neferi in the LPL locked in. Magic damage and physical damage locked in. They don't have that much lockdown right now. They need some more CC. Cream thinking about bringing that to the table with the Ahri. Instead goes for Talia. Not the best lockdown right now all the same, but still, very bursty topside.
I'm so excited. I wasn't available yesterday with my voice being a bit dead, and I didn't get to cast that Neferi game. Alex actually did a really good job casting it. So I need to see exactly how he plays this one out, and I need to step up my game here. As they lock in a Viego to try and manage, it can often be okay into the Neferi. You can dodge out on her, dashing forward with the Hound's Pursuit just a little.
You can dash backwards, but so your Q goes through the dogs, and that can kill some of them. Your W does get blocked by the Neferi dogs, though, which is a problem. So I don't love it. I don't love it right now. NIP looking for a reset comp. The Ambessa into the Neferi can help, but of course you can press W and ignore that engage, because if Ambessa's going to lock you down, you just go intangible, and that's fine. So, bot laners left out again. The drafting of the last few days has really left jungle and, rather, bot lane to the end of the draft, which does mean that, stuff like the Kalista ban being dropped in the first 3 bans is becoming more common. Now, potentially 4 AD carry bans in the second round. What do we even lock in after that point? I think NIP would really like to go for a Varus, maybe, to deny it from Top Esports. I think both these teams would look... Wait, no, the Varus is already gone as well. That was banned in the first round, so ignore me on that one. They need some lockdown. Maybe Jhin becomes more popular again, because Leave is a great player of that champion. What's the plan here?
Debating a Mel was an interesting hover. Can you potentially block some of Neferi's combos, like the Dark and Daggers and stuff? I guess, if it was going towards Mid lane, not bad into a Talia as well. You can block things like the threaded volley well enough, but instead, side the Jin's a much more standard option.
And Leaf
especially with the Aurora already locked in, would have been a bit weird. So.
Especially with Leaf being such a good player of the Jin, playing it earlier today in their victory makes a lot of sense. Jakilov, big misfortune player regionally. He played it at first stand, didn't work out, but here regionally, very lane dominant and has good combo. But they have so little lockdown. Do they need to go for the Rel Leona? They go for the Alistair. You know what? I look at this top esports comp and I think this is very difficult to play. I don't love this composition in terms of ease of execution. They get IP, much easier for them to, lock in something like a Rel, Leona now, Nautilus if it goes to it, and get themselves that dedicated lockdown. Feels very easy for them to play around it.
Holding on for this last pick. Top esports have got a lot of dive here. It's not quite the vibe, but Neferi can kind of play a similar role with that Talia. Looking to make the plays start up. Rel locked in. It's a big team fight comp for NIP too.
And I think NIP's comp is much easier to play. Now, the thing is, I think top esports have way more damage. Neferi, incredible damage. Rumble, incredible damage. Misfortune Talia. If they actually hit their targets, the DPS race is won by top esports. It is much harder to hit their targets though because the lockdown is much harder for them to land. NIP have an Ambassador ult, they have the Viego W, they have Jin W, they have the Rel combos as well. And they have the resets over. So NIP, I think they walk away from this with a better draft for me, honestly. Top esports though regionally are very different to what you may have seen of them at first stand. And NIP will try to look to see if they can get themselves an early push ahead of top esports, current LPL champions within their group.
Need to see exactly how it all plays out because this will be still us learning exactly how Neferi is. Need to see exactly how it plays out as Viego running the EDG skin, of course, as well, is the common option here in the LPL. We wait to see exactly how this all plays out. Lights, cameras, and actions all preparing a role. Very explosive mid-games on both teams.
Game 4 of the day, best of ones rolling through here. This one should be a fight for the top spot. NIP, top esports look dominant in their first games of the day. NIP, I think, walk away with an easier to play composition, but they have to play against top esports current champions. Let's see if we get some Joes this time.
Crowd unmuted well and truly this time. Both teams understandably getting a lot of support here. That's our two best teams in the group. Fans all here to support for that one. You can see pretty dramatic shifts in points of power in this game. And the predicted stats bottom points of power often very narrow in the LPL.
Yeah, I think what that graph doesn't really tell though is how difficult it is to play these compositions. You know, top esports, they have Alistair for CC. The rest of it is like an unassisted Talia combo. It's very difficult to play around that. This is the kind of game which a Jin can just land a random W for NIP and it completely wins them the game. Because top esports don't have that ease of execution to play around. Jakilov, we'll see how lane dominant he could be on the Misfortune. He's struggled to be that at first stand. We've highlighted that already, compared regionally. And top esports, of course, coming back for their first games in the LPL after the embarrassment of first stand. He gets his dancing grenade onto both members there. This early bot lane. We'll see how much Jakilov can get out of it. Chris going to look for potentially a skill level 1. No, chooses not to go for a headbutt or a pulve. Wave control, very important in these kind of early lanes.
Checking this out.
You're looking up Neferi skills.
Well, the reason is I went to look them up, and the wiki and the League of Legends page has not had it changed. I was like, hang on, I wanted to double check, so I was just looking through a few different things.
Yeah, Chris gets level 2 first. Wave control, lead put into the wall.
Let's get the damage back. His lead, though, just gets the standard lever, throws out a good deadly flourish. Crips now in danger, and the barrier prop comes on through. Top esports try to abuse the level 2 and can't secure the kill. Jackie now in danger. The mount up comes on through. We'll try and get one back on a Jackie, but Jackie just flashes forward, so they overplay the extended 2v2. Jackie will still likely fall here. Crashdown just wide. Here comes Kanavi, though, and he will make sure that PP God is forced to flash. Jackie does still fall, though, nonetheless.
Yeah, that was very unnecessary from Leave. You already got yourself that first kill in the lane. It was an assist, sure, but you knew that there was a chance of a double up coming back. Leave could have just let PP God to it. Jackie loses both summoners, but so does Leave. No summoners left available now in the mid lane. Kanavi not able to make an impact in that bot lane play. Starts off with the level 2 hit by Crisp and Jackie first. And Chris does get himself a good combo. Jackie not quite able to get himself into range though, and a really good delaying crash down from PP God. Means that Jackie can't finish off Leave with some extra auto attacks before Leave turns around with huge damage. This is the unnecessary bit. Look, you are within 2 tap distance. It's a big mistake there from Leave. That felt very unnecessary. As PP God at least manages to chase after the extra kill.
He does, and Kanavi nearly gets one back there, but there is still the flash up and available. Did interrupt his clear a bit to make that happen, though, so Nefari's had to run up to other parts of the map. It's actually interesting looking to see whether there's an dive on this Ambassador available with the wave timing. Here we go, can look to throw out the Darkened Daggers, does so, and the dogs keep hunting. They get the kill on the Ambassador. Kanavi off to the races. Hyenas on the prowl.
First kill helps with the Darkened Dagger. Bleed coming through. It's a big wave lost by Shanji. That's a problem. You already know that you gave over that Rumble, and you thought, okay, it's a consolation prize of the Ambassador, but now you're behind in the top lane matchup. That's a problem. Top Esports were saying, hey, it's a hard composition to play. The ease of execution, difficult. However, you get a lot of gold. That tends to smooth over a lot of those words.
Does that. Now, waiting to see exactly how it goes. Of course, you can still be pretty tricky with that reworked W. To get that in, that moment of invulnerability, untargetability is actually what it's not invulnerability. Critical difference there. The annoying for Ambassador to try and find damage back in those key moments, and it's just a nicely executed dive. Delays that kind of clear a little bit, but with the respawn account, can just kind of reverse clear and be okay. Maybe 4 CS or whatever, it's not that big a deal. Engage on to Leave though. Potentially a little bit trickier. Deadly Flourish comes on down. Crisp now in a dangerous spot. It's great. Make it rain. Prevents Leave having easy follow-up. Jackie no mana though. Could prove problematic, but the straight-up autos are good. Crisp with the cooldowns coming back up and available. Leave waiting for that Deadly Flourish option. Tries to land on Crisp and does so. Watch for the double up though. Jackie can find the autos. Jackie finds both.
3 kill misfortune. Jackie internationally had some worries, but regionally, he's on top, baby. The LPL champions in the bot lane get themselves a crucial 2v2 against Leave and PP God, who I thought were doing very well in the 2v2 up until that point. Big loss for NIP. Individual mistakes of pulling them behind the game. I really like this composition from NIP, but if they're behind too much gold, I don't think we'll see the best of it.
Crisp starts the engagement. It's happened both times around where it's Crisp going in. It actually almost went wrong the first time. This time around though, Jackie just gets to stand and deliver, even with the lack of mana. Just gets to do so much work on the Leave, who has to play from way further out suddenly.
And he has the press the attack available. You know, that's already active. It increases your damage after it's been procced. Leave puts a lot of damage into Chris, which isn't onto Jacula. That's the problem there, really. He dumps, you know, 90% of the HP into the Alistair. If that had gone to the MF, it would have changed everything. Big run towards top side now on the Grub spawn. They want to punish Shanji before he hits level 6.
And those lane swap mechanics have all dropped off. Shanji is a very dead Noxian. Nice dive.
Top East was much cleaner on the map. So much cleaner on the map. Where has Aki been in these plays? Not able to... He's not been there to shield top lane. He's not been there to interact with that bot lane. What did we learn about top esports at first stand? If you interrupt the 2v2 early by getting down there early, they fall apart. Aki didn't manage to do that. Doomby's not been able to do that as well. Maybe you could have teleported down at some point. And IP, I feel like they've misread top esports' strengths and weaknesses, fighting them in a pure 2v2, losing that, and now losing on the map because top esports have just coasted through this early game.
Shanji goes back towards his bot side, but it's just feeling very difficult. And Jackie Love's misfortune didn't work out at first down, but regionally has been so good. Doing his very best to be scary as he can be. Dropped a wave or two here, but I think on the whole, you're kind of okay with that in the grand scheme of things, just with how many kills he's picked up in trade.
So now we get through into our next phase of the game. Early game still rolling along. Don't have, of course, the second spawn grubs yet. They only just went back down, but I'm really worried for the NIP at this point. It feels like top esports. Yes, it's hard for them to play good counter trade there from Doomby. Actually, that gets a good amount of value out of that, but The amount of gold being given over to top esports this early on will be able to make their composition much easier to play, because suddenly it's like, well, a bullet time even without CC now forces NIP to flash out. Rumble Equalizer can do the same thing. NIP could not afford to give over this early advantage, and I feel kind of crap for them, because, you know, Leaves Jin has typically been a very big point of power. Typically, Aki's Viego has been a good point to them too. But they've put themselves into a very hard to play out situation now.
And like literally just the last game we saw Leave, it was a fantastic Jin game. So it's not even like we're talking last split even. We're talking earlier today. It just hasn't worked out here in the first game. 2v2s have gone pretty wrong for them. And you had that conversation when we first top esports played today. And you said, look, Jackie and Chris, the 2v2 wasn't so much of an issue.
Look at this wave control here on the bot side. No one's coming to help Shanji. Shanji sat here alone bot side. Aki on the complete opposite side of the map. He's now had to just hairfoot it down towards that bot side. But Shanji's already losing out an XP in terms of wave. For me, the big difference here has been Aki not being in the right place at the right time to bail out his team.
Kanavi now takes the opportunity to dive on in, but flash for the W means Kanavi has to use that call of the pack to go intargetable for a moment or two, trying to get the kill. Flash over the wall, survives, as Jin can't bring down the dog.
Kanavi goes intangible, and NIP can't grasp the kill. Aki does get himself, you know, a decent play in there for the damage, but this is the problem with trying to look for the reset onto the Neferi. She presses W and you can't get that damage down in that moment.
Here's the big switch, right? Hound's Pursuit becomes the ult, Call of the Pack becomes the W. Have a look at this again, because it felt like a great angle here, honestly, from Aki and Shanji.
But they don't get the one-shot. They don't get the one-shot, and then suddenly you have the Talia minefield down. You can't dash around as the Ambassador after that point, and Kanavi gets himself out, particularly when you get the refresh of your ultimate. If you get the reset after the first kill comes through, you get a shield on the second cast of it. That's the difference there. For those of you that don't know the Neferian mechanics, ever since the Hound's Pursuit came through, the first kill gives you one reset on your ultimate, gives you a shield on that, so you have great ability to outplay. Doesn't have the ultimate right now, though. Might be, doesn't have the flash either, so not nearly as survivable this time.
Of course, Aki down the flash in the ultimate too, makes that Viego a lot more vulnerable in trade, so let's swing a little in roundabouts. And I was just about to ask about Neferi and why it feels like she's become so busted with the switch of the abilities, but they're going to go for disengage here as Cream just gets eviscerated. Nice combo from PP God and Doinby.
PP God, 2-1-1. That is a fed old rail, and gets something into the mid lane. Returns a bit of a love letter over to Cream, the OMG member on the other side of the rift. NIP have three of them, Shanji, Aki, and PP God. Cream was their mid laner in 2023. There's a bit of a family reunion there for the yearbook photo. Top Esports have an advantage in that mid lane now. It's 1,000 and a bit gold lead for Top Esports. So this timestamp, that's an awful lot. But remember, they need that gold, really. I feel like NIP, they get themselves onto even footing. They have a lot of power to play around.
2-0-1 on this Neferi, 4-1 on the Misfortune. Both of these players are in fantastic spots. Towards the grubs we go. First set were claimed by Top Esports. Navi already kicking these ones off, trying to make sure that their dogs stay alive, are getting eaten alive a little by the grubs. Does sometimes happen, so actually with that much of a pack to work with is Kanavi at the moment.
Yeah, you can just use his W to resummon them if you'd like, but then you don't have your defensive tool. That's the trade-off you have with the Neferi. Use your W for clear speed and damage, or use it for that defensive ability. It's kind of like when Jax uses Counter-Strike. It's like, okay, I use this for various different things. Doinby has to flash out of the combo, but Aki's here on top side. Cream still no flash.
Going to be in so much danger. Gets jumped on, goes down. Thought he was safe with his jungler and people around in that grub pit, but nice angle from Aki to get on in there, and claims the kill on Cream. And IP suddenly finding a few strikes back here after an early game that felt pretty against them.
Still 6 grubs over the Top Esports. I'm a little worried about that now.
Yeah.
Because we saw how well Top Esports played around sidelines against FPX. And IP will need to have their macro on point, and Top Esports, you know, all credit to them. Their early games were pretty ass at first stand, but their macro in side lanes is something that we've learned so much about in the LPL. NIP need to be very, very careful not to allow free hits onto turrets.
Eviscerating forwards there because Kanavi does a little cartwheel when you do the eviscerate. It's quite entertaining. Spinning Dog of Doom.
The Whirling Dervish. Kanavi bring those dogs back to full HP. People doesn't have flash, so he used it to kill Cream earlier, and that might just gift him over towards Top Esports.
Goes crashing on down, gets a few resists. They'll open up the curtains and try and find an angle. Cream eats one. On the other side, 369 just sticks the afterburners on and chases Shanji away. He's 2 levels down, by the way.
Yeah, that one's pretty rough. And this is where a lot of this one's going to teleport out.
No! Cancel. Into the bullet time as well, just about survives. But here comes the hound pursuit. Oh!
Kanavi gets a kill onto Shanji. Reset on the ultimate. Not needed to be used here. Top Esports really, really playing well to punish this Ambassador, who's not had any help from the rest of his team. Don't be wave clear ultimate to make sure the 6 scrubs don't immediately kill the tower.
Eclipse completed, level 9, the Fury gets to hop in, having had so much hard work done by 369 and Chris. Shanji just could not escape no matter what there.
I really think this game has potentially been lost for NIP around Aki not supporting his lanes early enough. I really wonder if that's where this game's been won and lost. PPGod goes in, doesn't have the follow-up of Durnby. He teleports in now, but it's a little too late. The CC comes through, but the CC is not just that. It doesn't last long enough for the team to come up into it. Shanji tried to walk up to the play, but 369 wards him off, and because of the... Hang on, 369 just died on the other side. That's a good moment, but the problem is, why couldn't that have happened before the last big fight? Top Esports get themselves their big advantages. They take that top lane turret. 369 teleported up towards it, and the 6 grubs make it so easy for them to do that.
And the turret was still claimed top nonetheless, so they've got that first turret. They've already got 3 objectives, 3 kills. The feats of strength are fully claimed by Top Esports in every possible metric. They got all 3 of the markers. And now NIP, yeah, you scaled kind of fine, but the mid game where you were supposed to be really potent with this Aurora, Jhin, the Diego de Mesa, that whole really nasty burst pick combo, isn't going to be playing out. And you were saying, look, I actually think Top Esports comp is a little harder to play. Right now, it's not feeling like it because the pieces are so far ahead of the curve.
And that's something that we kind of learned about Top Esports last split. Sometimes their drafts were harder to play, but they were just so good at playing their individual pieces that it didn't matter. That came to bite them at first stand, and, you know, Top Esports, maybe that's a lesson they'll learn at some point, but not here today. They play through this composition, they're playing so well individually once again that NIP haven't really managed to use what I would consider to be a comp advantage.
And in fairness to him, it's not like Top Esports comp doesn't make sense, right? The Nefiri and the Talia, really good divers with Crisp, and you've got a good follow-up with an equalizer and a bullet time. You use Skirmish really well with that. It's not like this comp isn't on theme, right? It's not like it's just random champions for lane prio. But even so, as necessarily cohesive in the team fights requires a little bit more decision-making and patience and prudence in terms of who you jump on when.
4 kill Nefiri, man, that's ridiculous.
How on earth are you going to kill this dog? She's very hard to kill at the best of times.
He's a level up on the enemy top lane. It dodges out some of the ambassador damage. Needs to be a little bit careful. Remember, his dogs can block out the W if he needs to. Hops over the wall with the Eviscerate. Lost some ability for this champion. Also remember that I believe the W, it doesn't, so your W doesn't give you a shield anymore. It gives you the, you know, the untargetability instead. But you do have a lot of move speed when you, I think your W gives you the extra bonus AD and the extra move speed as well when you still do that. That's what the old ult gave. I'm trying to remember what they actually stripped from the W when they made it a basic ability. But either way, Nefiri is really hard to lock down, really.
Yeah, and I think much like the Diana rework, she just feels a lot more dynamic now as a champion. Because obviously, it's very similar in the fact that before Diana got her rework, her Luna Rush was her ultimate, which was the dash. Whereas Moonfall was the basic ability on an E.
This is the thing. I actually think, well, they did the opposite, right, between the two of them, in terms of they gave Diana the mobility on her basic kit, and they gave Nefiri, like, her mobility and her ult instead, and they kind of locked her out of the other game. I suppose she had the dash as the E, so it's a little bit different in that situation. Herald being started up, Kanavi ready to rip and tap. This is going to be a very, very dangerous Nefiri if they get in towards the backline. You can't block that dash 2 anymore, the Hound's Pursuit. You used to be able to block like a Caitlyn ult. Here comes the fight. Ult going to be popped by Chris, maybe? No, holds. No, uses it now.
Blocking the target. Nefiri will get onto the people she likes to, which is partly what makes her a lot more dangerous now. Let's cross the wall there.
Durnby takes away the scuttle crab though. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds.
Cleaver done that as well for this.
That's terrifying. He has 2 items before his solo laners.
And so much ability haste as well. Like your W, your E are going to be on such short cooldown. That mobility, that untargetability, it is just fizz all over again.
And how do you lock that down? NIP need to get that reset, and if Nefiri is their target, it's hard to finish them off. And if Nefiri isn't that target, someone's dying on your side in compensation for it. So really dangerous for NIP to approach these fights. They might be able to find themselves a monster 5v5 with the flash available from PPGod, but they're going to do that with a 2-level disadvantage in top lane. It feels like a jungle advantage, which is very, very hard to overcome.
NIP try and come and contest this. Would only be second dragon, but they're still TPing in on top esports. Deadly Flourish comes on down, trying to hold on to this mid lane wave. How aggressively do they want to play this? 2MB has got TP, just resetting now, but it's not here right now to help defend his turret. Wall comes on through, Leave now in a tricky position. Does sidestep the seismic shot, but eventually does have to fly. TP God goes looking on in. But even with the Between Worlds, the bullet time stands and delivers. Konami gets a reset, can start to hop on forward to the Hound's Pursuit, and the rest of it eviscerating away to safety. And even with a good angle from Leave at the end of it all, they can't get a kill back.
Cream's ult really just forces NIP to play into a position they don't really want to. They can't get themselves an isolated target. They're the ones that are starting to split and fracture. Jacula puts down the bullet time, and NIP's fight is just over. And I think at this point, the game will be over. It's 6,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. It's a dragon advantage, 6 grubs, and ungodly fed Neferi jungle for our second of LPL in the year, second ever in pro play in top tier. Kanavi goes in for initial combo onto PP God. Yeah, they get themselves the initial combo, but dodges out on the Spectral Maul by pressing W. That goes untargetable. Aki goes down. They can't give themselves the reset. Shanji comes in late. NIP are so far behind in individual roles. They're so far behind on the map that top esports get to just push in the dagger, and NIP can't respond.
Just saw the curtain call start coming through, and Neferi goes, cool, I'll press R. Gets the shield, step, jumps on forward, gets on out, has Eclipse to work with as well. Like, Eclipse shields and untargetability and mobility, the resets on the ult, Neferi that gets ahead is very hard to bring down.
And what we saw there as well is like Shanji gets tagged, I think, by one dagger. The Black Cleaver basically instant stacks from the bleed, and then Shanji just melts. He's already behind 2,000 gold and 2 levels. Getting instant shredded by the Black Cleaver is nasty as hell. You know, we saw yesterday, we saw, oh, he was the guy that was playing it. We saw, it was the jungler from Junhao from Ultra Prime, yes. Play towards the Shojin second and then go towards Black Cleaver a little after that. But Black Cleaver as a spike is absolutely insane. If you just get that single dagger on target, you shred someone so nicely for the rest of your team.
And obviously, we're very excited about the Neferi. It's a cool champion. We're glad to see it finally getting a bit of love. I just think it feels a lot more cohesive now with the rework on the build. Because, like I was saying with the Diana rework, yes, it's a change in like dash to go to a basic ability for Diana. But what it does feel is it feels like the ult is now impactful. Yes. That's the big difference. And much like Diana rework, it feels like the ults just feel so much more satisfying to use.
And also the other thing as well is like, for a long time, right, really wanted Neferi to be an AD assassin mid laner. And the only reason she could be that is because she had too many stats, basically. Yes. They had to give her so many stats that she was broken in that and remove any sort of jungling capability. But people wanted to play this champion jungle. It's much easier to play an AD fighter, bruiser in that jungle. Kanavi playing so well in that role. And you can see how crazy it is when you start to snowball at this point. You don't have the same fallbacks of that AD assassin in the mid lane.
You know the hilarious thing is, Neferi still has a higher win rate in mid than she does in jungle. Just can jungle her now.
Oh, well, ult comes through from Leave. Here comes Shanji.
Jackie's going to be in danger here, potentially. Have to flash on out the initial Dracon step. They get a really big shutdown. That's 2,500 of the gold gone. But the remaining fight is still so tricky. Top esports punish the teleport. Neferi's on the other side, claiming some kills. Will call the pack back to her. But it's not about the Neferi this time around. It's 369 on the Rumble, who is still so monstrous. He is over 2,000 gold ahead of his opponent and a deadly force.
Big to differ about it not being about Kanavi. He just one-shot 2 people in the backline. He just one-shot 2 people in the backline. Christ almighty. 369 was on screen, but Kanavi was in the back alleys. The stray dog putting NIP into an awful position. Both of them having such a great team, because a great game. Kanavi set up 369 for success, and now Shanji is 0-6 and ambassador. Watch what happens to with 369, yes, absolutely, but look how Kanavi uses his reset into the backline. Crisp and Cream help him with that, but that's one shot already basically onto one player.
Hang on, he got shoved out of his dash and still gets to do this? That's silly.
It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kanavi is so ridiculously fed. 369 had the main stage on the when it was live, and yes, shreds the backline after Jacula falls, but Kanavi is ungodly fed.
Jackie now, you see it at Infinity. It's gone for the essence rebuild again because you can play to be a little bit more wave clear and get through your ability spammy because you've got this Giga-fed Rumble, this Giga-fed Neferi. Cream, despite dying a couple times early, also pretty happy here. He's got to set on the arm guard and build towards a death cap.
Kanavi currently 2 levels ahead of not just Aki, but Shanji as well, because Shanji's been so starved. And the more I think about this game, Durnby not able to do that much here. We'll jump back onto Kanavi, but that is a mistake.
Didn't get the reset quite yet, but now gets to dash away with the Eviscerate. We'll now have a reset on the ultimate available. Hound's Pursuit can go again. How aggressive does Kanavi want to do this? Takes a turret shot there a bit too aggressively. Can look to go back on the other side. Shanji trading out with Jackie Love, just doesn't win it. And Bessa losing a 1v1 with a misfortune tells you everything you need to know. Out of the curtain call and into the fire. Aki goes down. Shanji goes down. Doembi is down. It's just Leave remaining. The deadly flourish comes on through. It ain't so deadly. It is a pathetic bee sting at this point in the game. Onto the inhibitor turrets they go, and Top Esports decisive in their crushing of this game.
6 Grubs makes short work of the top lane inhibitor turret. Top Esports have snowballed beyond what anything which I would have thought at that point. Look at the pack following Kanavi. Almost at 3 items at this point in the game. God, so strong. Doembi, poor combo from him. He ends up jumping with the E back into his ultimate. It's the same mistake which was made yesterday by another Aurora, which we saw. Uses the E to try and get that backstep, just punts him back into the play again. It feels like NIP are just so tilted, so off the same page. And, you know, Shanji cancels out the bullet time, but it's at the cost of pretty much his own life at that point. Aki can't even get himself a reset. Goes on to the Alistair, can't kill him. He gives up his own life for it. NIP fell way too far behind early. I really, again, will stress, I think NIP did not support their lanes well enough from top side and bot side in their early jungle clear. Lee flashed forward and died anyway. It's going to be another dragon going over to the side of Top Esports. But NIP, after the early game mistakes, have not been able to recover. Top Esports have ran them through.
And some of it's just individual stuff. Like Jackie and Chris had a really good 2v2. And we kind of started this conversation and got to chat about Nymaera instead, which was super reasonable considering she's 7-0-7 this game, by the way. But it wasn't Jackie and Crisp's 2v2 mechanics that were so much in question at first, and it was their map reading mechanics. It was their mini-map mechanics.
So
and that's not been an issue this game.
For those of you who are trying to, again, compare first stand to right now, Shanji's going to die here. He has Flash, but he's likely going to die because Kanavi used the hand. That is a dead Ambassador. Chose another wolf, and this time, chose another dog. Kanavi takes him down again. 0 and 8 on the Ambassador.
Canine Curse coming on through. The dog's paw curls. You go for the skid line, it goes 0, 8, and 2. It's gone voltaic Cyclo Swords. Just does have no survivability, no ability to play out the game. It just gets harder and harder and harder. What do you do as a Sambessa?
Die. On cooldown. There's nothing you can do at this point. At this point, everyone is too powerful. You can't win 1v1s against anyone on the other side of the rift. It is impossible to play this out from NIP. They're going to go towards the Ruinous Atakan. That'll buff up their 6 Grubs and their Mountain Dragons and everything else, just in case they weren't powerful enough already. And yeah, to return back to the conversation we had before Shanji died for an 8th time, what is the difference between Top Esports at first stand and Top Esports here? The difference was the early game in a lot of ways. Yes, you can say that the drafts were, you know, bad at first stand, but they were the same as they were regionally. They were just exposed internationally because Jackie Love and Crisp are so used to being lane dominant, but they got ganked early every game, and they don't respond well to early ganks. Kanavi does not babysit his bot lane as 369. He might just kill him again. There's no flash on Shanji. Chooses not to follow beyond that point. He's just giving a bit of love tap with that ultimate, really. But Top Esports, I really think LPL teams need to push them in the 3v2 early. Just hyper gank that bot lane because they don't respond well to it. The teams have not picked that up today.
No, they haven't. Aki decided to play a little bit more reserved in the jungle. Kanavi now with a death dance, complete level 16. Goes hunting on forward, got eviscerating. He's got a call of the pack. We won't go too much further. Chris was channeling that Hex Flash. There's TP's flying as well, but they know it's happening as 369 is here. And again, we've talked a lot about the Nymaera, but for a long time, it was 369 who was up. Over 3,000 gold individually. Shanji is a cannon minion this game. He is out of the robot and just little old Shinji without the power of the Eva.
Shinji, get out of the robot.
No, it's bad.
We can talk about 369 too, but the reason he's ahead is because also Kanavi set up success, killed Shanji on that wave. PP God will die ungracefully in that bot side jungle's NIP. It feels like this has just been a slow collapse.
It really has, and Top Esports been toying with their food a little bit. That feels on brand for Nymaera. Into the base we go Aki on a flank angle, but as a Viego with a Collector and a Trinity Force, this needs to be good. Wall comes on down and interrupts the curtain call. Not even able to use it for wave clear. They'll try and use the Hallowed Mist on the wall to give move speed for Aki. Trying to find an angle. Hound's Pursuit comes on through. Goes to the back and they go! Jesus. Oh my god! I've not seen anything like this renamed to Fenrir, because that is the end of days. It's Ragnarok material.
Top Esports will win their 2nd game of the day against their well, what we thought, rivals in the group. We thought that NIP would push them. No, Top Esports pushed them off the frickin' cliff edge. This was not close. Top Esports maybe cowed. As I'm not sure what happened there. I think NIP were almost looking to walk off the stage immediately, but they stick around for the handshakes after that. I don't know what the hell's happening in NIP's minds there, but they were ungracefully shoved off the rift.
Take some bows, and that's
I
the
hear,
form.
Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever.
You got a nice little option there. That's cool. I love that. I love that little soundbite, by the way. Where'd you get it?
I got it from you giving me a print of Ari signed by her voice actor, Sam. So that little sound clip is Ari's voice actor. Yeah, a little bit of a side. Hi, we're brothers. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We cast the LPL because there's no official LPL LPL English broadcast anymore. I've been on the LPL broadcast since 2023, and I know a lot about the region. This guy does too. So we figured, why not cast it in a more official way and bring some enjoyment to you guys. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage of this today. As Top Esports, we knew they were likely going to come in and stomp back in regionally because regionally they have been so dominant before. Wasn't quite prepared for this level of domination, especially with the drafts on the Rift. I thought that NIP would be able to just have a much easier composition to play out, but they fell behind so early to Kanavi, stomping topside bot lane but destroying in the 2v2. Just didn't matter.
That is the question, isn't it? And oh my days, because the 2v2 stomp led into Kanavi getting to stomp, led into the grubs being taken, led into everything else going wrong. Shanji lane well, also like 369 laned well into Shanji, which then got punished with repeated dives top, because what does Ambessa do when you go untargetable, when you try to turn around damage? Because you don't get Omnivamp, you don't get the repudiation shield if you don't hit someone. And that's just not been happening.
So, Top Esports, they don't really leave us much to talk about in that game.
No.
Yeah, NIP blown off the rift. It wasn't close. And yeah, so now we'll see Top Esports have one last game of the day against, did they play against NIP or OMG earlier? They played against OMG because we talked about Cream vs 13. So they'll play against FPX a little later. I can't remember the order of the games. We'll figure that out as we go on into it. And NIP, they'll look to claw back themselves to a positive win rate. I still expect them to come through with a 2-1 today based on seeding and on current form, but I'm a little bit disappointed in their early game. No, very disappointed in their early game. You have to understand that you have such a good platform to play off of. I think Aki had to play more towards his lanes. Like, he didn't shield the top lane dive. No one was. He didn't play towards the early 3v2 bot lane either. I feel like that's when you play against Top Esports, you need to make sure that Kanavi doesn't make a mess of your lanes and make sure that the 2v2 is interrupted. I feel like that is the blueprint to beat them. We didn't see that today.
Because, you know, Jack and Chris are going to look for an all-in, and you can punish that if they're not paying attention. It's very, very doable. It's been done quite a lot, and thank you for the primes again. And also, guys, hi, Initialise. I'm his older brother. We cast League of Legends together. This is Nymaera's channel, as you can see by the fancy name down here. We cast League of Legends together. We cast the LPL together. Yeah. You can find us here on this channel, Nymaera. You can also find it on the YouTube channel. You can find it over on Onivia's YouTube channel. And if you want, you can also support us, much like we just saw, by subscribing with Twitch Prime.
Thank you very much.
Which is cool. Or just subscribing in general makes a huge deal. Thank you, .xea. How do I
I've just gone .exe.
.exe.
Because there's no...
That's true.
Yeah. And there's no space in either. Either way, get to see some highlights of the game now. I'm going to imagine a lot of these. I don't know. Yeah, and I know someone said that LPL English live today. By the way, that's also a fan project. We wish them all the best as well. But there is no official broadcast anymore. So those of you saying, that's why I worded that way. I'm not saying there's no LPL English broadcast, because obviously there's a channel called LPL English, which is live. But basically, no one is getting paid to cover the region anymore, folks. So we do it ourselves. And we have fun with it. I think NIP had less fun today, not gonna lie.
They didn't, and then like multiple dives like this was just like fantastic, and NIP were just slow on the response. This was the one proactive play it felt like we saw the entire time, and Cream immediately flashes in to pull the Ambessa right back in. Like, just nothing goes right.
Yeah. Oh man, and at this point the game is kind of already looking over. It gets worse and worse as it goes on, but NIP, Ambessa being so far behind makes the game very unplayable. This cancel out here is kind of awful, but yeah, I don't know, NIP, I expected more from them.
I did too, I'm not going to lie to you all. That was a little bit rough, and they were just slow to a lot of the players, and Top Esports were anything but. They looked cohesive, they looked confident. This was the best game we saw. Honestly, their first game today wasn't as confident as I thought it might be, so that was much, much better in general. A lot of these walls coming on through and leaves Jin. Just didn't get to be threatening. Doinby felt a little absent. You can't block the Hound's pursuit anymore, so you know the Nefiri will be getting onto the target she so chooses. Deadly to manage. And while, of course, we saw Jackie Love finally get taken down with that teleport flank. 369 came along, just stuck the barbecue on.
Oh, that's a mistake we've seen from Auroras twice now in 2 days, where someone's just catapulted themselves into the ult wall and flies out the other side unexpectedly. Bit awkward. Maybe cancel the roll first. Mookie, you missed NIP versus Top Esports? Yes, but also it was fairly quick. It was, yeah, not much to look at if you're an NIP fan. Bit awkward. Someone was asking in my YouTube chat, by the way, why is my name Nymaera? It's pretty cool, but what's it based on? Now, the little game which I play, some people have guessed it, but it's not from Game of Thrones, I'll give you that. It is from a famous franchise, I'll give you that. But it's not an exact word from it. You have to mess around with some of it. So if you guess it, look, if you think you've got a good guess, obviously put it in chat, whatever. I will let you know if it's right. I'm not going to announce it publicly because it's a nice little mini game to have. But, you know, 1 or 2 people over it. It's a whatever thing. But
mine is a normal word.
Sam's a normal word. Mine's, but the thing is, however, the thing for me is like Nymaera, it's so unique that it shows up on every search engine if I'm there. And now people have that association with me. My search engine optimization is actually pretty good with Nymaera, because if people know my name vaguely and they know how to respond, it kind of like Cadril. In the same way that people spell it wrong, but once they get it in their heads, you find it everywhere. Kanavi gets the MVP, not surprising there. Yeah. We have 2 more best of 1s today.
Yeah, Kanavi's Nefiri was very, very silly this game.
Kanavi when he's not internationals. The thing is, it's also Kanavi when his bot lane's not in sync. Like, when his bot lane wins in the 2v2 and they're not just dying to a jungler coming down on cooldown to them, he plays so well for individual jungle advantage. Kanavi, the thing about Kanavi is that you know he won't babysit bot lane, like ever, really. He just wants to play for individual jungle advantage. And if he's allowed to do that, he does this. The problem at first stand was like, Kanavi played for individual jungle advantage while his bot lane was dying. He fell behind because the map fell behind, and then he doesn't get to play like Kanavi. He is a very greedy jungler in a lot of ways.
Yes, he is.
But he pays it off so well, it works in the LPL. You need a stable bot lane though. So if Jackie Love and Chris don't get ganked early and they just play for 2v2, great for them, but yeah, I don't know. This is why I was saying I was quite disappointed in NIP not playing for early bot lane ganks, not putting that 2v2 down, because that's the blueprint of how to beat them, you know?
And yeah, because I think the other thing as we saw at first down is Kanavi had this issue where like he doesn't lose quietly, does Kanavi, especially if the rest of the team's falling behind. He's the one with the gold. He'll try and force low percentage plays because he feels like those are the only percentage plays behind. There is a little bit of that LPL history in him of the NLXG meme. It holds some truth to it. Even if he is not an MLXG player, he's less flippy, but actually he will flip if he feels like that's the only way you're going to find a way back in.
So most of the votes towards jungle. One towards bot lane, one towards top lane, and one towards support. Fair play. But yeah, Kanavi was the guy that set really everything up for success there. No, my name is not from Star Wars. Guess again.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, do you need a break for anything?
I could use a stretch on my knee.
Yeah.
Can we budge over this way a bit if possible?
Because I'm like squidged in here.
I know, but I can't get my legs under. Okay, and it's basically
but then you have to move the mic.
Absolutely. It's purely because I'm having to twist my back and it's doing my leg and back in.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I needed was a little bit over, I think.
We've got the
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是熙然。恭喜
Because
汤姆
you
拿
actually
下
turned
了
it
本
like
场比赛的
beyond
胜利。
yourself
我们
and
请到
like
的是打野选手 Kanavi 来到赛后采访席，欢迎 Kanavi 跟大家打个招呼
Okay,
吧。
yeah, we've got the interview on stage.
TES 打 Kanavi.
We can take a bit.
这场焦点战非常漂亮拿下来了，
Yes.
从开局到结束，各线可以说是捷报频传，而且玩的真的很顺。所以先问一下你的这个奈夏菲利
Posture check. We will do a posture check. So I'm just gonna go stretch his knee out.
其实我这英雄排位的时候练得很多嘛，然后虽然应该第一把想玩，但是被ban了，但是第二把刚好就没ban嘛，就拿出来感觉效果也比较好吧。
确实，好像在 LPL 的打野选手当中，你在 rank 里面练这个英雄的次数是最多的，而且这个英雄其实最近才开始在 LPL 登场嘛。很多人说这个英雄在改版之后非常适合卡纳比，那今天你也玩的相当之帅，所以在你眼里的话，你会觉得这个英雄到底强度如何呢？
其实这个英雄的话，我之前也是玩过几把，但是感觉之前有点垃圾，所以没玩过。但是改版之后感觉伤害也变高，又灵活，然后又好gank，所以就是 就现在挺猛的吧。
就基本上今天大舞台都是你来去搭建的。今天可能滔博第一把上来的时候，大家觉得说可能手不算太热，很多细节可能还没有做到最好。那打完这把之后，会有觉得说现在好像队伍的状态回调到比较理想的状态了吗？
哦，第一把的话，确实我们状态还没热了嘛，所以感觉失误有点多。但是这把的话，应该大家都是完美发挥吧。
好，今天还有最后一把比赛了，心情怎么样？
哦，就拿下下个比赛吧。
好，我们也期待后面的精彩发挥。谢谢卡拉米来到我们的赛后采访的环节，我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Seems like a good redeem, not that you have the space for it. Yeah, trying to like actually sit with 2 chairs here between like the desk and the bed is actually kind of annoying. I like blending in on searches, but then I'm not someone who needs a brand and the power of branding. Yeah. Quick, copyright milk? What the fuck? Right, next game up. NIP FPX.
Rarely can someone do all the things I do. Hear me and all the words that I have to say. See me if I'm stepping out the house, I slay. Black boots and a big gold chain. Diamonds on my tooth and diamonds on my cane. Chillin' with the crew, every day we gon' hang. Work hard, play hard, got money on the brain. She cool, she cute, she unbelievable. She rock that suit like she slay, she fierce, she overconfident. She don't need no mirror, no. Take a look, soak it in. Watch closely.
Okay, NIP versus FPX. Obviously, NIP just got absolutely dumpstered by Top Esports, but well, see if they can bounce back and leave themselves in a 2-1 day. FPX won their other game of the day, so this will be their last game of the day for both these teams, and our last game will be Top Esports versus OMG, which used to be a really fun matchup actually. Back in 2023, it was a good one. Back when Rookie was on the roster, Cream was on OMG. Yeah, it was a fun time. But we get to see Cream versus Old Team now, which is a fun one. Okay, see how long this one goes on for, and we'll see how long it takes to get into game. Is my name coming from a Shakespeare play? No, it's not from a Shakespeare play. It's a much more like no, it's a much more modern franchise. Well, yeah, it's once you, yeah, it's a franchise which people will know to an extent. Like, it's not, I'm not going to say it's niche, it's fairly well known. But again, my name is not like, and if you do get it, do I make it even harsher? There's this, I might need to tell people like the specific reference, because it might actually be too easy once people, well, there are some people that might get it, but even then, is it niche within it's pretty niche within that franchise too, actually, thinking about it. Anyway, Nymaera comes from a place. You can take your time, you can figure it out. Actually fairly well known, or British fairly well known? Both. Actually. Both.
Yeah.
Both.
It's a famous franchise.
It's a famous franchise. It's not Elder Scrolls, no. Not Nymaera from Elder Scrolls either. Not Game of Thrones. Nope, it's not Nymaera, the direwolf from Game of Thrones. Okay, I'll narrow it down. It is sci-fi. You can figure it out with sci-fi, I think. But if you figure it out, I'll I'm not gonna say no to everything.
Is it play on Nymaera on Elm Street?
Nymaera on Elm Street, that's the one. Yeah.
Alex Kruger over here.
Yeah,
he certainly appears in my nightmares.
Dreams. Okay, I've got to put some adverts on now, so we don't get pre-roll, and then we'll get into our 5th game of the day. 2 left to go.
Hell yeah.
Not the uni though. No. The thing is, I can't say where it's from publicly. Like, if you get it, obviously I'll let you know. I'll let you know somehow. But I don't want to I want everyone to be able to play through. I want everyone to play the minigame, you know. And I don't want to be able to ruin it. So if you get it, also if you do get it, and I tell you, don't spoil it. It's a fun minigame, you know. No, it's not Dune. It's not Warcraft as well. Not Chimera as well. Chimera is a very different thing, because Chimera is from Greek mythology initially. Yes. Did you really think that Chimera is from Warcraft out of interest? Because Chimera is it's a Greek mythology thing. I've got to get myself coffee before draft starts. Again,
I'll keep an eye on that one. That's fine.
Okay.
Prepping ourselves for the game. Is NIP and FPX on stage now? Nymaera from Voltron. No, but good call. Interesting idea. From Star Wars? Nope. He's not here, so I'm doing this partly for him. Let's go FPX, hate watchers. Wow, Halo. Hydrated idiot, yes, but yes, to me, I've actually Bruce got some water, so I'm in a great spot. Ah, Bisto. Love that water. But here we go. We are now back into draft. NIP versus FPX. NIP just got a little bit humbled by Top Esports. It wasn't especially close after the early game went so wrong. Yone, Jace, and Skarner off the table by the Ninjas. Rumble and Rise by FPX. What's the last ban gonna be? Another one of those specialties. I'll go towards the Galio. He's quite strong here. Gwen, first picked. Okay. Very potent champion. Now we need to deal with this, and it is indeed just best of ones for seeding here, Law. We come back into best of threes after teams have figured out exactly which groups they're going to be in. Lock in an Aurora themselves. Vise up, you could lock that in as the pairing. It's been the LPL special. Shadow had a pretty good time on the Vi in the game they won. Went a little bit deep every now and then, but certainly got fights started, no problem. What are NIP going to lock in there? Look at Shadow's grin. He's looking very smiley there. Watching TES stomp after running it down first time so tilting. There is a little bit of that sometimes. The discrepancy between top esports internationally and top esports domestically needs to be studied. NIP want the Neferi, I think. Well, they locked in the Shins out, and never mind. Yeah, well, could still be, I suppose, Neferi. Doombee's been spamming it. As we said, the win rate in mid lane is still pretty damn good. See exactly what they decide to go towards. Kaiser will lock in for NIP. Big dive combo with the Shins out and the Gwen. Can also be pretty good to outplay things like your Vi Aurora. Use your ult to kind of get out of dodge once the ult comes on through. Can be a good way to survive some of that burst. care though. Locks in the Gnar for his top laner. Had a fantastic MVP performance on it last time around. Gwen though, theoretically will get to a point where she can take the Gnar apart, but that's true of pretty much every matchup. You still obviously have the range advantage. But as the game goes on, it gets harder and harder to consistently find those laning advantages you might have done in the very start of the game. Second phase of bans comes on through. Silas banned away by FPX. Ban out the Misfortune on the other side. Big wombo combo to go with the Vi Aurora. Wonder whether they get rid of the Ezreal here. Might also be an option, but then again, Kai'Sa into Ezreal feels pretty good for the Kai'Sa on the whole come the mid game. If you have seen an Ezreal or two with lane pressure, I'm sure Kai'Sa suffered just a touch. There's the Karma to deny shove. Also a Do and Be special. Does like to play some weird stuff like that. Look at that massive Do and Be banner. That's pretty damn cool to see. Had a really good split one, did Do and Be. Unfortunately, not quite as dominant in the playoffs, but deservedly, I think, earned MVP for the regular season at the very least. Last ban, what are we thinking about? Another AD carry ban? I think it would make some sense into the Kai'Sa. Varus might be an option here as a ban, and there it is. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear on the ban table. Locking AD carry here, and they're looking for the support counter pick. Probably makes the most sense here for FPX. Where do you want to go here with this? Kalista was up and available, so is the Ashe. Both very strong here. Thinking through, and there's the Kalista. Welcome back, Alex.
Howdy, howdy. So, actually get ourselves a Kai'Sa. I'm very surprised to see that happen, and that you're still going into the Kalista. Look, Leave is a good Kai'Sa. You're gonna, and you don't even get support counter pick though. Like, you're a good Kai'Sa, but there's only so much even a good Kai'Sa can do against any Kalista. That's my problem. Now, Assume and Dway, not necessarily the strongest bot lane. I think that Dway, good individual support. Assume's strength has not been laning phase. He's also a very good Kai'Sa player. That's one of the champions which I associate most with him, like most LPL early carries, really.
Yeah.
But NIP need to see a better laning force. Need to see a better support of their lanes in this game. Against top esports, they let their lanes get absolutely demolished by Kanavi and crew. FPX locking that Renata, and now you have to play Kai'Sa Rakan versus Kalista Renata. That is a lane they must overperform in, really, to survive in the 2v2. Maybe Arky comes and babysists them.
Maybe. I think he's going to have to in some ways. It's going to be very, very tricky, because if you do get that lane prior working, it could be a serious point of power to get that Vi and Aurora into a good position to find that big combo they've drafted for. Of course, NIP with the Xin Zhao, with the Talia, have got ways to respond. They've got good skirmishing there themselves. Rakan with that Xin Zhao has been a pretty common pairing of jungle support across the history of those champions. I think I agree, especially with lane swaps removed. This is going to be a dicey bot lane to be running.
Alright, game 5. Both these teams taking losses today now, with NIP getting blasted by top esports. Time to see if OMG can get themselves their, FPX can get themselves their second win of the day and pull ahead somehow with a positive win rate. That would be an upset. Of course, we've got a second round robin to be played between these two teams as well. This was the only group to have not played games up until today. NIP, let's see if they can shake off the disaster of that last game.
Oh, well. Disaster is one way to put it. It wasn't close, was it, Al?
No,
it really wasn't.
It was not. No, it was not. NIP onto the rift once more.
Rich Tomato, NIP may lose, they may. It is a possibility available to you. You could also use the term could. Mayhaps.
Perchance. You can't just say perchance.
I can. Watch me.
Did you ever see that meme? I can't just say perchance. Look it up sometime. It's a funny edited essay where it comes out with the marks and someone says perchance. What do you mean you can't just say perchance? Anyway, right, game 5. Energy's starting to get a little bit weird here. See if the crowd can set things right with some gyros.
Ooh, fumbled FPX Gyro there. They got one off, and then they all started getting out of sync to work on the sync options. Here we go to Gyro and our chance to play.
Shut up. Shut up.
As we get ready to head onto the rift.
God.
2 bot or not 2 bot? That is the question. Lane swaps have been removed, but you feel like that leave could have a pretty tricky time down there. I do half
When
wonder.
shall us we three int again?
You've changed plays, mate. I was doing the Hamlet
Sam,
speech.
I don't know Hamlet. I did a bit of Macbeth and a bit of Romeo and Juliet in school. I didn't do other Shakespeare, Sam. Not everyone has an English lit degree.
By the pricking of my... I was going to say, the thumb doesn't really work for pressing of keys, really. I use my thumb on V. It doesn't really work. I need to get this League of Legends related.
Walking up to autos, cute
Right
line
on.
It's not bad. Using the heel
early.
early.
Handshake. Leaves now having a horrible time. Needs to flash. Brutal start to the game. Can't quite get the kill. Turret shot onto a minion. I saw it flying quite deep there and began to wonder.
Yeah, there's lethal tempo. Not often you see the handshake level 1, but works really well. And you see they immediately back off because they know that enemy jungler's in the area. And Vi is going topside the bot side. But she's been spotted in a ward on the red buff, so that could be an issue. They're still level 2. So, Jway and Assume, we said they needed to get a lot out of this early lane. They've kind of messed it up in terms of the wave control. Aki was spotted crossing the river going into the blue buff. That's why they were really scared. They had a short window to make something happen. Aki gets himself into the enemy jungle, takes something away from Shadow.
He does, and Shadow will be down towards that boss. And again, Leave is still down 2 key summoners. It's just delayed the level 2. I still think Asum and Joe will be okay in the long run of it, as over does come Shadow. Just defending that little wraparound through gank there from Aki, who, because he's still got a lot of his bot side tech camps to clear, will be available to potentially defend a bot lane play should Shadow look to try and shoot that down at the level 3.
Assume had to recall at level 1 as a Callista. And this is why I was worried about FPX in the bot lane. Saying, look, Assume and Jway, I mean, like, I don't mind them as individual players. Jway, I think, is one of my he's one of the better rookie supports to come up in recent years. But as a duo, they haven't been anything crazy. Even with the Callista, can't get it done. Leave and PP God were out 2v2 by Jackie Love and Crisp, sure, but I mean, that's Jackie Love and Crisp. On an LPL level, they're incredibly good at 2v2s. In fact, Viper was shouting them out in one of his interviews, saying that actually top esports were the most difficult game to win at first stand because their 2v2 was so good. Sheer misses the cannon. Good job, buddy. Nice.
Sheer disaster.
Yeah.
Maybe exactly. It's the percent hit rate on the cannons.
Yeah.
You know?
Need to call up Wolfie, see if he's got any one-hit KO comps again.
How do you play around one-hit KO comps?
There are some which you can increase accuracy with, I'm pretty sure. But
I really want to run a double team comp. Just really obnoxious, pass and double team.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Actually. I know that. Hang on a second, that's a decent handshake out. But still, they're a level down, level 3 to level 2 on Jway there, so he doesn't have bailouts to really force hard trades.
It's about a 5 CS lead. Again, it's not the end of the world. You still got the flash and barrier. It's just because they spotted Aki, say, okay, we have to back off. It's rough, but it hasn't broken things yet. They'd like to come and punish this flash being down if they can, or get some value out of it. You can see exactly why Shadow is just hanging around this bot side. Obviously being super efficient on the vibe because he wants to just make sure there's things to be seen. And now finally reset and look to get a camp or 2 here.
All right, so NIP, honestly for me, I think they've actually overcome the most difficult part of the game now. They haven't fell apart to early bot side pressure. Yeah, there's a chance that still something goes wrong, but still, already you've got Lee with enough XP from the early game to now wave clear. He'll get himself toward the Shiv, or whatever the hell he wants to get in his early game to get things to work. Actually, given that it's such a high AP damage team, probably don't even want the Shiv for the extra magic damage. You can go towards something like the Yuntal into the Hurricane build we saw from Jachi yesterday, which was good for him. But look, his wave clear is going to be completely fine now, is the long and short of it.
Also worth noting here that don't see this as Reg anymore, but it's just the heal on the AD carry, not like a barrier, which I think has been pretty much the default. Not all the cleanse for the last year or 2, honestly.
Yeah, no,
I see a lot of heal on AD carry.
I did notice that. Maybe just thought, look, they're not going to go for the ignite, so the heal gets good value in the all-in, and Jway can go for that instead. It gives safety to Jway and himself, while still allowing to do that.
Quite nice into a Kaiser as well.
But that's less important for Callista, because Callista, her helps scale with her boots and attack speed more than a lot of other stuff. So, right, has that heal again, does get knocked up. Good combo coming through it, and again, leaving PP God trading perfectly fine here in the TVT. They have overcome the most difficult part of the game.
They have.
And that's really sucky for FPX because they were relying on that to a certain extent.
And that was our worry from draft, but as it stands, NIP now in a great spot, and the Kaiser blind, bluntly, with the Kalista still up, works out just fine. And for me, that suggests NIP had the read that Assume and Dway wouldn't be able to manage a lane like that to the level to take the Kai'Sa out of the game and leave a phenomenal Kai'Sa for a little bit of a step forward, zoning off the wave. At this point, you can drop a minion or two and still be just fine here as the guys who already got 5 extra ones from that level 1 play. Needlework comes on through. Sheer gets a stun to the wall, though. There's another one. It's going to be a part 3. Doesn't get enough value. And they finally turn up, but flash out. Sheer just gets the 1v1. Shanji, that's a fumble.
Shanji not having a great day today, folks. Blasted by top esports after not being covered on a dive, which sets him 2 levels behind. And here, he just loses, not just in a solo kill, but a solo kill with a global coming to his lane. Shanji, really expect more from him. He was on good form last split. He's been up and down. I know that people have some questions for him as a top-tier top laner, but against mid-tier players and mid-tier table teams, he has been stalwart for the last few years. That's a bad death to give up, though, because Sheer, on the nut, got his MVP in the game that they played against OMG. He was absolutely critical in that one. Yes, the Ambassador is strong, but it feels like that could be a problem. Aki being forced onto you.
Wow, has his flash blown there as well. Feels like they got the opportunity, especially with no grubs up for 3 minutes, similarly for the Dragon. So you can afford to blow those cooldowns. Have a look at the replay here, because she's got the Mega, and Shanji says, okay, we're going to start this. I've got Talia coming up. They're on the grubs. Let's do this.
I mean, Sheer just wallops him. He hits everything.
He misses his R3.
I don't even think that changes anything. That's the worst thing. Shanji miscalculates that so poorly with either the timing of Dermby coming up or the damage coming out from Sheer that it wasn't even close. Now Shadow has himself, level 6 and Flash, could potentially go for something. Magnar's coming up, and Shanji needs to be really careful. He needs to be really, really careful. Hops out of that vision. Shanji maybe thinks that something's coming in as the wave comes towards him, but my worry now is, yes, NIP survived the bot lane pressure, and the Kai'Sa will be strong, but...
Spotted.
Sheer can play through a side lane advantage if he gets ahead. We know he can do. Sheer was, I said this in their game earlier today against OMG. Sheer was my rookie of the year last year. It is very hard to learn weak side top lane mechanics, especially when you're playing into a lane swap meta, which came into late into his first split up in the LPL. He was an incredible individual laner, great team fighter, learned the ins and outs of top lane to a nuanced level which most don't learn for many years afterwards. Now he's onto an FPX team where I think it lacked leadership before Shadow came in, but his individual play could be a real weapon for this team to use, even if the other members on the map struggle to wield those weapons effectively.
I completely concur. Shanji and Sheer on screen right now. Sheer in a better spot than expected because of that 1v1. Had a MVP performance, remember, on the Gnar last time out. Was really, really good. Gets towards the Mega. Halot missed just timed out. Decent snip, though. Is well buffered through the CC. Doesn't interrupt that, so it's a fair amount of value. Got the Conqueror stacking, and actually can now turn around with the ult. Gets the Ghost down as well. Doesn't get anywhere near the kill. Shanji overplaying it.
And while all this is happening, Shit has teleport and the waves coming into him, so he can back off. He's going even further back, so Dermby could have ulted up towards him. He'll get the recall now. Yeah, he'll lose a melee minion, but then he'll teleport back in time for the cannon, most likely. And NIP, yeah, a little bit worried about this top lane situation. They have to be.
Don't get me wrong, the Gwen will eventually get to a point where she's just terrifying, and is still actually up a fair amount of CS here in a melee range, but like, it's not great mechanical stuff so far.
Well, and you say about the CS, but this is with the wave crashing in, so it's not even going to be a 10 CS lead. The wave's going to crash in, there's a cannon in there, I think there's a second wave coming in, so it's going to be more like, what, 5 CS?
CS if that, yeah.
If that, and Sheer has that solo kill, so he is completely fine with how this is going through, and as we said, you know, his CS lead is kind of whatever, marginal. It doesn't really impact that much. Sheer, very happy to take this out, and yes, Shanji will be the very empowered Gwen from this patch, but Sheer on an individual level might be able to play through side lanes. It is the only gold lead on the team. Here's the problem. I don't want to go too far onto the Sheer point, because yes, individually, good, working well right now. Rest of the team with the Kai'Sa being ahead of the Kalista, not in such a bright spot.
No, the gold is, what, 400 or so to NIP, so an early-ish lead there. And of course, FPX still going to have a lot of power at this point in the game. And then that half item completion, first item completion, very strong for a lot of these champions. But NIP want to come over and fight this. scrub initially taken by FPX, so they don't want to stick around for anything more than that. So Weaver's Wall and the rest of NIP come in.
Assuming Dre didn't switch up towards top side, Shadow and Sheer were only really looking for one to deny the 6 grubs. That's the way that the map was set up. Often you can tell what a team wants to do around grubs with their lane assignment. Sometimes teleports get thrown in and we get a little bit wrong on that, but if you switch your spot lane up to top lane early, you want to take the full thing if you can. If you're trying to sneak one away, often what you'll do is you'll just look for smiting the first one, get the hell out, don't give a kill over, and see how things work beyond that. Shit doesn't have his Mega Gnar right now. Did have a ward on the other side to spot an entrance into that bush by PP. God knows he's safe now, though.
Looking now, that bot lane, which you kind of noted, that is a 20-ish CS lead down there, depending on how waves mark out, but like that is Kai'Sa early, significantly ahead of this Kalista, upper level even.
Yeah, and that's a problem. You get the early Yuntal, start stacking up the crit chance now as well. He can go towards a Hurricane. He has himself the Q Evolve already, I think, with just the Yuntal. I think it gives you enough AD to do that one. I can't remember, actually.
Is that a build on Kai'Sa now, the Yuntal Wild Arrows? Because I'm normally seeing Cracker say if you go the AD version still.
Yeah, because it gives you more raw AD,
Fair.
which is nice. And yes, you lose some of the attack speed out, but if you go for Yuntal into Hurricane, you pick up some of the attack speed that you miss. We saw this from Jiachi yesterday, so I called that out in the early game, saying, well, okay, they might go just towards Yuntal into the Hurricane. You get yourself Q upgrade, your multi-target hitting. Feels like it's a strong build if you want to go towards physical damage Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa's build always been quite mutable because it's a lot of hitting the break points that you need for your various upgrades.
It feels like we need, like, you know, there's the scientific journal Life, which just has loads of topics from everyone, blah, blah. I feel like we need, like, a scientific journal for League of Legends from, like, Expatu or something talking about, this is the new research on XYZ build. You can read it with your morning coffee or something. I would actually do that. I say that as someone with a physics degree, but I would actually do that.
Yeah, Sheer needing a Mega here, actually. Do they want to play this? PP God's off on a good angle here. Shadow might end up face checking.
They really want to strike if they can.
PP God will just throw a Gleaming Quill out. Nice attempt for a seismic shot. Doesn't quite catch the evil and super valuable there.
Well, Assume had to flash. Assume had to flash from it. He doesn't have that to play with. He has to go through the choke point now. Shanji on vision. They get the dragon.
Question Guard comes on down, teleports now flying on through, NIP on the retreat. How much further do you want to go? Care goes for that between worlds. Now Shanji on the other side. Hallowed Mist comes on down, but still going to get shunted back. Star goes on in, the hostile takeover comes across multiple members of NIP. Nice extra pickup from FPX to get the dragon and the kill.
That was really well played from Care there on the Aurora. Yes, it wasn't really contributing to the kill. He's the one person who doesn't contribute to that, but he signals off the rest of the team with his ultimate. Leave might go towards a play now. That's too far from Shadow.
Oh boy, Leave can still look for an angle. Now ult, there's the bailout to no avail, and Shadow is in the shadows.
Really not sure about that one, as, yeah, I guess he will be writing some dead letters from the Rasmus. As he go... Man, for those of you that weren't around for like the early 2000s emo scene, you missed out, folks. In the Shadows, banging song. But yeah, that was too far from Shadow. They'd done the hard work. They got the dragon. They got the first kill there. That was fine. Just didn't need to go overreaching for it, especially with so many ultimates available. Yeah, watch how Care plays this out, because what he does here with his big ultimate, say like, look, I'm just gonna zone you off with the Malignant Burn and the extra damage through. It allows Sheer to go on towards Shanji, and then the rest of the team is out of position because of Care's ultimate. The solo lane is really working well. Much like in their other game today, FPX's solo laners having a good time with it.
The fights have been pretty good, though again, you're still in this position where Leave is really looking scary, and you get a kill on Assume, necessary. Got the Blade of the Rune King, it's only down 300 so gold, still just fine here, but you need to kind of put the pedal to the floor now, or this the Kallista's power rather, versus the Kai'Sa is going to start dwindling.
Because, you know, he said, yes, needed kill onto the Kallista, immediately answered with a kill on Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa getting closer towards 2-3 item, with this build it's like a 2-item Exodia really, which, well actually we'll see exactly what he goes towards. From what I have seen, it has been the Hurricane second you go for this, pick up some of the wave clear that. Sometimes you lose by dropping attack speed and something like a Shiv, which gives you good attack speed, at least within pros play for the wave clear. So, NIP, slightly ahead in gold. I will say, if FPX are going to come back with another win condition, Infernal Soul is a good one for that. Because what you can do at that point is, obviously you can look for the Callista Ren stacking and try and play around the Infernal for that. But also you can drop a dragon or two for Sheer, if Sheer thinks he can win through a side lane as well. 2 dragons, very important. It's very important that they got themselves that dragon secure in the last play.
It was, and it just came down to a smite fight. Q smite from Shadow, probably a little bit too much to deal with. And there's Sheer, with his stats up on screen, giving a little finger heart. Having a good time here.
Now, I can't read those stats. Looked like they were good, though, on the graph. I was like, yes.
Big number gaming.
Big number gaming. Big number gaming. I appreciate that. So, Sheer that's kind of the hope for FPX and the Dragons there too. Keg hops over the wall. He needs to use his ults. He does. He flashes out of the minefield, goes out, but here comes PP God.
Beautiful read. Care still going to be just about alive though. They burn a lot. To not quite get him. Turn around now from Shadow. Can look to go on in as Assume trading out with Leave. Nice ult in from Leave. Catches the Callisto retreat. The Sheer does pop out on one. They've lost the Aurora, though, all the while. Care is down. Doinby trading out now as they kind of get onto Shadow, who gets a decent shield with the Denting Blows passive. Aki goes down too far. The hostile takeover comes across. Shanji and Doinby trading out in a 2v3. Leave all the while, though, shoving down mid lane.
Yeah, Leave getting that extra kill is what actually makes the difference. Sheer teleports in towards topside and uses his Brawn to get himself something out of the play, but this Kai'Sa is already very, very deadly and is winning the 1v1 versus the Kalista, who is just not a factor. Assume is not a factor. I know a lot of people are talking about, well, wait, you know, Assume leaving EDG, yeah, Arn's coming in, but you know, what was Assume the problem? And Bat leaving FPX, you know, is Assume the solution? Right now, he's the problem, really. Shove not quite long enough range to go for Care, and Doinby not wanting to flash in range for it. Can confirm that kill. He's a lot of their cooldowns are now used. Yeah, he's still got the Shins out with the early power. We talked about that earlier today, of course, where it was Shadow at the bad end of that against OMG as well. Does manage to get a great play on the turret, though. Zaki CC'd, ult comes through. Really well played to get multiple Denting Blow passives there. And this is Leave getting a red buff as well. Going for a great combo here. Great AD assassin play.
That gets that one little vision ward just between the Raptors in the mid lane over that wall. Can catch a lot of people out in rotation. Doinby now in danger as well, trying to back away, cannot do so. Nice combo between the Vi and the Aurora.
Doinby out of sorts, goes down for his first death of the game as FPX focus down on that Taliyah. What else is happening around the rest of the map? There's a Herald on top side that might be traded for. Remember that NIP have the 5 grubs, so they're quicker at killing towers, but there are 3 people down here. They'll be able to take that one. NIP already have themselves the feats of strength, so the first tower not obviously applicable to that. Giving over Herald for the kill on the tower. Yeah, it's a good short-term game, but NIP might be able to break open a part of the map with us. We've already taken, though, the mid lane out of
that was what Leave got after killing off Assume, didn't join the fight. Top side said, look,
maybe FPX say, look, we've already lost our mid lane turret, we can give up the Herald, because let's be honest, we can't protect our mid lane tower that's already gone.
Worth noting as well, Leave didn't go towards the Hurricane, went straight to a Lord Dominic's regards.
Okay, now that's a bit different. Yeah, that is a very different. So I guess Melody thinks it's like, look, I want as much upfront burst as possible. Now it doesn't work on your W, doesn't work on your passive, does work on your Q.
Yes.
However, even with that, you know, I have seen some Collector Kai'Sa in the past for this. This is future-proofing your build and saying, look, if you get some armor onto Sheer at some point or onto Vi, this will cut through it. I feel like that with double AP solo laners, Lord Doms is not the best ever. It does give you some decent crit and armor point, don't get me wrong, but at that point, why not go for a better crit item? Shadow getting good combo onto keep.
Okay, gets the quickness off before the turnaround can come on through. Teleport behind though. Sheer going to be here with a potentially really nasty angle. It's Care! I got it wrong because Sheer was already there. Went for the Mega Arm, misses out the PT got to him. He's still in danger though as the cease and desist comes on through. Denting Blow still there. Seismic Shove will not keep him alive. And they get the pickup on the Taliyah.
Leave, gonna go towards that turret. Tell you what the Lord Doms does work for. Works for armor towers, by the way. Aki looking to stop some recalls, and he will do. So that's gonna be an inner turret for the Kai'Sa. No Herald used because, of course, Aki's got it, and he was protecting those backs already. FPX get a good pick, and they're getting good picks. They're using their teleports well to force plays, but they're losing on the macro of the actual tower taking. This is something that they really fell apart with against top esports earlier today. They did just fall apart through the actual structures of it. And that's something which I'm now really keeping an eye at. That's on my radar now for FPX. Their picks are good, but what about their actual macro? Feels like that's been lacking today in terms of the actual gold and the advantages they're getting from towers.
Yep, I think that's fair. I also think, remember, there was no teleports to get down here, so yes, they get the pick, but they only get 1 kill for burning a lot there, and all the while Leave is like, cool, I guess I play for tier 2.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Worth noting that Care mechanically misplayed on the Aurora by cancelling his ult. He wanted to W into it to get out to the other side of the play, so we've seen a lot of Aurora misplays recently. We've seen 2 E's shotgunning them into their own ult wall to ping them into the enemy team. That's been bad. And then we've seen that, which is a W into the ult, which then he cancels too early. That was
also bad.
That was also not the best, I assume.
See FPX here quite favoured in the game set purely because they're at sole point, I think, more than anything else.
That's big, yeah. No, that's huge. That's the other thing we're talking about. Win conditions for FPX, partly through side lane, partly through the Dragon Soul.
Kalista here as well from Assume, gone towards the wit's end second. You're into a Gwen and a Talia. Hell, even the Kai'Sa could have been, I suppose, flexing to AP at some point. So
my problem is, it's not an AP Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa is going to absolutely shred you. Going towards the Zeal now, so might actually go towards the Hurricane after all a little bit later into build. Could be the Phantom Dancer as well. We'll see exactly what Lee wants to do. I don't think he actually needs the wave clear. I think the actual assassination potential does make a lot of difference more at this point. Atakan being set up for a buy in AP, of course, that's the only objective on the map right now. FPX needs to be wary of that.
Go towards that potential tier 2 top side, letting that shove up there while they start off the Atakan.
Yeah, it's a bit of a counterweight. We do see that normally for stuff like Dragons. Haven't seen it like this before. Shadow is coming around the corner. Gnar is at Mega Gnar now, but is going to be warded away from that. Wall comes through.
Down to 3,000 HP. Can Shadow find his way in? Doesn't have flash, so difficult to get across that. Might but he does it anyway! Steal secured! And Fun plus Phoenix get their withdrawals. The hostile takeover is beautiful. Good quickness, though. Prevents the easy follow-up. They're going to get a lot of the withdrawals down, but nice shutdown onto Aki, who got blown up by the weirding. Shui will likely die here, but the damage is done.
I mean, you say that. Kez going to die as well. This will be all of the withdrawals from FPX for 1 kill. FPX, great Atakan take. Sheer loses the 1v1 in bot side to Shanji, and the rest of the team die on top side. Remember, you give up a lot of gold now for doing this. There's no Baron available. Shadow keeps going for the play, and Leave is dead.
They took too long. Got to have the respawns. Doomby's also at 10% HP. Sheer, I think, didn't die, so I think he might have the withdrawal too, because I think he was bot side. I'm not quite sure.
No. This is what I'm saying. Sheer lost the 1v1, and he died to the withdrawal. So every single withdrawal is gone now. FPX, and remember, every withdrawal is still 200 gold and still some extra stuff over there. Realistically, if that shutdown hadn't come through, FPX would have been down in gold from the play. The big thing is the Atakan is not available from NIP, but that was too high P from FPX. They lost a big win that they just got themselves.
Still, though, they get the mid-tier 1. They can set up towards the Infernal Drake after, and there's a lot of flashes blown now. No flashes for NIP. Largely okay for the side of FPX, though. Assume will have his, Shadow will have his, Sheer will likely have his too. Those playmaking tools could be really big for what would be a soul fight. And Kai'Sa's not here on the setup.
Alright, so, Dragon, spawn. This would be soul for FPX. Do they have the spears in the objective? I think they should be rushing this. Honestly, I think they should be rushing this. They're onto a little bit slowly. Shanji does have teleport. He can recall and go for that. FPX, now knowing that the Gwen is teleporting, do they go for this rush? They have to. I think they have to rush this. FPX, if they get this, they get the Infernal Assault, and that can be a win condition.
Shadow was hanging out on the flank to prevent any easy access. Gets on the wrong side of the wall here. And the spear's still in. Will be kept stacked. No, actually, they dropped. The stack got dropped. Won't have the same Ren capacity here. Potential fight flash. Sorted for the hostile takeover. Doesn't work. That's Infernal Soul. Quickness used by the side of NIP to try and buy some time, but I just don't think it's going to be quite enough. The health bars disappear. But wait, look at Shanji on the back end of it. It's just snipping them all apart. Still, though, the HP bar of Shanji finally depletes, and they win out the fight. The Gwen doesn't have enough in the tank.
Infernal Soul, 4 for 2. Baron spawning soon. I think NIP might have just lost that game around that objective. Leave. Don't think he's going to get engaged onto here. Shadow doesn't have that ult. Big mistake by Care in that fight. He thought he could fly back onto Leave in the backline, finish him off. Ends up dying for it. I wonder whether Care could have kept himself alive and allowed FPX some more pressure on the map, but still, NIP. I felt like if they had survived that early game with that Kai'Sa, they'd be able to make a play and make a big mess of things. But with Gwen falling behind, they didn't have the side lane pressure, and they're not team fighting that effectively. Great hostile takeover. Watch how Care plays this. He gets a great combo first, but sadly for him, he goes a little too far onto Leave. He gets completely destroyed, I assume, by the Gwen there. It means that Leave doesn't get finished off. Leave is the only reason this isn't a clean wipe.
And we've kind of been saying, look, FPX feel really good right now, but actually now, we saw the stats. They got Soul Point. They stole the Atakan. They've had a really good few fights. Yes, some of the macro moves around the towers haven't been great. Yes, Leave on this Kai'Sa still very strong. Has got the Phantom Dancer now again. We wonder what that Zeal would turn into. But FPX are now really in a good position. It's right to praise them for being in a good spot here. Absolutely. And NIP might be going 1 and 2.
Yeah, that would be a real unexpected result from today. NIP, yeah, they got blasted by Top Esports, but this one feels like they've just lost the plot a little bit. I wonder whether the loss to Top Esports in the fashion they lost has rocked them a little. I wonder whether it has, because it feels like Shanji's not been on good form. I feel like Aki's been misjudging his plays. Doomby has been silent, invisible. Only been Leave, who's really been having a good game so far. PP Gold's been fine, I suppose. FPX, much better play from them with no holds barred play style, really. FPX playing very well around their teleports, just quickly pulling the trigger. I think Shadow's been picking his fights better than the last game we saw him in as well. Shot from Doomby. Blind into that bush, wondering whether something was going to happen. Remember, of course, they have the Callista. They can use that to threaten Baron. Here comes the ult from Doomby.
Trying to find an angle. Trying to get something here. Splits the team apart well enough. Care goes golden. Could still be in danger. Knocked up. Goes down. Nice pick. Leave gets it. But the hostile takeover is brutal. Gets a few of those health bars down, but all the while the damage is kind of done. Care's out. Still got that ability to keep going forward. Shanji throws down the needlework, and that gets a kill onto Shadow. All the hard work from FPX. Undone in moments. Baron's available and 3 are dead.
FPX, they have the Infernal Soul. You'd think they'd be winning team fights, but Care gets caught out. Really good wall from Doomby to force the issue. We're saying he was invisible. Well, he pops out a camouflage and makes a wonderful play there. NIP get themselves the Baron, and that might allow them to rectify and right the ship.
Need to get a fair amount of value out of this. They've still got themselves a gold lead here. They've got themselves those tier 2s to start sieging onto on the whole. We'll have a look at the replay. Because Care gets split off from the team. Does get across the wall, but then immediately PP God finds a Sonya's ult.
And also, Assume doesn't get any damage done.
Yeah.
He misses his Q there as well. Assume gets legitimately 0 damage done in this. Care caught out. Assume on the other side of the wall. FPX poor positioning around the choke point here, and Doomby punishes so well alongside the rest of his team.
Shanji gets to throw down the Ghost, throw down the ult, and just run down the remains of that team. The Gwen, now at 2 items, we've got ourselves a pause for the first time today.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of them for a little while, so NIP and FPX will be taking a bit of a breather. Doomby laughing, and
it's his fault.
Look, this is the camera of shame. The first person the camera pans to after the pause is the culprit. Doomby's laughing. What's he done? Has he spilled a coffee?
He has one of those smiles where, like, it's a very entertaining smile, but there's that element of, what's that German word for, like, people with a punchable face? Like, you can't remember. Because there is something about, you can imagine Doomby kind of doing a little bit like the little head roll type thing. Yeah. Hang on, wait, where's the camera? Yeah. Kind of thing with his smile. And that would wind me up, you know? I could see him do that. There is the ability for Doomby to get in people's heads.
Okay.
Am I wrong, guys? I'm just saying, I think there's truth to that.
Right. So, I guess we wait to see until this resolves itself. Hope there's nothing too serious. We can get back underway. Second to last game today. Yeah, because we've got one more between Scorpions or OMG at the last game of the day.
I fear for OMG, Alex.
Yeah, I do a little bit too.
Maybe they didn't live up to their namesake and pray. Maybe that's the way you get around it.
Turn to religion.
Or the AD carry player, I suppose, comes out of retirement. Shows most dumb.
Okay, well...
Could you imagine that? Just pray going, yeah, I kind of want to come back. Let's go. Him and Gorilla just turn up one day.
Man, Prey and Gorilla was such a good bot lane. The thing is, I feel like a lot of people who started watching League in the last few years are missing some of the like the foundational bricks of our scene now. People like, you know, most fans of Faker did not see Faker's debut, did not see his debut year. They didn't see, even at this point, live is 2015, which I argue is the highest peak of any player ever. And maybe that's been contested now by Chovy of the last year. That was unreasonably good.
Go on, Leave. He's learning from Big Brother Doomby here. How dare you assault me across the camera, Leave? And all the while, there's like, needs to zen out as he's surrounded by these absolute animals.
I need someone to make an edit of the, you know, the Kendrick Lamar, bing, bop, boom, bop, boom, bop, bam. Time shit him on, they wouldn't understand. What's he listening to, man?
Probably Doomby, let's be real. He's not a quiet man. Hey, Amber, good to see you.
Okay. And now we wait. Well, we continue to wait. What content you got, Sam?
I have... That's a good question. We could do literary content. We'll check that.
Oh, I tell you what, because we're in the TikTok generation, I can distract you all for a while with a glowing cat.
I'm like a sort of bee/moth. You remember like that scene in the Bee movie where the bees lift the plane and have it like do a little flower dance around the landing zone?
Oh yeah, I completely forgot.
Oh, you don't now. You don't remember. Now it's like even more TikTok coded.
Do you like jazz? Turn the camera off, Sam. Turn the camera off. Here's one. Well, right now it's kind of all over the place. NIP just had a really good play. What are they doing with that? Does that mean we're going into game? Yes,
Hey, we're out. They've saved us.
They've saved us from.
Did you enjoy the content, guys?
I enjoyed it, Sam. I enjoyed it. I have no idea what the cause of the pause was. I didn't hear anything there, and I'm just going to assume it was Durnby
pondering the cat orb.
Pondering the cat. I have a emote in my Twitch chat actually, which is ponder, which is Ari looking at the orb.
Meow, to a greater extent, meow meow, and to a lesser, yeah.
Right, okay.
Right, you are, Tarquin, into the game.
Let's get logged back in. So, flank ward available. Sheer doesn't have Mega. Care could look for a teleport. They do have 5 grubs to NIP, which does help them. Of course, no Ruinous Atacon. It was Voracious this game, and they lost the Atacon anyway to a Smite to Shadow. Dragon Elder is up in 2 minutes. Is there going to be a teleport? Care could recall, get himself a Zhonya's and go for a big play, but that would require NIP to stay a little longer. Doesn't get the Zhonya's. It's a bit of a shame. He doesn't want to go for the teleport either.
Mega.
And he has himself Flash too. That's the ult.
Anyway, it's not a great ult.
That's a lot of that damage down to shit. But I'll get that much out of that as well. NIP survived the punch back from FPX. Wasn't really a punch, really. It was like an airball.
I have to call out Mecha Fanboy in chat. Might be the Euler in chat to help sponsor the stream, but saying it was the cause was a pause is truly awful.
I'm not a fan. I am because I like bad jokes, but right, it's going to be the base broken open. NIP, they don't have the Aurora ult anymore. That's a large amount of the damage, as you were saying. Rageblade picked up for Assume, but feels like that is just so late into the game. Well, it doesn't feel like it. It is just so late into the game to get that item. AD carry diff has been absolutely monumental.
From level 1
so far. Yeah, right away from level 1.
Because honestly, Assume Drake found what looked like a decent 2v2. The Aki being around meant they had to back off. We saw the level 1 reset. It is now a GA on Kai'Sa. How on earth do you ever kill this character? And with the build she's got, her 1v1 power, it's just unreal.
Well, the realistic answer to that is you somehow get Elder. That's the realistic answer. You can see that Shadow knows there's 40 seconds till Dragon says, look, I'm not going to be able to reset and get into a better position. I'm going to play some smoke and mirrors, stay on the map an extra minute hiding in Fog of War. Look at the minimap. Look at this. It's on screen now. Going well around for the flank. There's a blue trinket. And is there any chance to make a play here? Leave has the GA. Here comes the Vi. Who's he going on to? Is there going to be any
He goes on in and tries to jump on into it, but they can't quite make it happen. The turnaround comes on through. And they have to pull away all of the smoke and mirrors, and Mission Impossible goes so wrong.
I mean, I don't mind the effort from Shadow to try to get a extended play, but he uses Flash and the ult, and it only gets the Seekers.
No.
So FPX, that was their Hail Mary, and now NIP say, well, screw it, we don't need to go for the Elder immediately. Push up our lanes, we've escaped the Vi. Mission Impossible accomplished. Yeah, failed for Shadow.
Failed.
I suppose.
Yeah, at the end of the franchise, it's over. Mission was in fact impossible.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Way potentially caught out. That's going to be a needlework going across the team.
Bloody hell, FPX are getting their asses kicked, that's for sure, and they'll back away. Someone load up an MP5 and stick them up for a 25 kill streak.
No, it's a different game, but Shadow tried to go in all sneaky breaky like, and sadly gets absolutely one-tapped. Peeks around the corner, doesn't land himself his headshot. So Shanji, no needlework now, but I think you definitely take the Callista and the Violet being down in trade for that.
Over we go towards said Elder. Wall comes on through. PP God will go across it. Shadow now looking for an angle. Loyalty program there. No damage done really in this team fight yet. There's an auto or two traded, and that's about it.
This is a problem. They've actually just leashed the Elder. Can actually FPX rush this down? Let's go for a flip. FPX need the Elder to win the game.
Sheer goes for the angle. There's the quickness back on out of the wall. There goes Leave with a wonderful ruthless access, and they do get a hold of the Elder to NIP. There's nowhere to go. The instincts were killer, and FPX will not respawn. It'll be tomorrow that they play. Well, not tomorrow, another day where they play.
Aki, sigh of relief. He loses the Atacon smite, but he secures the Elder in a hotly contested smite fight. NIP will find themselves with a 2-1 record, to be expected, but not in the manner they achieved it.
On to the Nexus they go. It's taken. NIP play it out well. It looked interesting in the mid game. We saw Infernal Soul, Atacon go the way of some FPX heroics, but NIP still at 2-1. This is not the team I saw in Split 1. This is not the confidence I saw from them in Split 1. Questions still remain about NIP's level, I fear.
Yeah, a little bit shaky in terms of some of the individual play. I think Shanji will not feel happy with their own individual laning performance. I think that Actually, everyone but Leave needs to be thanking that AD carry for saving their socks a little bit. Feels like at least there's some brevity here. Some smiles, some laughs. They're like, well, we got away with that one. This is the nature of best of ones, though. Sometimes a best of one can lead you down paths like this, which feel a little less good. Poor Sheer, man. I think Sheer had a great game. Bot lane from FPX. They changed out Bat and rookie AD carry, who, yes, was maybe not on the best form, but he was a rookie player coming up. Changed for Assume, who's a bit of an older hat around the LPL, and he was just absolutely exploded by Leave. That was not close. It was not a contest between the AD carries. FPX kicking themselves for throwing what was actually a very good situation out the window.
And, you know, actually we were saying for a long time, oh, NIP, they feel pretty good in this game. Leave's doing really well, getting all these turrets, and then suddenly, wait, hang on.
Go on.
I'm really distracted now, Alex. I want to talk about the cat.
Go on.
So,
my name's Nymaera. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We're brothers. We watch the LPL and we cast the LPL because we are professional League of Legends casters. You might have caught us on LJL, LEC, NLC, and LPL in the last few years as well. If you don't know us, well, you do now. There is no official LPL English broadcast anymore. There are fan broadcasts, of which we are one of them. We'd like to continue the story of the LPL, the player, our region, the players, our region, and the teams, and bring you coverage like this. So settle in. I hope you're enjoying yourself, as we have one last game today, which will be Top Esports versus OMG, Cream versus Old Organization, even though OMG has a bit of a ship of Theseus happening right now. Most of the remainder of OMG is now within different teams in this group. Cream's in this team. On Top Esports, we have Shanji, Aki, and PP God over on NIP. And then the OMG, the org itself, is staring at their own players, going, you used to play for us. And they'll play for the last game of the day.
A little bit, living on past glory, and for the record, Mecha Fanboy, it's not Nymaera, it's Nyan Meow Raw. Is the cat persona.
Yeah. And yeah, so we stream over here on my channels, on Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube, but also you're also maybe watching over on Onivia's highlight channel as well. So Onivia reached out to us to give us a chance to take our co-stream cast, our broadcast here, and put it onto the Onivia channel because there's a large audience over there. So if you're watching from over there, I hope this isn't too wild to see live content there on Onivia. But yeah, given that the LPL is a bit of a gap in the market right now, I thought it would be a great chance to open up to a new audience which is already engaged with lolesports. So if you're stopping by, whether that's in highlights or live, we appreciate you and hope you enjoy your stay.
Absolutely.
There's an actual official name. Yeah, my weeb alter ego is Nyan Meow Raw. What can I say? Yeah.
I don't know you.
Not
related. No relation. How am I here?
You know me now, so. All right, folks. We have obviously we're getting a little bit off the rails now because, folks, this has been our fourth day of best of ones coming through. 6 games a day. 4 days solid, alongside other stuff as well. Kind of draining in some ways. After we are done with our final stream of the day, we'll be going off live on YouTube, but you can catch us over on Sam's Twitch channel, Initialise Casts, because we'll be doing a podcast going through the best hits of the LPL and stealing something from Top Gear. If any of you watched Top Gear growing up, and their cool wall, it is the Fraud Wall, where we'll be nominating, and you also can nominate some players to be talked about either as heroes or frauds, and we can rate them based on their current level of play and have a chat about some of our players and teams and how they're performing in the LPL.
We'll see if the writing's on the Fraud Wall this time around. As Sheer, man, he did actually have a pretty good game again on this. Now, I wonder who ends up getting the MVP. It has to be Leave, right? He was the only player who played consistently well throughout the whole of the game.
Has to be Leave. Really good game from him. Really good coaster game.
Especially from a lane that should have been quite tricky. Care also, just want to say in that one, he shotgunned himself back over the minefield of Talia and got himself in trouble. Not so great. I'm going to take a second to make sure my PC's all set up. For,
sure, you do that.
The podcast afterwards. So 1 second.
Okay, one last game today, folks. Nominating for Aki for the fraud, we'll have to say, maybe. Or Shanji, potentially. Doonby was up in the hero tier. Is he still up there now? When the games start tomorrow, it'll be the same time as they have been doing for the last 4 days. So it'll be 9 AM European time. So +1 on UK, or like standard time. Alright, what do I do? I guess we'll do this on now. Right, I'm gonna go put some advert. No, we have the... do I put on adverts now? I can leave them a little bit. We can do it after like... interviews come through. So there should be an interview with NIP, one of their players, and I guess it has to be Leave as the MVP, right? Have they done the vote yet? I don't think they have. I haven't heard the sound. Tomorrow is the BLG Weibo EDG WE group. Ooh, fun. Alright, let's see our MVP. Better believe. It's Doinby? Oh, come on. No way. Nah. No, I actually don't accept that. There's no way Doinby got MVP for that game. It has to be Leave. Are you kidding me?
Why? How?
Because he had the wall, I guess? He was silent for the first bit of the game, whereas Leave won against a Kalista lane. And then complete... Oh, gee, no, this is not good, actually. His walls were good. But, like, there's no way it's Doinby, I believe. There's no way. You kidding me? Who the hell voted for him over... I don't know. Let's take some names down, folks. Let's move this up. Alrighty, so I'm gonna run some Twitch adverts now. And we'll get ready for our last game of the day, which I need to update my stream title for on Twitch. Who voted for that? Wait, how many? 3 for bot lane, 5 for mid lane. Nah. Nah. I don't accept it, chat. I don't accept it. Can I imagine they go towards an interview now on stage? OMG got themselves side select. Of course they do, and they choose blue side. Everyone's choosing blue side. No one has chosen red side, by the way.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜深圳 NIP 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们请到的是打野选手 Aki 来到赛后采访席，欢迎 Aki 跟大家打招呼吧。
哈喽，大家好，我是 NIP 的打野选手 Aki。
有惊无险哈，拿下这场比赛之后，完成了组内的第1轮 BOE 的循环。这场其实中期压力、资源压力上面吧，可以说非常非常大，但是你们还是顶住了，就是在大龙之前的那一个机会，那个当时是怎么去 call 的呢？
就硬币哥说这里有机会可以看一下嘛，因为这一整把我们都在找机会，然后就可能这个机会是比较好的翻盘机会。
而且对方的位其实在整个前中期都打得非常的主动，而且也多次的抢掉了很关键的资源，所以你们在可能不太有优势的情况下是怎么去盯防他的位置的呢？
因为这个英雄可能绕后开团比较厉害吧，然后我们就会多找一下他的位置在哪，然后再考虑打团。
那最后远古龙的时候，当时可以说打了一个非常漂亮的团灭。然后我们有注意到嘛，在那个小镜头里面，你是在笑，然后硬币哥在喊 nice， 好像还拿了个3杀，利普是吧？所以当时的语音情况可以给我们还原一下吗？
I've got my coffee. I might take just a step out of the room, but
然后就大家就各自发挥了，只能说。
就是基本上已经能够收割战场了。今天这场打完了之后，已经完成了整个组内的第1轮循环了嘛？你觉得整个这3场 BO1下来，队伍发挥的怎么样呢？
发挥的就除了这一把的话，发挥的都很一般吧。然后后续还有一轮的话，希望大家都调整一下。
好，那我们也希望你们在第2轮越打越好。接下来可以来到我们的赛后采访。那接下来我们还有更加精彩的比赛，不要走开，马上回来。
把生活玩
hands are being run. I'm gonna go take a quick step out.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce, to be honest with you. Plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, 'cause it's prime time. Gotta sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Live it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right. I know that's right. Yeah, I'm costly. You wanna hang? Then we better go shopping. I could change my mind.
I'm not. Why would you choose red side and BO1? I think you get one side select today. I think is it, or like you get because it's a double round robin best of one. Double best of one round, best of one double round robin. That's the way you phrase that. You get side selection against each team once, basically. So whoever got side selection today will not on the second repeat. So you would still get, and it'd still be on the same patch as well. So that's also there. Fantastic. I was great the Twitch ad. I'm happy for you. Congratulations. Your other way of escaping Twitch ads is by subscribing. Do it. Do it now. Give us your money. Support grassroots League of Legends. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't Leave. The MVP, that feels wrong. Maybe we missed something, but I don't see it. Hello.
Wobble won't wob on? What are you saying, Mecca? How you doing, sir? I'm doing well, Beba Scorpio. How you doing? How's life? How's life over on Nivea's channel as well? Good to see you over there. But I'm doing well. Oh, I need to stand up and sit properly. There we go. It was life imitating art, I think. Fair enough. Praying that a TES don't be full today. Yeah, there's some truth to that. We'll see. Players back on stage here, though. Wait for the light show, then I'll turn the camera back off again. Last game of the day, OMG looked pretty miserable in their first two games, unfortunately. But here are the lights, the cameras, and some drafting action. Top Esports absolutely annihilated their opposition in game number 2. It was NIP as well. Was not expecting it to be that much of a one-sided stomp, but after the bot lane plays and then Kanavi on the Neferi getting ahead, it became really problematic. Are you going to ban Neferi here? As Top Esports, you willing to give that up to OMG? Vi, Skarner, Yone bans from OMG. Kalista still up. We'll keep our eyes on exactly what the final ban here is.
So, Jace also available, and Bessa also available. Of course, earlier in the day,
Rumble's ban.
No, Rumble's ban. 369 demolished Shanji on that earlier today. A first pick Aurora. OMG have been putting so much priority onto this. I believe their other game of the day, one of the other games, they first picked the Aurora as well. But you've just given over potentially 369 Jace. Kanavi can go towards whatever the hell he wants after that point. You don't get the Yone, but can lock in whatever other power picks as well you want. Could go for the Kalista, because Jack11 and Crisp have been playing well through 2v2 today.
Well, they have. Jace locked in. Do you just lock the Neferi now? Just say, yeah, I bet you can't manage it? Feels like it might be one of those things that Kanavi, feeling confident, could look to do. Apparently, as you were saying, there's been rumours of Doinby even playing it mid, but that wasn't the scene today. And once LB Jackie loves Faris, had a pretty good game on it before. Took a little while to get rolling, but is very, very scary on the champion.
Yeah, yes, and I think in the draft before, it was a little bit harder to play because they had such a heavy front line. They didn't really have that much damage, so Jackie had to pull a lot more damage numbers out of the ether. Cream on the Yone also doing similar, but you won't have that in this game. Ambessa locked in, understandable. Will say Ambessa does lose to the Jace pretty heavily in terms of individual lanes. They need to lock in something to combo up with it. You have, again, very aggressive top side, the Ambessa, the Aurora, doing well to kind of pinpoint down a single target. Normally you want a jungler which can kind of fly at someone and force the issue. Point and click at the Nocturne, not dissimilar to Vi. It's not as easy to combo up with the Ambessa and the Aurora because it's not point and click hard CC, but it can be something similar to that.
So there's that Neferi hover again. Well, I think Talia perhaps also fine here. They are clearly debating between the two, and they lock the Neferi.
So they don't ban the Neferi, it goes through, and, you know, if we're talking about, point and click, shut someone down. I mean, Neferi just presses W. She is an anti-point and click champion now in the same way that Fizz or Gwen can be because of their powerful Ws or E's or untargeted abilities. We saw Kanavi doing that game versus NIP. It was not okay. There's so much damage now locked in for Top Esports. Jace flex pick between top and mid. Technically, the Neferi can go towards mid lane as well, as we were saying, but likely, very, very likely it's going towards that jungle. Kanavi was talking about the pick in his interview after their game versus NIP, where he said, look, I tried it before the rework and it was kind of ass, but now it's versatile, got good ganks, it's He's got a lot of damage, obviously, as well. And he's been practicing an awful lot in solo queue. That characters did show off earlier today. As now, once again, we have a lot of bot lane picks just not picked up in this draft so far. So 80 carries and supports getting removed.
Of course, when you've already locked in your Varus, you can look to get rid of some of those other options. The Kalista away from Starry. I wonder whether something like the Kai'Sa might get banned. It is always a thing for Starry. You might just say, look, let's not give that option of comfort there. See what the final ban is. And it is that Kai'Sa. There you go. It's a bit of a specialty pick of a lot of those LDL AD carries, or former LDL AD carries. At this point, they do count as LPL ones, whatever their history may be a year or two back. Last ban now to come on through. I think the Renata away from Crisp makes some sense. Had a really good time on it the last time out. And something that's also anti-dive could be worth banning away. In fact, honestly, the fact that Poppy was banned on top esports might have been a solid ban here at this point. Instead, they go towards the Orianna, which is a bit of a cream special. Pretty good on things like the Neferi too, because the Neferi zooming on in with a ball on top, I could see being really annoying. Galio Rise also not bad for joining a Neferi on a jaunt into the backline.
You know the mid lane matchup as well, so you've got plenty of chance to look for support counter pick after the bot lane of Astaria and Moham's been locked in. Yeah, I think the Rise is fine. It gives you really good playmaking potential in a macro sense. You don't have great team fights engaged because a lot of your stuff is very single target, but if you are kind of zooming across the map with the Realm Warp, that'll do it for you for skirmishes. I think top East will have a really good skirmish comp coming through. Rise pushes in well, so does Varus, so does Jace. You're going to get support counter pick to potentially secure that bot lane even harder. And then the Neferi can leverage off of that so well.
I suspect if that Misfortune gets locked in, it'll be alongside a Rel. You have an MF Rel combo to go with the rest of your dive. It all feels pretty good. You could also look towards something like the Alistair here as well if you feel like you need a bit more frontline. See what the decision here is. I think Moham's had a bit of a rough day, all things said and done. Not been his best. Rakan also a consideration. A little bit more mobile. Got lots of people you can jump to with your battle dance, which does allow you to be that kind of secondary engage. Very strong. A few solid options available. And instead they go to neither of those and go towards the Nautilus for that increased single target CC.
Yeah, so a little bit better pick potential. Good level 1 as well, worth noting. So if there's a level 1 play from OMG, watch to see if Moham can get some value out of that. Last pick of the Alistair. Works okay into the Nautilus because you can pulverize as the Nautilus flies at you and you can kind of cancel out his call-up auto afterwards, but not always the easiest lane matchup.
And the headbutt has quite a lot of value against divers. You are a little shy on frontline, and realistically, Alistair is a tanky support available because your R button is a thing.
To an extent. I would have argued that Braum could also have been fine here too to help against some of it, but not always the easiest to shut down stuff like the Aurora and the Misfortune. Could have gone Rel as well, I suppose, but still. Choosing to go towards Chris. Alistair will get ourselves into our last game of the day and our last group to play so far. Each group will then have another day to round off their second round robin and determine who's going into first, second, third, and fourth. First, top 2 go into Group Ascend. Fourth goes straight out into Group Nirvana, and then the remaining third place teams play off for 2 spots above, 2 spots below. And then we'll play out our best of 3 stage after that, which will be hopefully a little bit more interesting with Fearless involved.
Yes, if you think it's all over, no, they will play a second time. Okay, ready to go. Very janky Monty Python reference. There are no snakes on the Rift today. There's no Cassiopeias. There is, however, a lot of doggos. Neferi again being played. Kanavi had an absolute stormer of a first showing on it earlier today. Another comp where if it does start getting scrappy, it does start getting fractured, Neferi could run at a lot of these players, make them feel really, really sad indeed. A lot of this early game, a lot of these early objectives could prove pretty pivotal here, because I think if we see Kanavi get another lead, it's going to look dicey for OMG. We've got the music kicking off as the light show begins, and our final match sure to follow.
OMG facing up against their old mid laner in Cream for this one. It's been a bit of a lineage of OMG today with so many former players spread across the teams in this group. Top Esports came back from first stand, embarrassed and disappointed by their results there. They have smashed out the games today though, looking to close off a 3-0 and continue their regional dominance.
Oh boy. Dio's cut off there as violence begins in multiple places. Harry eats a really ugly chunk from 369.
Yeah, but he'll be able to recall. That's actually not a problem. The problem is losing the flash in the mid lane, because that's actually tangible. That will stay. we did say, hey, Nautilus, good level 1 plan, and they come out with something. That is always a reason to pick up the Nautilus if you can actually abuse that. Linfeng going to go in towards the enemy jungle, drop down a ward. Kanavi will spot him going in there, though, and know by relation, okay, there's a ward on my camp. So he'll know that he's been spotted, so it's a, I know you know.
But do you know I know you know? And also, you got a Gust Walker for additional doggo. The little Gust Walker hatching.
True, yeah, the little wolf thing. Yeah.
It's like
a lot of people.
Doggo.
Was anyone around in Season 6, by the way, folks, that used to play with the old smite buff? So you get the wolf buff, and you get the little wolf following you and alerting the
Yeah, because depending on the camp you smoke, you got different things.
Yeah. Cream was looking to go put a ward into the enemy jungle to spot out the Raptor start. Warded off by Linfeng though. Well, is a like. Warded off in the combat sense of it. Gets a good electrocute.
Missed his first CS as well. It's all over now. No winning now. Observer showed that one off. Nice piercing arrow. Again, piercing arrow at the level 1. Interesting we're seeing that with the Alice. It's clearly saying we're going to get shoved in anyway. I'd rather have the more of the damage to at least trade out, and then when we get level 2, we can look for shove.
Vincent asking in Navia's chat, which draft do you think scales better? Well,
that's an interesting question.
If it comes to straight 5v5s, I think top esports have better damage most of the time because I think they have better damage because it feels like the Neferi can actually carry a team fight. The Nocturne can get your first kill but can't necessarily do much more after that. And Bessa Jace, all out a wash. Rise Aurora maybe a wash too.
Probably Rise does outscale.
Yeah, but then Aurora in late game just one-shot someone and remove someone, right? I think this is more about execution. Top esports, they have very good skirmish combo. OMG have better straight-up team fighting. It's much easier for them to press their buttons and get some value. Top esports need to work a little harder to get their damage in the right places. But as we saw against NIP earlier, top esports, they're good at their individual pieces enough that matters. Kanavi is going to watch out for Hung there. Spotted out. Is he going to go for a smite fight? His bot lane has Prio, so the Nautilus can come in.
Crisp's coming. Starry's there. Linfeng also around. This could get very messy indeed. Gets over the wall. Nice smite, Kanavi.
And Kanavi was even there like, look, you can throw a Nautilus hook at me. Good chance the dog blocks the hook as well. So it's not even that good of a pick of the Nautilus at early game into the Neferi. And of course, you throw your ult at them. They can press a W and get out of that too. So Kanavi, great spot. Hung now slowed down his jungle clear to go over to this. Kanavi can go into the enemy jungle now. And
there, become a bot.
No, but you can at least go into this and say, well, Nocturne can't be on bot side of the map now. There's nothing for you here. So bot lane has to play respectfully, and it gives a platform for Jackulov and Chris to play off of.
Can Crisp look for a flash pulve here, or a flash headbutt?
Not onto Moem, I don't think.
Oh boy, they can! They found the angle. Here comes Kanavi trying to find his way out. Moem's walking the wrong way, but it's not respectful of the dogs coming on in. We'll call the pack. And Moem, now having a look down, a lot of dogs indeed, eviscerates over the wall, and the Darkin daggers do their work.
So, the answer to the question, can he look for a flash headbutt? Yeah, he can. But the thing is, Moem has flash, and he should never be positioning like that. You know you're on the weak side of the map. Knockdown had no reason to be on bot side and needed to keep farming. And now suddenly you have Kanavi with the first blood. And no, it doesn't give you extra gold anymore, but just the kill gold and the fact that he's so prevalent across the map is a big problem. Going to trade Raptor Steel for Raptor Steel now as well. Mohem's going to come in and maybe try and stop something here, but I don't really know if he wants to stick around.
Yeah, we can essentially get over the wall, but on the other side, Rune's prison onto the Aurora, so she can't join super quickly. Hung now coming on over. 3v3 on the cards. Hook does land, but the Darkin daggers come on through, and Kanavi now really scary, but Starry's roamed up. Varus is back in base, goes untargetable with the pack. Gets some of the Darkin daggers out, flash on 4 for the orders, can't quite get it, but the double up does follow and finally gets the kill on the dogs.
Greed from Kanavi, doesn't use his flash, didn't want to. And OMG come back out onto the map and do something crisp. What's he going to do now? The recalls will be just about completed. They'll be completed. There was probably about a second or two too late there. Not the closest timing it could have been. Mohem gets something out of that play, losing of course the 1v1 versus the Neferi. Kanavi, if he'd hit the first dagger, he could have got that second dagger for the heal at the end there. But didn't manage to do so. While all this is happening, 369 has himself easy CS lead on top side. Grub spawning in 40 seconds. We have a bot lane rotation up towards them. Starry and Mohem going early. However, the problem is now Jackulov can probably, shuffle a wave in towards bot side, recall, get himself better items. Well, maybe not actually because the first blood, but he can get himself items, go up towards top side, and he'll still be able to play around the grubs if he wants.
Yes. Yes, he will. Of course, Kanavi still got himself a flash, still potentially very scary, especially if Linfeng walks straight into the Darkin daggers, eviscerates forward, goes with the weirding, but The call of the pack did pretty good work. Going to flash back on in, and Kanavi flashes out to no avail. Just enough healing. Trying to get over the wall. Does so. Hung doesn't have the flash. Looking for the Duskbringer. Can't find it, and Kanavi walks away.
Kanavi couldn't get the Q on the bleeding target for the heal the first time, but he does in this play. Gets the heal onto the champion and a large monster there as well on the Wolves, showing exactly why Nifiri is so annoying to shut down with that Q2 healing on a bled target.
Bonk burns the ult. Hung finds the flash.
Realm
War.
War.
Play this. There's the Realm War. OMG in danger. And the Nocturne with no flash is swiftly deleted.
Kanavi's healed up off of the Wolves and come over towards the Grubs. There was a single Grub taken by OMG, but Kanavi will go up and take the remaining two. Kanavi gets himself onto the objective boards there with the help of his team.
Gonna burn his smite on this one. We'll save it for the second one. Actually, got to keep an eye out, because here comes the Misfortune and Nautilus. They might still want to play this. Standing behind the Grub. Will Kanavi trade his life out, but it says, yeah, no, I can't keep doing this.
Now, what that does is just delay it. Because actually, they're not going to take the Grub itself. Hung is on the bot side of the map. Jackulov is frozen out bot side and gets some value from denying golden XP. 369, maintaining a 20 CS lead over Ambessa, who's been denied that CS on the bot side by Jackulov. So that's kind of helping cross-map there. Jackulov getting good value here.
Feels like we've seen a lot of Ambessas today end up in really tricky scenarios. It's been a great day for the War Mother. Good empowered Q there. Blighted stacks are pretty silly.
That was, that's why you don't want to get hit by Varus skill shots when you've got 3 Blighted Quiver stacks on you. Very nasty. Jackulov, of course, going for the poke build as well.
What's that skin, by the way?
That's the Celestial Varus one, isn't it?
Ah, the bow looks cool.
He has a lot of cool ways. That's kind of his whole shtick.
That's intense, I grant you that.
I'm a really big fan of Darkstar, but with the red and black chroma. That's
very cool.
That's
got that one for Oriana.
Now, Angie hates Arctic Arbat Varus. I really like it because the sound effects are very satisfying.
Bet.
I think it's the one skin she doesn't like, actually. But, yeah. Varus has good skins. He has very cool animations. And then there's a couple of... Does DRX have one? No, they don't. That was Caitlyn Ashe. That wasn't that.
Yeah.
It has the Celestial. And then it has, like, the Celestial ones. So he actually has 2 star-themed skins.
Okay, so... $1,000 gold lead to top esports. Largely found in top and mid, where a kill's gone over and a lot of CS is happening. So that's great news for top esports on that regard. The early objectives not really going either way because the Grubs were split and no one started the early dragon. That's kind of all there is to write home about right now.
See, just in the short trades there. 369 even before first item managed to get a really good trade onto Harry. He tries to, Q forwards and get the Q2. Just gets punted away with an extra auto attack, and Jace is suddenly, taking quarter of your HP. Jace is so strong in LPL right now. It's been banned almost every game. And I think the only notable Jace loss I can think of was...
you playing it last night in solo queue.
TT played it in mid lane, and Setab got ganked 2 or 3 times, went 0-3, and then proceeded to do nothing. But in top lane, there's nothing which beats Jason lane right now, and you can't lane swap on it anymore. It's really annoying.
Very tricky to manage, and those laning prowess moments become very challenging indeed. Jackulov shoving up this bot side wave, and Misfortune not at the Bloodthirsty yet, and that means the Dirks build probably going to be quite annoying at this point, even with the Vamp Scepter.
Dragons Alive, top esports would like to get onto that board. Reminder, top esports, their real power's around skirmishing though. Use that Realm Warp, use your... You've got Kanavi level 6 now, remember. And one of the big changes about Neferi is you used to level up the distance your dash could travel to, the Hound's Pursuit. Now it's just everything, and here is that Realm Warp, and here comes Kanavi with his own ult, wave clear ult.
Not going to be quite enough. Moen gets a decent moment, but the Hound's Pursuit comes on through. You can't dodge, you can't block, you just die. Nice gank.
Dog ends up taking 1 tower shot as well. Crisp using his ult to do that. There was a reset on the ult of the Neferi. It only resets once, but that's more than enough. That's why Moham had to flash away. If there was a dog flying after him, he would have been in so much trouble. So not only do you kill Starry, you get Moham's flash as well for free with the threat of the reset.
I agree. Where are we at now? 2 kills basically on Cream is the big starting point for me. This Rise is going to be very scary.
There's a question in Twitch chat. Did Jace receive a buff dispatch? Well, not directly, but lane swaps are gone. So yes, he did. Jace was not very good in lane swaps.
Systemic.
It's why we saw Unending Despair and Grasp Jace come to priority in a lot of ways, because if you go for early kills onto the Jace, the extra HP and the extra survivability does make a difference, and with going for grasp, you could use your runes to survive lane swaps. Yes, there were other reasons like efficiency of tank items too, but that was a big reason for it. Now people have continued to use that grasp, and it makes it harder for Nocturne and Bessa to shut you down in mid-game, but your laning dominance is never in question now. You can just go into standard lanes and feel a lot better.
Rune Prison lands onto Linfong, who eats a lot of damage. Overload just wide that time around. Still, this Ryze off to the races, and again, when you go for this stacking build with the Roa and the Seraphs, the fact that you're getting to these marked breakpoints earlier feels really, really good.
Yeah, 2 kills on that Ryze means that your time-dependent items get put in much, much earlier. 369, great damage onto him. You're going towards the acceleration gate. 369, of course, at the start of his career, was a Jace god. That was one of his picks of choice. Picked it up again in the last year or two. While, you know, in 22, 23 particularly when he was on JDG, he was the tank guy. He played Cassante, he played Sion, he played Ornn. And that was kind of his job. Fight over the Scuttle Crab Flash combo. He didn't spell shield it.
No, he did not. Gets knocked up. Finally has the Hound's Pursuit come on through into the Darkin Daggers, and Kanavi resets.
Yes, that reset and goes down. Kanavi's Neferi. Yeah, this is something you need to ban now, folks. I've seen enough of this now. If he combos up with any other... Hang on, he has the reset. Can you hop over the wall? There's a chance if you can jump forwards for that. He has flash.
Oh, here we go! Goes to Eviscerate as well. Goes between worlds. Can still potentially look to chase. There's the flash with Darkin Daggers. Flash away now and Eviscerate over the wall. Well timed with that call of the pack to interrupt, I believe, the hook as well.
Kanavi didn't have his reset. Just timed out and went on cooldown. Otherwise, I think that would have been a dead Aurora. Goes back, buys out the Ludens, but he's away from the lane, loses some CS, has to teleport down towards bot side, but not before Cream has taken a plate. I believe that was taken on that wave. That wasn't eagle-eyed enough.
He did.
For that one. And Grubs have spawned. Kanavi, no flash, no ult. And he's going to walk up towards it. Probably secure 5 of these. Is there going to be a contest? We'll see.
I think Kanavi being around, not having the ult flash might be tricky.
Might be harder now.
Okay, good flash away, but now they're going to turn it around with the paranoia. Kanavi's around, but involves the knock-up from the depth charge. Well-timed W. They still lose Jace nonetheless. And they overplay a little bit there, but overcomes Cream. Might still want to trade this one out. They burn a lot of ultimate to finally bring down 369. Public execution from the backside, but not really too much avail. They lose Moab.
He just dies, and Harry goes and goes like, yes, I got the Neferi, got the Neferi. They completely ignore him. They go towards his teammate, kill off the support. Now Top Esports look at this team and say, well, you're not getting towards Grubs. And Harry, he has no ult now under turret, has flash. How's he getting out of this one? Probably not.
Butted into the wall, delays the pulverize to get the most CC they can. Flash away means nothing. They finally lose the Alistair, but the Hound's Pursuit's back up and available. So Kanavi keeps rolling. Jackie barriers the turret shot. And Top Esports just dive with the Neferi.
And the Ryze gets the machine gun all the while. Top Esports, they said, hey, look, their power is in skirmishing. Guess where they've gotten all of these kills? It is in these skirmishes. They managed to catch people off guard using the extended engage range of the Ryze with Realm Warps, the Neferi ultimate, who gets that reset under turret, gets the shield, and just starts to just shred through with so much damage alongside the Ryze. This isn't even Ryze who has items yet. His row is not completed. He doesn't have a Seraphs. This only gets worse from here. OMG, they get themselves to their one item. They, you know, that's not a bad spike for Nocturne, for Aurora, but it's not been even fights. They're fighting against uneven numbers because Top Esports, much like the Covenant in the Halo series, they've always been faster.
And they will continue to be so. That's not going to change this game. Jackie finds Moam, tries to duck away. Crisp did look for a good chunk, and oh my god.
That's a
Can you tell Jackie's got an item or two?
And can you tell that there's no armor on that Nautilus? And he's 3 levels down on the Poke Varus. Moham doesn't get to play the game now. Realistically, he doesn't get to play the game. Even if he gets a hook, this is now what we call losing support syndrome. Happens with Leona, happens with Nautilus, happens with Alistair, Ral, what have you. You go into a play, you immediately die when you're behind the game because you rely on having levels. You rely on the enemy team not having gold to one-shot you when you look for that one piece of skill CC.
Turn it around, the Rune Prison comes on through, and at this point it feels like Linfong is just behind the curve against this Ryze. He's got the Merc Tread's got a lot of HP to work with. Your burst combo doesn't hurt the Ryze quite the same way he hurts you.
1.5k gold up, has himself a level lead. Level 11 gives you the extra combat stats as well from your combos. Harry getting comboed down by 369. There is an ult on Alistair if they want to dive for this, but Chris calls off the play.
And they decide against that one. Minute till Dragon, 30 seconds till Herald. Hung around on this Nocturne, gone 2 and 3, but again, you've gone the Hexplate build. You're there to be a facilitator in a lot of ways. It feels like a lot of your follow-up is not really in a great space this game, and Bess is still not at first item, for example.
And Ambessa really needs 2 items. So while we're talking about, well, Rise ahead of the curve, he's going to get his time-dependent items. Jace is about to be hitting second item, realistically, with a 1.5k gold lead.
It's 50 CS up.
And that's largely, a lot of that is from 369's brute force laning phase. Now, a lot of that's the macro as well, where Harry's been denied CS by Jackulov when he was left in a 1v1 versus the Varus. There's a realm warp towards topside, and the skirmishes continue, forcing out ult for ult.
Hungers around, and Linfeng down that potentially key ult. Will not be able to use it for this Herald playing Kanavi here. Calls the pack to get all those dogs up and available. Jackie needs to be aware, knows he's in danger the moment he sees the ward go down. Ghostblade flash away.
Really wonder whether Moem could have just flash hooked him into the ult. I think that might have been enough to get something back. Jackulov losing his flash, but it's enough to see him to safety. Starry feels a little bit bad that they have to blow both ultimates for just the summoner. When they're this far behind in the game, that doesn't actually feel that great.
I think especially if you just hold off and going towards the Mana Moon and the Muramana and go towards the edge of Night Second, which has often been Jackie's choice on the Varus, you don't even necessarily get to do that as freely again. He's not going to be miles off that completion with how strong he is this game. There's another arrow that'll break the Bloodthirster shield. Moem kind of in a weird spot. They now try to jump onto Jackie. We'll get the fear, but look on the other side. How's Pursuit the Story, who just has to run away? Kanavi eviscerates the backline and goes pursuing in there. They've let loose the slugs, the dogs of war. It's Julius Caesar all over again. Find yourself a Shakespearean quote or two, because it is looking epic here for Top Esports.
Cry havoc as Kanavi goes into the play 4-1 and 5, but honestly, the animal which I'm paying attention to is the cow of the support. Crisp's Alistair has been exceptional. Yes, Kanavi is getting the kills. Yes, he is getting involved in the plays. But honestly, this game, my MVP is Crisp on that support. So good at turning up at the right place at the right time. Top Esports, not taking their foot off the accelerator and just decking OMG across the map.
And again, people are going to ask, where the hell was this team at first stand? Part of it is the level of opposition. Part of it, you have to feel, was a little bit of tilt coming from some of these players. Look how much better Crisp looks when he's confident.
The thing is, Top Esports, we talked about it in their last game versus NIP as well. This team struggles when their bot lane falls behind because Crisp doesn't make plays like this when he's behind. Jackulov can't put out damage like this when they're behind. And it also means that Kanavi doesn't get to have this kind of lead because he knows his bot lane is safely ahead without his intervention as well. A lot of people, will be disappointed by Top Esports at first stand. I count myself among one of those people, right? I was very disappointed with how they played there. And I am kind of annoyed that other teams in the LPL haven't figured out that you have to gank bot lane to shut down the team. Because, look, we said this before. The blueprint is you gank bot lane and make sure they're in a 2v3. Because Kanavi will never babysit bot lane. He's not a bot lane babysit player. He wants to play for early jungle invades. He wants to play for individual advantage. And he wants to leave bot lane alone because he can trust him in the 2v2. If that's a 2v3, then that becomes a bit of a problem. Kanavi doesn't get himself an individual lead because the map's behind. Jackulov and Chris don't get to make their plays either. And other teams in the LPL, at least today, have not been punishing that. We'll see how it goes through into the Ascend stage. If Top Esports were to make that, it's very likely that they would make it through into that. And of course, later playoffs as well. But a reminder, folks, Top Esports are LPL champions for a reason. Very good playing regionally here, when the other teams have not found out that blueprint just yet.
Also, part of it for me as well is it feels like there's a lot of newer or unproven LPL junglers in the mix right now. We don't have as many veterans or superstars that perhaps we once did. We've still got a few. Obviously, Kanavi up there for sure, but Shun and Wei, a bit of a downturn. They were kind of there are some of the ones we favoured.
You're left with what? Tarzan, Tien,
those two. Yeah.
Tarzan and telling the other guys, I'm like, okay, these guys can actually cause a real havoc just on their own. And then everyone else feels a little bit more team dependent. They're playing with very strong lanes, so it's not always on them. Someone like Shun, I think, falls into that bracket, like plays very well around winning lanes, but not necessarily the person that will be the strategic masterclass jungler in terms of pathing.
For me, I think some of it as well for Shun is he's a little bit more limited at times as a player to be really elite. As you said, fantastic with winning lanes. Without them, doesn't look as confident in terms of how to look at a map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's been something
for a long time.
It's been criticism for Kanavi at points.
Yeah.
I think that he overcame that on the JDG Super Team year, but from 2020 to 2022, it felt like he would always invade. He'd always get an individual advantage. But if you could just counter his invade, well, protect your Raptors, you protect yourself against Kanavi. That was the formula for a while. I think he's gone beyond that, of course. Paranoia going on to Nefiri, has a W. He uses it now. Can he get out? He can.
Wait, Realm Warp, not quite. No, he's gone.
And he kills. And he kills with the bleed afterwards. The second fadeaway Q. Kanavi and Cream outplay in a 2v4.
genuinely have no words. It is crime we see onto the screen. Someone get themselves a number for the police, because that surely cannot be legal. Cream gonna get knocked up, but Knavi's still here. Can go for the wall, massive bleed damage on a Starry. Hound's Pursuit trying to get the kill, cleanses the bleed, still gets the resets, and all the dogs are there, and Harry tears them apart.
The dogs go for the throats. Knavi. Oh my god, the pack is in town. And he's top dog.
When they say it's a dog's dinner, they don't mean that. Oh my days. I have not seen something that brutal in a very, very long time.
I love the way, as Linfeng, he might even die here to 369, gets the flash out. I love the way that Knavi is not even going for the Q2 on some targets, saying, look, you're going to bleed, you're going to die, I'm going to throw a Q at another target instead, get the bleed on everyone. Doesn't need all of the burst damage from the Q2 onto the single target. He knows the mechanics of this champion. He's played it so much in solo queue. You have to ban this, folks. You have to ban this. I don't even think this needs to be a perfect draft Neferi anymore. Into the fire, into the Nocturne, something like that. Knavi sees the angle. The cooldowns are used elsewhere. Gets the Q2 over the wall. Ults over. Says, right, I've done my damage. Uses the W to immune the Ignort Assault again. Gets himself the reset. The reset on the ult gives you a shield as well. The second time you cast it gives you a shield. And getting the Q2s as well. Give you the heal through it. Knavi, so damn mechanically clean on the Neferi.
Well, we go again. No Knavi quite yet, but how far out of range is he with that ultimate? Hound's Pursuit back up and available. They'll bullet time, flash away from the Chains of Corruption, but the Rune Prison sets up for the arrow. Shooting a, well, I suppose a diver in a barrel. The fish are somewhat immaterial.
That pressure suit has been punctured. The bends coming from Moham, taking him down. Top esports, quick game to end out the day. I'm sure a lot of people, yes, will be looking towards these games saying, look, they were going to be top esports hates watchers now. I don't think there's that much material for them here. I don't think we're learning as much about top esports, except that Knavi can play a main Neferi. He has the ultimate, he's going to use it again. Yes, he is. Moham has his ultimate. He might have gone too deep now. What's he got with his W?
Hellhound's trying to drag Starry off to the namesake. Gets the knock up, finally goes down, and that's a little too deep.
Was he used his W onto the hook and not the Nautilus ultimate. This time Moham ends up outplaying the Neferi. Does go into a 1v3 and nearly takes down Starry, but still goes down. Good gold over to OMG. A little too far from Knavi this time.
Can they get anything off this? I don't know. 369 is quite deep here. There's a wall behind. He needs to be pretty wary. There's three people about to come up. He's about to face check an Nautilus. Gets hooked, pulled back into the wall. Staggering blows, comes on down. Thundering blow is there. Is he going to cross across the veil that Linfeng puts up? Still steps on forward. Oh my god, this is 1v3. As Hung's coming around, he gets one. Wow. Starry's finally there. Yeah, you might bring down the Jace, but not before he nearly takes another with him.
Holy crap, that last Q did way too much damage. The increased move speed from his swift marches of the feats of strength really helping him outplay with the acceleration gate. Anticon goes down, it's the Ruinous. And by the way, folks, they're going to get themselves even more stats now from those bloody petals, giving them adaptive force and a little bit of XP across the board too. There is there's an XP advantage in every role. Knavi has a 3-level advantage in jungle, once again out-leveling enemy solo laners and equal level with his own top laner. Knavi's made a bit of a habit of this within the LPL. Noam came around the corner here. 6-level disadvantage onto the Jace. And, yeah, 369, pretty strong here. Goes into that 1v3 with the, well, technically an extended 1v4 after this. Realizes, look, I'm not going to get out. Let's just go turn around some damage. Gets that 1 kill back. Nearly 1 shots in this combo. This is an unrealistic amount of damage. That's ridiculous.
I really appreciate the timing there as well. Stays in hammer form long enough to get the transformation off cooldown to get to full combo in the hammer form and then immediately switches over. It was really good there. Take away of the red buff. Soul point secured by Top Esports as well. Empowered, of course, by that Ruinous Atachan. They picked up a load of bloody petals too. Now 52 to their name.
I like the Serpent's Fang on Knavi as well. Obviously, the base lethality is nice, but it goes with Bloodthirster Shield on Misfortune. If you're going for the true one-shot, it helps with that. As Moham, is he going to get... Oh, he's just out of vision. Knavi needs to get vision for the ultimate.
Oh,
is he going to use it now? Realm Warp's coming through. Knavi can start pulling the daggers.
And sends the hounds forth. Again, they get the kill. There's the Zhonya's. Flash for the triple pull. Chris is his namesake. Chains of Corruption just shy. But in comes the Hound's Pursuit. They leap on forwards. It's looking like an XL bully game because they're bullying OMG off the rift.
Top Esports rip, tear, and make OMG their meal. Top Esports 3-0 for the day, coming back from first stand, proving why they're still champions, let's be honest.
I mean, look at that. It's a 4K lead top side. There's monstrous numbers wherever you care to look. And Top Esports clearly did not take their first stand loss lying down. They come back to the LPL, right back to form.
So, Top Esports, did we learn much about what put them behind at first stand? No, not really. I don't think the teams today really push Top Esports. However, Top Esports still come through and say, look, we're good individual players. If you let us get through the early game, we will destroy you. And that's exactly what they've done. Top Esports, good day at the office, I suppose, but I'm sure for many neutral viewers and those of fans of just the wider LPL, they will be asking more of this team against other top teams, which obviously couldn't push them here today.
That's it. Hi guys, I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera, as you may see at this fancy-looking logo below us all. We are casters of League of Legends. I am his older brother. It's kind of cool. We started casting as a sibling duo, and that's kind of good fun. The only sibling duo at top-tier League of Legends and majority of esports, really. There's not that many sibling casters out there at the minute. You may have seen us on things like the LEC. You may have seen me on the NLC. You may have seen Alex on the LPL. We've been all over the place. Thank you for coming and supporting us here. If you can, drop a follow, a like, and even a subscription, particularly on Twitch, because that gives us money, and we appreciate that. If you can as well, follow me. My name's in the titles. You may come and find me on my own channels too, and that would be super cool too. You're the real ones if you do.
And if you're watching over on Onivia as well, please support that channel, give a like, give some comments, and hopefully that'll help us a little bit with the algorithm too. Of course, with the LPL not having an official LPL broadcast now in English, we'd like to fill in a bit of the stopgap there with the knowledge that we've accrued over years. I've cast nearly 1,000 games of LPL over the last couple of years, and it's come with a lot of expertise and a lot of love for the region. I love casting the LPL and love bringing it to you folks out there, lovely folks within our various chats as well. So we've obviously finished our games for today. We'll have another couple of days of the same schedule, best of one, 6 of them play between each group as we go through our second round robins. But for today, we're done with our games. We are going to do a podcast after this that won't be on YouTube live. So if you're watching on YouTube, you'll have to go over to Sam's Twitch.
I'll try and do it on the YouTube as well, hopefully.
So, and that'll be over on Initialise Casts on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, I'll raid over to him as well in just a little bit.
Go set that up.
And yeah, what we will be doing there is we'll be condensing down the amount of LPL games. So if you haven't caught all of our games, our aim with this podcast is to nominate to you a handful of games that you can watch to catch up with the region and have a larger talk about some of the individual players on our fraud wall. We talk about them as heroes, frauds, and you can nominate players, teams, or whoever you want to be put onto that wall, Top Gear style, if you remember that one with the cool wall, to go talk about some of the current form of players.
Yeah. Al, do you have a series or a game you'd like to talk about?
I haven't sat down with them yet. We'll figure that out in a second.
On the fly. That's fine. No worries. We can do that. In fact, I'm going to go make sure I'm all set up to go then. We should be about ready, but I will disappear and prepare for delicious things like podcasts.
Alrighty. Okay, so I'm going to wait around here and wait for MVP and post-game stats. We have that just now, and we'll wait around until stuff's ready on the other room. We'll go do that podcast, and we'll round up the first round robin of the group stage. Need to move the chair right. Oh, God. That's a big-ass chair that Sam's got. Man, what a destructive game. I do think Crisp had a very good game. Shout out to Crisp. Yeah, Kanavi's going to get the focus because it's a new champion and he played very well on the Assassin, but I think that Crisp had a fantastic game on the Alistar. All right, so that'll do us for the highlights. Waiting for the MVP, then we'll get into things. I need to think about some games to recommend. I think RNG AL, because that was a big upset, and I think that there's some stuff I want to talk about with Anyone's Legend for that. That one's a good one. And then, anything else that's interesting? Maybe Top Esports NIP, because that was, yeah. I guess well, BLG games, anything from that? What was BLG Weibo like? Let me remember that. And here's our MVP. Who do you reckon? Is it Kanavi or is it Crisp? It's gonna be Kanavi, right? Yeah. God, he was so good. It was a hell of a game, folks. It was a hell of a game. One support vote, all I'm asking for. We'll see if there was a support vote. We'll see. So, Kanavi gets his MVP, second one of the day. And, yeah, Sam. I don't know where Sam's gone. Sam? Yeah? I have 2 games. 2 best of 1's good for you? Cool. Yeah, fine. Cool. Do you want me to tell him then? Huh? What? 2 support votes. RNG AL and Top Esports NIP. Did you get that? I have no idea whether we got that. Okay, folks, if you're watching over on Twitch, this won't apply to you. We've seen our MVPs now. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us, and I will catch you this time tomorrow for some more games again. Thank you, kisses, and some good days to you as well. Bye-bye.